Chapter 3957. When Lin Fei came back, Charlene's face lit up. She smiled the whole night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could tell how Charlene felt about him, but he couldn't do anything about it. "Brother Lin, get up for breakfast." Lin Fei was woken up by Charlene. When he walked out and saw the breakfast on the table, Lin Fei was quite surprised even though it was just porridge and steamed buns. "Yo, I didn't expect you to make breakfast today. Whoever marries you will be so happy." Charlene rolled her eyes. "I'm not getting married." Lin Fei felt helpless at her sudden words. It seemed like he didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I'm not getting married, I'm not getting married. I said the wrong thing." Lin Fei picked up the steamed bun and took a bite. "It tastes pretty good. It seems like you're quite good at cooking." Charlene beamed with joy at the light praise. When she came downstairs, Charlene was a little surprised to find that Lin Fei had changed another car. "Wow, you're really rich now. I saw you driving a Bentley some time ago, and now you've changed to a Mercedes-Benz." There were quite a few cars in the garage of Longting Villa, but Lin Fei wasn't a high-profile person, so he drove a Mercedes-Benz out. It was an S-Class Mercedes-Benz. It wasn't expensive, around $1 million. It was too common in a place like Donghai. After all, Donghai was known for having many luxury cars. Cars worth millions could be seen everywhere, and it really wasn't eye-catching. "Aren't I going to be your chauffeur? I can't possibly drive a sports car over. If that happens, you and Sister Xingnan won't have anywhere to sit. Don't tell me you're willing to sit on my lap?" Lin Fei teased, but Charlene rolled her eyes again. "Brother Lin, I realize that you're getting naughtier and naughtier. Are you planning to hit on me?" Charlene also felt that she was getting bolder. If it was in the past, she would never have dared to say such things. Lin Fei chuckled. "Beauty Charlene, I'm already living with you. It's considered cohabiting. Do I still need to hit on you?" Charlene burst into laughter. They talked and laughed along the way until they reached the company. Bai Xingnan had already recovered from the incident at Longting Villa. She thought that what happened that day would spread among the upper echelons, but she was surprised to find out that it hadn't spread at all. She was curious as to what her boss had done to prevent the news from spreading. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Otherwise, the entire Donghai would be bustling about it. Bai Xingnan thought that Lin Fei wouldn't come. When she saw Lin Fei and Lin Fei, she and Charlene Lin and Lin, she was very happy. After all, Lin had came. Bai to Lin to he to Lin to. Tian to it. Fei to Tian to Lin to and Bai. Lin, I thought you would not to Lin Fei. I to Lin. Lin into Bai Fei. Yang. Bai Fei. Ti to he to say. And he to Li and Yang he. Lin and White. Lin. Bai Xingnan and Charlene laughed. What happened next was simple. Bai Xingnan packed the shapewear and placed it in the car. Her employees also went to the exhibition hall. Everything had been arranged. All that was left was to bring the items over. Bai Xingnan's heart warmed when she heard that Lin Fei was the chauffeur. After all, it was rare for someone with Lin Fei's identity to take the initiative to drive. Half an hour later, they arrived at the exhibition center. Today, the exhibition center was very lively. At a glance, most of them were girls. After all, this was an exhibition that involved women. However, there were also many men. Of course, whether the men were here to see the exhibition or to see the beauties was another matter. Bai Xingnan and Charlene got out of the car and took the shapewear from the box in the car. After making the shapewear, Bai Xingnan was worried that it would spread outside, so she had been carefully guarding it. When she walked into the exhibition hall, she found that it was already crowded. At a glance, it was filled with women's products, especially all kinds of clothes. There were exhibits everywhere and it was quite lively. "Manager Bai, we have a small situation." After they came in, the employee who was originally arranged here ran over to report. Her expression was a little ugly. Bai Xingnan's expression darkened slightly. She had made ample preparations for today's exhibition. "What happened? Tell me slowly, there's no hurry." The employee was a girl with big and beautiful eyes. At this moment, she said with some grievance, "Manager Bai, the people in the exhibition hall are deliberately bullying us. They clearly said that we were arranged to be in the main exhibition location, but as soon as we came here today, they directly changed to a small remote location. What do you think we should do?" Bai Xingnan's expression also turned ugly. After all, in order to make the cloud shapewear an instant hit, Bai Xingnan had talked with the person in charge of the exhibition hall for a long time and paid a lot of price to get a good location. Who would have thought that in just one night an accident would occur? "Do you know who took our exhibition hall's location?" Although Bai Xingnan was angry, she did not flare up on the spot. After all, this was the exhibition hall. Manager Bai, how have you been? Just as Bai Xingnan was about to find out who had taken the position, a voice suddenly sounded. A strange voice interrupted their conversation. Bai Xingnan turned around and saw a frivolous young man walking over. When she saw this young man, Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. Lu Wuqing, aren't you overseas? This fair and frivolous young man laughed. Xingnan, it seems that you haven't paid attention to any news about me for a long time. It's been more than 3 months since I came back. I'm now the person in charge of the Prestige Group. I was the one who took your exhibition hall. I think a small company like yours doesn't have the qualifications to have this kind of counterposition. Only our Prestige Group has the qualifications. What do you think? Xia Lin, who was at the side, said straightforwardly, nonsense, who said that our company doesn't have the qualifications? How can your company's things compare to our company's? Xia Lin was very clear about the effects of the cloud shapeware and was filled with confidence. The fair and clean Lu Wuqing laughed. Whether we have the qualifications or not isn't up to you to decide. Now that the exhibition hall belongs to our Prestige Group, you can only go to the small exhibition hall. If you're not satisfied, you can come and bite me. Xia Lin was very angry. You're so shameless. Bai Xingnan pulled Xia Lin's hand. Forget it, don't bother with a lunatic. Let's go to the small exhibition hall. Lin Fei, who was taking things from the side, watched this scene and did not say anything. However, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Chapter 39:58. The fair-skinned Lu Wuqing didn't stop Bai Xingnan from leaving. Instead, there was a faint evil smile on his face. Bai Xingnan, I'm back now. This time you can't hide from me no matter what. I'll let you experience failure first. When the time comes, I'll let you accept reality step by step. Lu Wuqing was Bai Xingnan's friend. Although they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, they were childhood sweethearts. Lu Wuqing had always treated Bai Xingnan as his own woman. The Lu family was also a big family in the East Sea. Even though their influence in recent years was not as great as before, they were still a famous big family in the East Sea with assets of more than 10 billion. Sister Xingnan, that guy is too annoying. He actually swapped our positions. Charlene said whatever was on her mind. She was very unhappy. Bai Xingnan's face was slightly pale. She secretly glanced at Lin Fei as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Boss, that guy just now was a friend of mine when I was young. I didn't expect him to grow up and become like this. I will handle this matter myself. Bai Xingnan was worried that Lin Fei would misunderstand, so she simply explained. Lin Fei was not angry. You are the general manager now. It is not worthwhile to make things difficult for these villains. Didn't he plot against you? Just let him do what he wants. Anyway, we won't lose anything. You just need to know that our company will be in the limelight in the exhibition hall today, so you should think about how to arrange it later. Bai Xingnan's mood was a lot better. After all, she was really angry just now, and since she was young she had never been interested in Lu Wuqing. It was only when Lu Wuqing left the East Sea a few years ago that Bai Xingnan let out a sigh of relief, but she never thought that this guy would dare to play tricks on her the moment he came back. Now that she heard her boss's words, Bai Xingnan wasn't that angry anymore. Boss, don't worry. Our company will definitely be the most dazzling one in the exhibition hall today. No one will be able to scheme against us. I've already made arrangements. We'll definitely leave a deep impression on them. Lin Fei nodded. Then I'll wait and see. Soon they arrived at a small exhibition hall. Compared to the exhibition halls outside, the location of this exhibition hall was indeed very remote and inconspicuous. It was also not big. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to stand out in an exhibition hall like this. This time, Bai Xingnan was very confident in her product. It would definitely be a hit. Is everyone here? These words were directed at his subordinates. They're all waiting outside. I'll bring them in now. Lin Fei moved the items to the exhibition hall. Although the exhibition hall was small, it did not mean that it could not be used. As long as the product was passable, it didn't matter where it was placed. Lin Fei understood this logic. There were a lot of people in the exhibition hall today, and all of them came for the various products in the exhibition hall. As a group of people came in, they immediately attracted the attention of others. It was hard not to notice. They were 6 well-endowed women in their 30s. Their bodies were so plump that they couldn't help but pay attention to them, especially since they had walked all the way here. What a pity. That's right. These women have beautiful faces and can be given at least 8 points. But their bodies are too hard to accept. If they could slim down, I believe they would all be beauties and goddesses. What a pity, what a pity. Many men shook their heads. That was why everyone liked beautiful women. However, not everyone could accept these kinds of women. As the saying goes, a white face covers all ugliness, a fat face ruins everything. These 6 women were the same type. The heavens had blessed them with beauty, but their bodies were a mess. Everyone was curious. At this time, there were actually 6 women with similar appearances and figures in the exhibition hall. What were they going for? If it was 6 goddesses, perhaps no one would think much of it. However, these 6 beautiful women with shockingly different figures appeared in the exhibition hall at the same time. Moreover, they were going in the same direction. That was a little strange. Hence, some people couldn't help but follow them. This was naturally Bai Xingnan's idea. When Lin Fei saw the 6 people, he was dumbfounded. The contrast between the past and the present was too great. Brother Lin, look. This is the idea that our sister Xingnan came up with. What do you think? Xia Lin said proudly. Lin Fei gave her a thumbs up. He knew what was going on. He had to admit that it was a really good idea. Boss, look at those people behind. I think they're all here for them. When Bai Xingnan heard Lin Fei's praise, a look of joy appeared on her face. After all, how to promote the cloud silk shapewear was really a headache. However, they had to think of a way. Inadvertently, Bai Xingnan and Xia Lin came up with a brilliant idea. The cloud silk shapewear was very effective. If they wanted people to remember it, they had to amaze everyone. When the 6 women arrived at the exhibition hall, many people suddenly realized that they were here for the shapewear. Everyone was confused. It seemed that no matter how good the shapewear was, it wouldn't be able to fit their figures. After all, although the shapewear was good, its side effects weren't small. It was very strenuous to wear it and not everyone was willing to wear it. Moreover, it didn't mean that they could really lose weight. Bai Xingnan personally came to welcome the 6 women. Before this, Bai Xingnan had already explained it very clearly to them. Now go in and change your clothes. Come out later. I believe that you definitely won't regret it. These 6 women were more or less like this because of their own elements. As beautiful women who didn't want to have a good figure. When they heard that there was such a good thing, they came without hesitation. Of course, Bai Xingnan gave them a lot of benefits. Before they went in, Bai Xingnan asked them to weigh their lower body again and someone recorded it. Only then did she ask someone to bring them to a small room at the back of the exhibition hall to change into the shapewear. What happened next was very simple. Bai Xingnan's subordinates began to advertise, and the slogan was not ordinary. Have you seen a miracle? Soon you will see what a true miracle is. It is definitely a woman's lucky star. You won't regret it if you see it. If you don't see it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Everyone come and take a look. Under normal circumstances, very few people would pay attention to it. However, the 6 women just now had indeed left a deep impression on everyone, so the publicity also attracted their interest. A miracle. They really wanted to see how this exhibition hall would perform a miracle. Lu Wuqing was also standing not far away. He didn't really approve of the shapewear launched by Bai Xingnan. Although its market share wasn't small, it had been completely divided up. Other new brands couldn't compete with old brands at all. Bai Xingnan is such a smart woman. Her idea is not bad, but the product is not good. She still hopes that these people will buy it. How could she make such a mistake? I really don't know what she's thinking. Chapter 39:59. Did you see that just now? 6 women came to this booth. Are they going to promote some kind of shapewear? Even if there's a shapewear, the effect might not be that good. It's a pity for these 6 women. Their faces are beautiful, but their figures are really a mess. Outside the small exhibition hall, many people were quietly discussing, but they did not leave. In fact, they all wanted to see what kind of shapewear was being promoted in this exhibition hall. Because until now they had not seen anything, not even advertising slogans. This kind of thing was relatively rare. Invisibly, it was covered with a layer of mysterious veil. Therefore they did not mind wasting some time here. Of course, this was also thanks to the deep impression of the 6 women. Otherwise they would not have any interest in staying here. One must know that there were a lot of good things in the exhibition hall today. Who would waste time in such a place, especially a small booth? About 10 minutes later, the 6 women who had gone in before came out at the same time. However, when they came out, everyone was stunned, suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Brother, pinch me. Are you seeing things? One of the men's eyes widened and he really pinched it, shouting, "It's true, it's actually true, this is also... Damn, this change is too big. Damn, could it be that they have changed their people? What kind of shapewear is so powerful?" At this time, the 6 women had completely changed their appearance. Their bloated bodies were perfectly wrapped in the shapewear. At this time, through the clothes, they could not see any traces left behind from before. Soon, exclamations rang out at the scene. After all, the scene in front of them was too shocking, causing them to be unable to adapt to it for a while. It was really too exaggerated. In fact, the 6 women were also stunned by their own appearance. The change was too big. It was completely the figure that they had imagined. If it wasn't for the light feeling on their bodies, they would not have known that they were wearing something. Moreover, after wearing it, they did not feel that kind of tight feeling but a very comfortable feeling. There was even a trace of faint heat that surged into their bodies. This kind of enjoyment was unprecedented, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. It's not that they haven't worn shapewear before, but there has never been a shapewear that can compare to what they are wearing. You're right. This is our company's newly launched Cloud Silk Shapewear. Our shapewear uses special materials that are easy to breathe. Not only that, but it can also burn fat when wearing the shapewear. Now let these 6 ladies remeasure their weight so that you can feel the powerful charm of our shapewear again. The next scene allowed everyone to clearly see the changes. After a local woman stood up, even she herself exclaimed, "I seem to have lost 4 tails. No, it should be half a caddy. This is too scary." Compared to her previous weight, the woman was now half a kilo lighter. Although it was only half a caddy, it was not a small number for a woman. When the remaining 5 women went up to measure, they all lost half a kilogram, which undoubtedly brought a huge shock to everyone. It was the first time for the people at the scene to hear of this kind of shapewear. Bai Xingnan immediately ordered her people to start the second step. She took out the cloud silk material. Everyone can feel it for yourself. This kind of allowed material is not ordinary. It was made by our company with a lot of manpower. It can be said to be the only good thing in the country. In fact, after the 6 women underwent such a huge change, all the women present became curious, and they were even a bit tempted. After all, who didn't want to have a beautiful and healthy body? And now, after they wore the shapewear, they had undergone such a huge change. For some plump women, it was filled with a huge temptation as if it was poison. Soon, some women came up to look at the cloud silk material. After touching it, their eyes all widened. "Oh my God, this material called cloud silk is too comfortable. This material can actually be made into shapewear. This is unbelievable. It's so comfortable. It's really comfortable. Soft. This is one of the best materials I've ever seen." The women who touched the cloud silk began to guess. Could it really be a unique material for this company? It had to be said that the texture of the allowed material was unprecedented. After all, this was a material from another world. It wasn't something that could be made on Earth. A woman's sense of touch was top-notch. It was easy to tell whether the fabric was good or bad. Immediately, a woman couldn't help but ask, "I want to know how much this shapewear cost. How effective is it? Also, does this shapewear need to be cleaned regularly? Or do you need to wear it all day?" Even though everyone didn't wear it, after understanding the magic of the cloud silk material, they all took it seriously. In addition, these women also personally went to check the bodies of the 6 models. After putting on the shapewear, all the excess fat on their bodies was perfectly spread out, as if it had disappeared. It was a wonderful feeling. Everyone was full of expectations and they couldn't wait to get their hands on one of them immediately. As the company's manager, Bai Xingnan personally stood up to explain to everyone, "Our shapewear doesn't need to be washed. It has an automatic filtration ability. Even if you wear it for a month, there won't be any smell. Our company can guarantee this. At the same time, the weight loss effect is also top-notch. We definitely won't disappoint everyone. In a month, you can lose at least 1/3 of the excess fat on your body. In other words, after wearing the shapewear, you can lose at least 30 pounds of weight in a month. This is our company's promise. Of course, this is limited to those who weigh more than 100 pounds. Bai Xingnan's words undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded once again. Was there really such a good shapewear in the world? How could women live like this? Of course, our price is also very beautiful. It doesn't cost 9,999 yuan or 8,899 yuan. Now, it only costs 999 yuan and you can buy a set. It's a true top-notch shapewear and you'll have a beautiful figure. If someone else had said this, the effect would be different. But since it came from Bai Xingnan, the situation was completely different. Everyone already wanted to buy one. After all, the price was indeed not expensive. If the effect was really that good, they would definitely be able to get one. Lin Fei quietly watched all of this from the side. He felt that Bai Xingnan had already done very well. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to create such a scene, especially after finding those 6 women. Their faces were a complete mess, and their figures were also a complete mess, forming a sharp contrast. "Miss Bai, I don't agree with what you said. The market for shapewear is so big, but I've never seen any shapewear with such a strong effect. I suspect that you're tricking everyone. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, and standing next to him was a woman in her 30s. However, this woman's figure was not very good. Bai Shengnan knew that someone had come to cause trouble. Chapter 3960. In the exhibition hall. At this moment, many people had gathered. Everyone had been attracted by the powerful effect of the cloud silk shapewear. However, as someone stepped forward, many people felt that something was about to happen. Bai Shengnan, on the other hand, was very calm. This was because she knew from the beginning that something like this would happen, and she hoped that this would happen more than anyone else. Only this could prove the power of the cloud silk shapewear. No matter who it was, Bai Shengnan had to thank this person for helping the company. Such a good thing was not easy to find. I know this woman. I think she's a rich woman from Donghai. Yes, I think she's a rich woman. Now that you mention it, I remember that her name is Song Yunyue. That's right, her name is Song Yunyue. I heard that Song Yunyue was very beautiful in the past, but her figure changed after she got sick. Song Yunyue has a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. Many people at the scene recognized her. After all, when a person's name was called out, someone would definitely check it out. After checking, they found out that her name was really Song Yunyue. The information on the internet was exactly the same as this person. I don't think your cloud silk shapewear is real. What I hate the most is when people use things to deceive everyone, especially women. Don't think that it's easy to earn money from us women. I really don't believe that your cloud silk shapewear will have such a good effect. This woman's name was Song Yunyue. When she was young, she was indeed very beautiful. But now she was in her 30s. Because of her illness, her figure had become very bloated. No matter how much she took care of herself, it would be useless. Song Yunyue didn't know how many times she had worn this kind of shapewear, but none of them had the same effect. Therefore, she absolutely hated shapewear. This time, she just happened to pass by and happened to hear what the other party said. As a result, a sense of annoyance rose up in her. Even if you want to lie, you shouldn't lie like this. Therefore, Song Yunyue decided to expose this company. She wanted to let them know that a woman's money was not so easily deceived. Song Yunyue's words were recognized by some people. After all, such a powerful cloud silk shapewear had such a good effect. The entire shapewear market did not have such a strong effect. There had to be a problem. Everyone felt that something had been done. Miss Song is right. This shapewear doesn't have such a good effect. It's a lie. It must be a lie. Nowadays, companies are really deceiving everyone. They actually used materials that we don't know to falsify. Everyone don't believe it? Someone in the crowd shouted. Song Yunyue's face also revealed a proud expression, as if this was the result she wanted. The man standing next to her didn't speak. After all, as his wife, he understood her temper very well. Because she had suffered a lot from this shapewear, it was normal for her to say something. Bai Shengnan had also heard everyone's conversation. Naturally, she also noticed this woman. When she heard Song Yunyue's name, she immediately understood. After all, there were no secrets in the East Sea. Compared to outsiders, Bai Shengnan knew Song Yunyue better. Speaking of which, Song Yunyue was also a pitiful woman. In order to give birth to a child, she had taken all kinds of medicine, which caused her body to collapse. When she finally recovered with great difficulty, she became like this. At the same time, her mentality had also been affected to a certain extent. However, in terms of handling things, Song Yunyue was still a good person. At the very least, she wasn't the kind that was very annoying. Miss Song, I can understand your feelings. After all, you have suffered a lot in this aspect. However, our company's shapewear is completely different from other companies. Bai Shengnan smiled and said, perhaps you don't know this, but since you were able to come here, it's fate between us. So, I can allow you to wear our company's cloud shapewear and witness this effect. Everyone knows that good things are definitely not reliable. Only by experiencing it for yourself will you know the true benefits of the shapewear. I'm not bragging, nor am I fooling everyone. Everything is true when you see it with your own eyes. For example, Miss Song Yunyue. I think everyone knows who she is, and it's even more impossible for me to hire someone to fake it. Don't you think so? Bai Shengnan had turned the situation around with just a few words, so everyone had no choice but to agree with her. After all, no matter how good something was, it was not as good as the actual effect of experiencing it. Moreover, Miss Song was present, so it was absolutely impossible for her to fake it. Song Yunyue really did not take the cloud silk seriously. No matter how good the material was or how unique it was, the result was still the same. However, when Bai Shengnan said this, Song Yunyue was a little surprised. After all, not everyone was so confident. Aren't you afraid that I'll expose your company's shapewear later? Song Yunyue also had a trace of admiration for this young woman. One had to know that there were so many people present. If she said a few words casually, the consequences would not be small. If she wanted to turn the situation around, it would not be as simple as a few 100,000 or a few million yuan. Bai Xingnan said calmly, since our company dares to say that this is a unique shapewear, we naturally have great confidence in this cloud silk. We are not afraid of anyone challenging us, and I believe that Miss Song is also a fair person. Whether something is good or bad, you will know after witnessing it. Miss Song, don't you want to give yourself a chance to witness a miracle? Don't you think so, everyone? Bai Xingnan's last sentence undoubtedly stirred up the emotions of the people present. The 6 women on the stage had undergone a huge change, which indeed surprised everyone. However, no one knew if this was an exaggeration or not. However, Song Yunyue was not so easy to bribe. She had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and could be considered a real tycoon. They could not possibly think that in order to bribe this tycoon, the other party's company would be able to spend tens of millions of yuan. That would be thinking too much, and marketing would not be used like this. Song Yunyue laughed. Although she did not have a good impression of the shapewear, this woman's methods were quite impressive, and her last words had indeed moved her. If possible, who wouldn't want to have a beautiful future for themselves? For Ms. Bai's words, it would be a pity if I didn't try. Song Yunyue walked over. Then let me try your company's cloud silk shapewear and see what magical effects it has. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Miss Song, you will soon know how wise of a choice this is. She arranged for a girl to accompany Song Yunyue backstage to change into the shapewear. When Song Yunyue went in, she attracted even more attention. After all, Song Yunyue was a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. She was a well-known figure. Although her figure was a little lacking, she still had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan. If they could personally see a tycoon with a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan get angry, it would definitely be something to applaud. After all, those who were watching the show would never complain about things getting bigger. Lin Fei had not said a word the entire time. He was very satisfied with Bai Xingnan's actions. This was good publicity, better than anyone else's advertisement. With a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan and this figure, if it was a perfect reversal, it would have a greater impact than advertising for tens of millions of yuan. Chapter 3961. Is this me? Song Yunyue stood in front of the mirror. Facing her reflection in the mirror, she found it hard to believe. Song Yunyue had a lot of doubts about this kind of cloud wool shapewear, but when she actually put it on, those thoughts disappeared. The cloud wool shapewear had a huge impact on Song Yunyue. Most importantly, after wearing the shapewear, it actually tightly wrapped up the fat that Song Yunyue couldn't lose. This kind of wrapping didn't make her feel uncomfortable at all, and at the same time, there was no sense of restraint on her body. This was something that the previous shapewear didn't have. Miss Song, this is the magic of our cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it, it will reasonably distribute the weight, and it also has an automatic weight loss function. Do you feel a faint heat? That's the magical effect of the cloud wool shapewear. After wearing it for a month, you can successfully lose 30 kilograms without rebounding. After that, you can also wear the cloud wool shapewear as ordinary underwear. Soon, our company will also develop cloud wool pajamas, underwear, and so on. Song Yueyun had truly experienced it. Looking left, right, up and down, she became more and more satisfied with her body. This was something that she had never imagined before. It was really too comfortable. Under everyone's expectations, Song Yunyue finally walked out. Song Yunyue was still the same Song Yunyue, but when she stood in front of everyone, everyone exclaimed, "Oh my God, what an amazing shapewear. This cloud wool shapewear is too awesome." I clearly remember that Song Yunyue's figure wasn't very good, but now, coupled with that face, it's definitely 80 points. One had to know that Song Yunyue definitely wouldn't be able to score as high as 80 points in the past, at most 60 points. But now that the eyesore was gone, her temperament instantly improved. There was also the middle-aged man. After seeing his wife, Song Mingyue, he was overjoyed and suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Is this my wife? If they weren't familiar with each other, they would really suspect that it was a different person. Bai Xingnan smiled at Song Yunyue. Miss Song, do you still think that our cloud wool shapewear is a joke? I believe that the cloud shapewear is the lucky star of all women. I hope that all women in the world can find a good figure, and our cloud shapewear will be able to do that. Everyone present applauded with all their might, especially the women who deeply agreed with these words. After all, as a woman who didn't want to be beautiful, and their body was the biggest problem that troubled them. But this time I just want to say that the cloud silk shapewear is really good. When you wear it, you don't feel any restraint at all. It feels like you're not wearing it at all, but that feeling is something that you won't be able to understand. I'm addicted to this feeling. I believe that when the cloud silk shapewear goes on the market, I'll definitely buy a few sets and bring them home. I'll recommend such a good item to everyone. Mrs. Song also turned around and said, Miss Bai, I'm sorry. I've previously admitted that I've underestimated the cloud silk shapewear. After all, there are too many shapewear on the market now. Song Yunyue's words were equivalent to confirming the extraordinariness of the cloud silk shapewear. The applause became even louder. No one doubted Song Mingyue's words. Bai Xingnan smiled and said, Here, I would like to thank Miss Song for your support. Our cloud silk shapewear is just the beginning. In the near future, we will invest in all kinds of research and development to design the most beautiful products suitable for us women. Let's wait and see. And the scene here quickly spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. There were more women at today's exhibition. After this commotion, the small exhibition hall was filled with women. All of them were looking at the cloud silk material. Coupled with the model's figure, they simply couldn't believe that there was such a magical material. The cloud silk shapewear had become popular. The kind that became popular. More and more people came to the small exhibition hall, stealing everyone's limelight. In the distance, Lu Wuqing's face was slightly gloomy. He really didn't expect Bai Xingnan to come up with a shapewear that was going to become popular. He knew about Song Yunyue. He had just checked her on the internet. She was the kind of person who would never lie when she spoke, and such a person was undoubtedly not someone that could be created by marketing. One of her subordinates also went in. Not long after, he came back with a face full of shock. Manager, the cloud silk material is really magical. I've never seen such a material before. Manager, the cloud floss material is really amazing. I've never seen such a material with such tolerance. No wonder they can make this kind of shapewear. With my many years of experience, this cloud floss shapewear will definitely be popular all over the country. No one will be a match for this shapewear because the effect of this shapewear is too strong. If one can really lose 30 kilograms in a month, even if they can't do it, they can lose 20 kilograms without having to exercise or abstain from eating and drinking. This will be everyone's lucky star. No matter men or women, old or young, everyone will like it. Lu Wuqing really didn't believe that such a material existed in the world. After all, he was prepared to let Bai Xingnan experience the feeling of failure and beg him in the end. But now that this situation had happened, it seemed that his calculations had gone wrong. Then give me this cloud silk material. Isn't it just a material? Since Bai Xingnan can make it, we can do the same. Although Lu Wuqing didn't really believe in this material, if the effect was really that good, then he didn't mind getting his hands on this material. If it really could suppress all the shapewear, then this cloud silk material would definitely be able to create a giant existence or even more. I don't care who you are. What's your relationship with Bai Xingnan? I advise you not to make any random plans. If you anger me, it won't end well for you. Just as Lu Wuqing finished speaking, a hand appeared out of nowhere on his shoulder, and a faint voice entered his ears. There was one more person next to him. Lu Wuqing looked over and subconsciously attacked with his elbow. It was very ruthless. But in the next second, with a crack, Lu Wuqing's elbow seemed to have hit a mountain, and he almost screamed. Lu Wuqing finally remembered who this person was. He had been following Bai Xingnan all this time. Previously, he thought that he was a porter and didn't pay attention to him. Let go of me or I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Wuqing's face was pale, and his entire face began to distort. He knew that his elbow was definitely broken. Remember what I said. That's right, Bai Xingnan has to be obedient. Otherwise, next time you won't just suffer like this. Lin Fei patted Lu Wuqing's shoulder. Lu Wuqing's body sank and he collapsed to the ground. Remember the mobile version, M. Chapter 2713, Warning. A warning from Lin Fei, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3962. Lu Wuqing made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Bai Xingnan didn't really notice Lu Wuqing's situation. Soon Lu Wuqing was helped away by someone. Boss, what's wrong with Lu Wuqing? Let me see if he's sick. Bai Xingnan also noticed that Lu Wuqing was being helped away. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lin Fei smiled and said, You can tell with one look. This kind of person is probably too frivolous outside. This person needs to exercise more. Otherwise he'll become very weak sooner or later. Hearing this, Bai Xingnan burst into laughter. After the cloud shape-shifting clothing became popular, more people came to the small exhibition hall. This also caused the person in charge of the exhibition hall to be alarmed. The person in charge brought the supervisor over and immediately apologized. After all, people were flocking over to see the cloud silk shapewear. The small exhibition hall was filled with people. Even the people on the third floor of the exhibition hall knew about it. Bai Xingnan was also very good at seizing the opportunity. It was inevitable that she would put on airs. After all, they were in the wrong this time. They had clearly negotiated, but they actually changed their seats. The cloud shape-shifting clothing exhibition hall was quickly changed to a large one with the best location. None of this had much to do with Lin Fei. After he came out of the exhibition hall, he went straight to the outskirts of the Jianghu district. He found Lu Qingfeng. He hadn't seen Lu Qingfeng for a few days. This guy was already full of energy. He wasn't as sloppy as he used to be. Brother Lin, look. I rented this place. I also found the guards. They're all reliable. See if there's anything else you need to prepare. There were only Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng in the huge warehouse. Lu Qingfeng introduced the place seriously. Lin Fei glanced at it and was quite satisfied. This place is not bad. I'm quite satisfied. Next, you just have to buy a lot of materials. The cloud shape-shifting material wasn't very troublesome. It was nothing more than the conversion of liquid. Lin Fei had already thought about it. When the time came, he would just have to make a set of equipment. It sounded whimsical, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it wasn't a big deal. Brother Lin, I think we don't have to buy one of the materials. We can plant it ourselves, Lu Qingfeng said after a moment of hesitation. Lin Fei really didn't notice this. Tell me about it. Over the past few days, Lu Qingfeng had been searching for the warehouse mindlessly. Then he had gone to collect things and studied them in detail. I think we should be able to plant this material on a large scale. I've done some research outside and there aren't many of them. We can buy them, but I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with the production. Lu Qingfeng took out the list and pointed at one of the materials. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for Lu Qingfeng. This was because this material was indeed a consumable, but at the same time, it was a necessary material. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not think about this material, but now that Lu Qingfeng mentioned it, he immediately realized the problem. If this material didn't keep up, the cloud silk material would soon be stuck. If someone else mastered this material, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, Lin Fei did not specialize in business and had really underestimated this aspect. So what do you suggest? Lu Qingfeng said, I think we can rent a large piece of land in a small county outside to build a production base. Then we can be self-sufficient and even drive the development of the whole area. Lu Qingfeng's words were very detailed and logical. Lin Fei also thought that Lu Qingfeng was really capable. It seems that I did the right thing to ask Lu Qingfeng this time. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for Lu Qingru. This little brother finally had a promising future. Lin Fei patted Lu Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, Not bad. You know how to consider the details. You didn't let me or your sister down. Well, you can go to the production base for a field trip. Later, I'll take you to talk to another general manager. Then you can have a good discussion. Lin Fei and Lu Qingfeng had a brief chat before they left the warehouse. On the way, he called Bai Xingnan and briefly told her about it. Then he gave Lu Qingfeng's mobile number to Bai Xingnan. He drove all the way to Shuiyan Street. Little Fei, why are you here? Lu Qingru was doing the final work because the restaurant was about to open. When she suddenly saw Lin Fei, she was happy. I've been busy these days, so I came to see you and have some home-cooked food. By the way, did anyone from Perfect International come to bother you? Lu Qingru was very happy every day. Her current life was something she had never imagined before, and it was all thanks to Lin Fei. They don't dare to do it anymore. They don't even appear in this area. Everyone on this street thinks that I have a big shot. How do you think I should thank you? Lin Fei laughed and said, That's easy. Cook for me every day. What do you think? Lu Qingru rolled her eyes at Lin Fei and said, You might as well say that I have given myself to you. After saying this, Lu Qingru also felt that something was wrong and showed a trace of embarrassment. Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, Yes, no problem. I'm happy to have such a beautiful woman like Qingru. You wish. Lu Qingru rolled her eyes and turned to run into the kitchen. She didn't forget to stick her head out and said, Oh right, what do you want to eat? Sister will cook for you today. Lin Fei casually said a few dishes. After eating lunch, he sat in the restaurant for a while and helped with some things. Then Lin Fei left the street. When he came out, he saw Yi Qinglong. This guy took the initiative to greet him like a pug. Young Master Lin. Yi Qinglong protected Lu Qingru very well. After all, he had gained a lot of benefits from the last confrontation with Perfect International. So much so that the people from Perfect International had to be well behaved. Even the Azure Dragon gang had to look up to Yi Qinglong. He even gave up this area. Help me look after Lu Qingru. Don't let anyone cause trouble. Lin Fei said lightly. The current Yi Qinglong was completely convinced by Lin Fei. He patted his chest and promised, Brother Lin, don't worry. No one will dare to cause trouble here. After Lin Fei left Water Cloud Street, he didn't know where to go for a while. At this time a phone call came. It was none other than Qin Shanshan. Beauty, are you looking for me for a meal? Lin Fei said teasingly. On the other side, Qin Shanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're really not polite. Lin Fei said, of course I'm not polite. It's quite interesting to eat with a beauty. I just don't know if you're willing. Of course Qin Shanshan was willing. I want to eat with you but I don't have time recently. By the way, did you offend someone again? I just received news that someone has accessed your information from our internal department. You have to be mentally prepared. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3963. I thought you wouldn't come. Qin Shanshan stood at the door. Who said I couldn't come? I can come to see you. After all, you still have to call me your savior. Lin Fei joked. Qin Shanshan didn't expect Lin Fei to come. When she heard this, she couldn't help but be a little excited. Women like good words. Lin Fei did come because of that sentence. Even Lin Fei himself felt strange. Someone actually investigated him. What was going on? Lin Fei at first thought that the Yanhuang battle team was investigating him, but then he thought that it shouldn't be the Yanhuang battle team. After all, with their ability they definitely wouldn't use this method. So Lin Fei came in person. He wanted to see who was so bored that they dared to investigate him. Of course he also came to see Qin Shanshan. It had been a while and Qin Shanshan's injuries should have healed. No injuries could be seen. Qin Shanshan now didn't dare to have any violent behavior in front of Lin Fei. If someone dared to say this to her in the past, she would definitely let the other party know that disaster comes from a loose tongue. But in the face of Lin Fei she really didn't dare. After all, he really was her savior. After knowing that someone was investigating Lin Fei, Qin Shanshan called Lin Fei immediately. It's not clear here. I'll take you inside to watch the video and see if you know these people. Qin Shanshan took Lin Fei upstairs. Soon Lin Fei discovered something. Qin Shanshan actually had an independent office. The sign outside the office also surprised Lin Fei. You've been promoted. Qin Shanshan poured a glass of water for Lin Fei. You just found out. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise I would still be a captain. Lin Fei smiled and said, does that mean I have to call you Bureau Chief Qin now? It turned out that in the last operation, Qin Shanshan made a great contribution. Coupled with her connections, she was directly promoted from captain to deputy bureau chief. This step wasn't something that anyone could do. Qin Shanshan laughed. What bureau chief am I? I'm just a deputy bureau chief, okay? Do you really think that you're a bureau chief? You think too much. Lin Fei smiled. Then I still have to congratulate you. You became a bureau chief at such a young age. If you're unhappy one day you can arrest me. Qin Shanshan rolled her eyes at Lin Fei. I don't dare arrest you. Lin Fei finally understood why Qin Shanshan said that someone was investigating him. It was because she was promoted and she had more power. Come and take a look. Sitting next to Qin Shanshan, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance on Qin Shanshan's body. It was very comfortable, but his eyes soon fell on the video on the computer. Lin Fei, he t no ttt Lin Shant he tt that he t comma. Comma, ttt, tt, I, t, t, t he it, comma. Lin Fei did not recognize the two of them. However, he was able to glean some clues from their actions. Okay, I got it. You don't have to get involved. Now that Lin Fei was roughly sure who this person was, he already had a suspect in his heart. Qin Shanshan didn't ask much and said, if you really encounter any trouble you can let me know. I can still help with some small things. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, I got it. If there's anything I will definitely ask Bureau Chief Chen for help. After Lin Fei and Qin Shanshan chatted for a while, the door suddenly opened. A person came in. He was a young man who was about 1.8 meters tall and had a stocky build. His square face gave him a dignified look. Shanshan, I know a delicious place nearby. Do you have time? However, after he finished speaking, the young man noticed that there was another young man in the room. Qin Shanshan saw the person who came in and her pretty face sank slightly. Zhang Guiqing, I have told you many times that I'm not interested in you. Don't bother me when I'm working, okay? Lin Fei looked at the situation and knew that this man came to pursue Qin Shanshan. On the surface this person was quite manly. Okay Shanshan, I'll go first. You guys talk slowly. Lin Fei really wasn't interested in participating in such a thing. After all, the last time he pretended to be Bai Xingnan's boyfriend, Lin Fei had already experienced trouble once. Therefore, he didn't want to encounter trouble a second time. Qin Shanshan wanted Lin Fei to stay, but she didn't say anything. Zhang Guiqing, you can go out now. I still have something to do. Zhang Guiqing didn't get angry when he saw this scene. He still said with a smile, okay, let's make an appointment next time. When he came out of the office, Zhang Guiqing found the young man walking not far away. He thought about it and took the initiative to chase after him. Kid, if you have any thoughts about Qin Shanshan, I advise you to give up. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he regarded as a rival in love? He had to say that Zhang Guiqing's man was really good. At least he gave people a sense of security. Lin Fei stopped. You're quite an interesting person. Do you think that all the men you see are your love rivals? If that's the case, then I advise you to give up. With your mentality, you'll never catch up with any woman. At least, I think so. Zhang Guiqing was a little unhappy. He glared at him. I don't understand what you're talking about. You just need to know that Qin Shanshan isn't someone you can pursue. Look at yourself. You don't dress up. You're probably just an ordinary person. It's not so easy to get close to her. Lin Fei really didn't think that his casual clothes would be regarded as an ordinary person by the other party. In fact, you really don't have to be like this. Even without my appearance, you still can't catch up with Qin Shanshan. If you don't believe me, you can continue to try. My words are still very accurate. Lin Fei turned around and left. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Guiqing really hadn't seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this. After all, he was the captain, a person with a certain amount of power. Even his kung fu wasn't bad. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed the other person's shoulder. Stop right there. Make it clear before you go. This grab instantly fell on Lin Fei's shoulder. Zhang Guiqing instantly fell into the air. His hand was numb as if he was electrocuted. He lost his center of gravity, staggered and almost fell to the ground. He could only watch the other person leave. Good boy, you actually have a knack. After Zhang Guiqing stood firm, he immediately calmed down. Qin Shanshan is mine. No one can chase her. The fastest website for the mobile version. M. Chapter 3964. These days Lin Fei had a relaxing time. After returning from Qin Shanshan's place that day, Lin Fei went to Shuiyun Street to attend the opening of Lu Qingrou's shop. That day was very lively. Although Lin Fei didn't invite anyone, Yi Qinglong still found a large group of people to sing for him. The scene was very lively. When the immortal duck appeared, it stole everyone's limelight and became an instant hit. Lu Qingru didn't mass-produce the immortal duck because of its popularity. Instead, she used a marketing method. She made a fixed amount of it every day and hired a chef. She was in charge of the core. For a while the shop was very lively. Coupled with several other side dishes, it directly became an online shop. Lin Fei was the happiest one. The immortal duck was destined to be popular. Longting Villa also began to redesign and renovate, breaking ground again. During this period, Lin Fei also visited several times and was very satisfied with the progress of the villa. With Yu Zishan watching, he was quite relieved. The only thing that surprised Lin Fei was that the spiritual energy seed on the mountain still hadn't germinated. Such a spiritual energy seed was very rare. Lin Fei's anticipation was even stronger. Subconsciously, Lin Fei believed that this spiritual energy seed must have a great background. Maybe it would make him happy. That night, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into a very low-key building. An old man walked out from the side and took the initiative to open the door. Boss, tonight's auction will be held here. The one who spoke was Yu Zishan. This time he was personally driving. Lin Fei got out of the car and looked at the old building in front of him. He smiled and said, I didn't think that there would be such an ancient building in Donghai. This family must have a great background to be able to defend it. Yu Zishan said, I was also shocked when I first came here. There aren't many places like this in Donghai. Lin Fei naturally understood what this meant. He glanced around and found that there were still a lot of luxury cars, far more than he expected. When he walked inside, he found that compared to the outside, it was a completely different world. The decoration was very luxurious. It was truly low-key luxury. Everywhere was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. People who didn't know better would think that they had come to the wrong place. When they arrived at the hall, there were already many people standing in twos and threes. Many people took the initiative to greet Yu Zishan when they saw him. Lin Fei did not enter with Yu Zishan. Lin Fei was here tonight to take a look. He also wanted to see if there were any good jade stones to be auctioned. If there weren't, he would have to prepare some jade stones. If he couldn't get it tonight, Lin Fei was going to go to southern Yunnan to have a look. After all, that was the place that produced the most jade. If he couldn't find it there, he could only seek other ways. Lin Fei took a glass of champagne and drank it casually. Soon he discovered that the people who came here were basically all martial artists, and they more or less had a trace of aura on them. As for people from the upper class, there were not many of them. With Lin Fei's powerful memory, he really hadn't seen many of them. Hey, why is she here? Lin Fei inadvertently saw a familiar face. Of course, to Lin Fei he was not really an acquaintance. That person was the female designer who helped design the purple jade, Su Mei. Lin Fei was also quite surprised to see Su Mei in such a place. One must know that the people here were all martial artists, and it could even be said that the people here were more or less related to martial artists. When Lin Fei saw Su Mei also saw Lin Fei and nodded with a smile. Lin Fei walked over and said with a smile, "What a coincidence. You're actually here to participate in the auction too." Su Mei smiled bitterly. "Actually, I didn't want to come. This time I was dragged here by my best friend." Lin Fei said, "Your best friend is quite capable. Ordinary people can't enter." Little Su, I brought you a few friends. You can get to know them." At this moment, a tall, fair, rich and beautiful woman walked over. However, when she saw Lin Fei, she frowned slightly. "Little Su, is this your friend?" From the mouth of the tall, fair, rich and beautiful woman, Lin Fei could hear a trace of hostility. He couldn't help but find it funny. It seemed that he had never seen this fair, rich and beautiful woman before. However, when he saw the three young men behind her, he understood what was going on. She felt that he was an eyesore. Su Mei nodded and said, "Yeah, he's my friend." At first, Su Mei wanted to say that he was her client. However, after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. After all, he lived in the Longting Mountain Manor and Master Yu was like his servant. He was definitely someone with a high status. It would be unnecessary to say it. Su Mei still knew how to take care of other people's privacy. However, to this tall, fair, rich and beautiful woman, she didn't really like seeing this person appear in front of Su Mei. "So it's your friend. Little Su, come and get to know them. This is young Master Zhang, young Master Wang and young Master Li. They are all famous young masters in Donghai." The tall, fair, rich and beautiful woman didn't even look at Lin Fei and directly pulled Su Mei over. Su Mei could only give him an apologetic look. Of course, Lin Fei didn't care about this. At this moment, two people walked towards Lin Fei. One of them was an old man and the other was a middle-aged man. One of them was actually Lin Fei's acquaintance, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan seemed to be very low-key this time. "Young Master Lin, we meet again." Ever since Wang Yuan went back the last time, he had exaggerated the matter, which made the Medicine King Valley furious. After all, no one had ever dared to reject them outside. However, when they heard that this person could fight with Yu Zishan and was suspected to be a grandmaster, the Medicine King Valley didn't dare to let their guard down. A grandmaster was not as easy to deal with as overt strength and covert strength. Therefore, this time, Wang Yuan accompanied a senior elder of the Medicine King Valley. This senior elder was a veteran grandmaster powerhouse, and his strength was unfathomable. Back then he had a fierce reputation. Although he hadn't shown himself for a long time, he still left an indelible impression on them. Lin Fei retracted his gaze from Su Mei and looked at Wang Yuan. "You guys are finally willing to come. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Wang Yuan's face revealed a trace of anger, but he didn't dare to vent it out in this place. "I wonder if young Master Lin is free. Let's talk outside." The old man next to him was also sizing this young man up. He had all sorts of doubts in his heart because he really couldn't sense any grandmaster aura from him. There were only two explanations. Either he was an ordinary person, or he had restrained his aura and reached the peak of perfection. Lin Fei laughed. "I also want to hear what you guys have to say. The auction hasn't started anyway." Chapter 3965. Little Su, they are people with great backgrounds. You have to get to know them well. If they give you some benefits, you will become famous as a designer. The tall, fair and rich beauty was called Li Tingting. She was also one of the designers, but she was not a real designer. She was just trying to sound good. Li Tingting had long wanted to introduce Su Mei, her bestie, to the rich second generations that she knew. This time it was finally her turn. So when she saw the strange man talking and laughing in front of Su Mei just now, Li Tingting felt very uncomfortable in her heart. It should be known that she planned to use Su Mei in exchange for greater benefits. Otherwise she would be easily abducted by others. Usually, Su Mei might really believe Li Tingting's words. After all, she had known Li Tingting for a long time and Li Tingting had always been helping her. However, after meeting Lin Fei, she found out that this person seemed to be very mysterious. Moreover, it was not common for Yu Zishan to be a guest usher. Yu Zishan was a top figure in Donghai. Many people would help him just by talking. Tingting, I got it. Su Mei did not refuse, but she was not interested in getting to know these young masters. Instead, she was curious about Lin Fei. Miss Su, you really live up to your name. When the three young masters saw Su Mei, their eyes suddenly lit up and their gazes became naked. This made Su Mei very uncomfortable, but with Li Tingting by her side, she couldn't say anything. At the balcony of the hall, Wang Yuan and the other two stood together. Young Master Lin, I wonder what price you want to give up Longting Villa. You should know the strength of our Medicine King Valley. It's not as simple as it sounds. The old man said faintly, full of majesty. Even his tone was full of coercion, as if he would make a move if the other party did not agree. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he had actually sensed Wang Yuan's aura. I heard that you have sent someone to investigate me, right? Did you manage to find anything? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Both of their faces did not look too good after this question. They did arrange for someone to investigate, but there were not many clues because this person had disappeared for 5 years. During these 5 years there was no trace of him. Even the Medicine King Valley did not find anything. Such a mysterious person made Wang Yuan feel a little mysterious, so the scene of this conversation appeared. If it were an ordinary person he would have already taken him down. Although I don't know where you have gone, I can roughly guess that you should have joined a sect. This is nothing to our Medicine King Valley because as long as we speak, no matter which sect you are from, we will ruthlessly abandon you. The only thing you can do now is to give up Longting Manor. It's that simple. The old man's eyes were cold. Even if you have the strength of a guru in Wuxia, the waters are deeper than you think. It won't be easy for you to occupy Longting Manor. I don't even need to say more. As long as the news gets out, I believe that many guru masters will be interested in Longting Manor. Master Lin Chin no. Lin Fei said lightly. Anything else? The old man of Medicine King Valley was indeed threatening the other party. Otherwise, how could he make the other party obediently hand over Longting Villa? That was a blessed place. Medicine King Valley had coveted it for a long time, but they did not expect it to be snatched away at the critical moment. You should be a smart person. It is indeed not easy to cultivate to this realm in 5 hours. I will show you a way out. As long as you give Longting Villa to Medicine King Valley, we will give you a position as a deacon. At that time, with the resources of Medicine King Valley, you can also continue to break through the realm. It will not be difficult to break through to the god level one day in the future. Under the threat, the old man threw out another temptation. Lin Fei had to admit that the old man in front of him was really good at talking. First, he threatened and then he tried to rope him in. If he was really in a sect, he might really believe the other party's words. After all, with the current resources in Wuxia, it was almost unrealistic to want to go to the next level, and only the resources in the sect could continue to improve. But Lin Fei was an immortal master and he really did not lack this. I feel that this condition of yours is worse than I had imagined, Lin Fei said with a smile. The old man snorted coldly. This Lin Fei was really stubborn. Young man, our Medicine King Valley is giving you face by giving you the position of deacon. After all, there are many grandmasters that our Medicine King Valley doesn't want. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have broken through to the grandmaster realm. The world is far more terrifying than you can imagine. However, in view of your strength, our Medicine King Valley can still give you face. Then tell me, how can you join the Medicine King Valley? You should also know that this old man's patience is limited. Once my patience runs out, we want the Medicine King Valley to not mind attacking head-on. You should know that if a sect goes all out, their ability is not something you can imagine. They can easily crush a grandmaster, the old man said coldly. Wang Yuan also said at the side, Young Master Lin, our elder has already said very clearly that Medicine King Valley does not bully people. As long as you give us satisfactory conditions, anything can be discussed. For a grandmaster powerhouse, it would be best if they could settle things peacefully. Once they really started fighting, even Medicine King Valley would have to pay a price. After all, a grandmaster powerhouse was not that easy to suppress. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I will simply say that as long as Medicine King Valley chooses to rely on me, then everything can be discussed. Isn't it just a paradise? I can give you a few qualifications to cultivate. I don't know what you think. This is because I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, I really wouldn't give you such conditions. The elder of Medicine King Valley originally thought that Lin Fei would agree, but now that he heard the conditions, his whole face turned livid. I can understand it, as if you don't take the Valley of the Medicine Masters seriously? You want Medicine King Valley to rely on you? Do you think that's possible? The old man was so angry that he laughed. Lin Fei laughed. I have already stated my conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. I hope that Medicine King Valley will consider it carefully. Alright, the auction is about to start, I won't talk to you anymore. Lin Fei swaggered away, leaving behind the two Grandmaster experts with ugly expressions. Bastard, does this guy really not know how powerful Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan also became gloomy. It seems that if we don't give this guy some suffering, he won't give up the paradise. The old man's expression was also ugly. Later, arrange for someone to spread the news. If he wants to guard Longting Villa with just a Grandmaster expert, he is thinking too much. Chapter 3966. When Lin Fei left, he quietly left a spiritual imprint on Wang Yuan and the old man. Although they were Grandmaster powerhouses, they were nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. They didn't even know that they had been imprinted. Lin Fei was quite interested in Medicine King Valley, especially such a force. He could use them to refine elixirs for him. If the people of Medicine King Valley knew about Lin Fei's thoughts, they would probably want to die. The dignified Medicine King Valley was targeted by others and wanted to become their alchemist. What was going on? When he returned to the hall, not many people paid attention to his departure. Lin Fei was happy to do it. As for what Wang Yuan and the others would do, he knew without thinking that they would spread the news to lure those Grandmaster powerhouses to attack. Although this method of killing with a borrowed knife was old-fashioned, the effect was good. If it was a normal Grandmaster, they would definitely be scared out of their wits when they encountered such a thing. At that time, they would only have one choice, which was to obediently hand over the blessed place and seek protection. But for Lin Fei this was really not a danger. It could only be said that Medicine King Valley had made a wrong calculation. Not long after the auction began. Everyone took their seats. Lin Fei also found a place to sit down casually and did not let Yu Zishan come over. Welcome everyone to tonight's auction. No matter if you're a newcomer or an old customer, we welcome everyone. It's because of you that our auction is getting better and better. Without further ado, let's begin today's main event. A middle-aged man with white gloves walked up. After an opening speech, the auction began. The first auction of the day was a warm-up activity. It was a necklace of extraordinary quality. The starting price reached 2 million, which attracted many ladies to compete. This necklace was of quite good quality. Whether it was worn by oneself or used as an investment, it would not be a loss. The opening warm-up activity was very good. In the end, the necklace was sold for a high price of 4.8 million and the auction began. One by one the items were brought up and there were many people fighting for them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He wasn't too interested in these things. He had to admit that the quality of these items was pretty good. It could be seen that the auction house had prepared well. The next item for auction is a set of jade. There are 18 pieces of jade in this set. After our expert's appraisal, we can confirm that these 18 pieces of jade are all ancient jade. Everyone please have a look. Immediately someone brought them over. There were 18 pieces of jade, all of them rectangular and transparent. Under the illumination of the light, they appeared crystal clear and warm. For a time, it attracted countless people's praises. These are the 18 pieces of ancient jade that we are auctioning. Everyone can come up and check for themselves to see if they are real or not. Such a batch of jade stones had indeed aroused the interest of many people, especially the ancient jade, which was a rare good thing. Lin Fei didn't go up, but when he saw the ancient jade, his face lit up. Looks like I made the right decision to come here. There are actually 18 pieces of ancient jade of excellent quality. However, there's a small problem with the aura of the ancient jade. Lin Fei only needed one look to know the origin of these ancient jade pieces. These ancient jade pieces were all dug out from the graveyard, and they even carried some negative and cold aura. If this aura wasn't removed, no matter who obtained this batch of ancient jade, their body would be damaged. After a long time, their vitality would also be damaged. Lin Fei originally thought that 2 or 3 pieces of ancient jade would be very good, but he didn't expect to see 18 pieces at once. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. I don't need to run anymore. With these 18 pieces of ancient jade, I can cut them up and set up a formation. I can just about use them. After everyone came down from the stage, the auctioneer started the auction. There are a total of 18 pieces of ancient jade in this batch, all of which are of excellent quality. The starting price is 8 million and each bid is 1 million. The highest bidder wins. The auction starts now. This time, for this batch of ancient jade, there were indeed many people competing. The 8 million price was quickly raised to 12 million, then 15 million all the way up and finally reached 23 million. The momentum didn't stop there. 52 million going once. The auctioneer started shouting. After a few rounds, the price finally reached 52 million. The person who shouted this price was a middle-aged man. He was expressionless and he wore jades around his neck. From his eyes, one could tell that he was ecstatic about this batch of ancient jade. He was very determined to get it. This person had already defeated several opponents. If there were no surprises, this middle-aged man would get this batch of ancient jade. I'll take 60 million. Lin Fei finally raised his hand. He didn't make a move at the beginning because he didn't find it troublesome. Now that there was finally one person left, it was time for him to make a move. As Lin Fei shouted, many people looked over. When they saw that it was a young man, they all shook their heads. This young man is quite bold. He actually dares to fight with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. Doesn't he know the Lord of Jade's identity? You should know that once the Lord of Jade has his eyes on an ancient jade, no one has ever been able to take it away from him. So this middle-aged man was called the Lord of Jade. The Lord of Jade looked in Lin Fei's direction. At the same time he shot a cold glare at Lin Fei. At the same time, an invisible mental attack pierced into Lin Fei's mind. In the eyes of the crowd, the Lord of Jade was just glaring at Lin Fei. It seemed like he was being overbearing. However, no one expected that the Lord of Jade was an expert. He actually knew how to use mental attacks to attack his opponent. During the auction, no one noticed this. When they saw someone bid 60 million, they immediately shouted. This gentleman bid 60 million. 60 million going once. The Lord of Jade raised his hand again. 61 million. After shouting, he didn't look over again. His face was still full of confidence. Lin Fei smiled. I like this batch of ancient jade very much. You're being too stingy by adding 1 million. I'll bid 70 million. The Lord of Jade looked over again. There was even a hint of surprise on his face. Young man, are you sure you want to fight with me for this ancient jade? Or your parents? Didn't I teach you to speak less and look more when you're outside? At the same time he raised his hand. 71 million. When they saw the Lord of Jade and the young man fighting, everyone felt that the young man was courting death. That was the Lord of Jade. Whoever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the hands of the Lord of Jade would be seeking their own death. Lin Fei said, I knew it. If you don't have money, don't act like a pretentious prick. I really look down on you. Now I'll bid 100 million. If you have the ability, continue to follow. I'll play with you slowly. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3967. 100 million. This price shocked countless people. Especially that sentence, it was filled with provocation. What's the background of this young man? He's too arrogant. He actually dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Moreover, he asked for 100 million. Isn't he afraid of bringing trouble to his family? Not far away. Li Tingting also tried to persuade Su Mei. Little Su, don't ever interact with this friend again. Don't you know who he offended? It's the Lord of Jade. Li Tingting said softly. No one has ever dared to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade, no matter who it is. Su Mei was also shocked by the scene in front of her. 18 pieces of ancient jade were offered for 100 million. Although she knew that Lin Fei was rich, it was too much. Moreover, she didn't think that the 18 pieces of ancient jade were worth much, but the price was so high. The Lord of Jade? Is he that middle-aged man? Does he have a powerful background? Su Mei couldn't help but ask. How could Li Tingting let go of such a good opportunity? She explained softly. The Lord of Jade has an impressive background. He's not from the East Sea, but he's one of the top figures in Hang City. His favorite hobby is to collect all kinds of ancient stones and jades. Wherever there's a jade, he'll appear. I heard that the Lord of Jade came to the East Sea to participate in the auction just for these 18 pieces of ancient jade. Your friend, on the other hand, is quite arrogant. He dares to compete with the Lord of Jade for the ancient jade. He might even lose his life. Li Tingting didn't like that Lin Fei. She didn't want that fella to appear beside Su Mei all the time. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, Su Mei knew that that fella wouldn't have a good ending. Little Su, your friend is probably just talking nonsense. Those who dare to offend the Lord of Jade never have a good ending. Your friend is going to be unlucky. Is he that scary? Su Mei couldn't help but get worried. However, when she thought about how Master Yu was like a servant, she felt better. She asked, Who's stronger, Master Yu or him? Li Tingting didn't say anything. Instead, it was a young master beside her who said, if you really want to compare, the two of them should be about the same. However, it depends on the place. In the East Ocean, Master Yu is definitely more capable. In Hangzhou, however, he is no match for the Lord of Jade. When Su Mei heard this, she was relieved. That's good, that's good. Li Tingting didn't understand what he meant. Instead, she said, anyway, just remember not to get too close to that guy later. The Lord of Jade must hate that guy. Let's just watch quietly. Wang Yuan of the Valley of Medicine Masters also noticed it. Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile. This kid is really arrogant. He actually dares to snatch the ancient jade from the Lord of Jade. Doesn't he know who's backing the Lord of Jade? The competition between the Lord of Jade and the young man had indeed shocked countless people. Whether it was in the East Ocean or Hangzhou, the Lord of Jade was an extremely influential person. Anyone who offended the Lord of Jade would die silently. There were even a few who were still in mental hospitals. Hence, no one dared to offend the Lord of Jade. Even if they liked the jade, they would give it to him unless the Lord of Jade wasn't around. Of course, there were also some people who collected jade to give to the Lord of Jade in order to get closer to him. There were many such cases. The Lord of Jade really liked ancient jade. He could tell that this batch of ancient jade was valuable. Hence he had to get it. He even rushed over from Hangzhou. Under normal circumstances, no one would snatch his jade. He still had the face to do so. However, a reckless young man actually dared to snatch his jade. This made the Lord of Jade very uncomfortable. Young man, you talk big. You should know that ancient jade isn't that easy to collect. The Lord of Jade had just used his spiritual mystic art to attack. He didn't expect this young man to be completely fine. However, this didn't make the Lord of Jade give up on this batch of ancient jade. This kind of ancient jade was too rare. Once he got his hands on it, he would be able to obtain huge benefits. Lin Fei didn't care. It's none of your business whether I know how to collect it or not. Anyway, this batch of ancient jade is mine. I advise you to forget about it. There was a loud bang. An invisible attack pierced into the Lord of Jade's mind. Who do you think you are to fight with me? Other than me, no one can snatch my things away. Lin Fei's tone was cold. The Lord of Jade couldn't react in time. His mind went blank and his face turned pale. The auctioneer didn't notice what was going on. 100 million going once. Anyone else? 100 million going twice. Anyone else? The auctioneer got excited. He looked at the Lord of Jade. He didn't look like he was going to raise his hand. He knew that the winner was about to be decided. 100 million going thrice. Let's congratulate this young man for obtaining this batch of ancient jade. No one had expected that the last batch of ancient jade would be snatched by this young man. The Lord of Jade actually gave up at the most crucial moment. This was unbelievable. But when he saw the Lord of Jade's pale face, he suddenly realized that he had been taken advantage of by this young fellow. Lin Fei didn't think that it was expensive to get this batch of ancient jade for 100 million. It was worth it. As for the Lord of Jade plotting against him, he had to take revenge. He was wrong to think that Lin Fei was easy to bully. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. However, the Lord of Jade actually used his mental strength to attack him. This meant that he wasn't a good person. Lin Fei wouldn't show mercy to such a person. Hence, he directly used his divine sense to attack the Lord of Jade's mental strength. If there were no accidents, the Lord of Jade's mental strength would be greatly damaged. It would take a long time for him to recover. This was also a small warning from Lin Fei. After bidding for this batch of ancient jade, Lin Fei clearly felt that the surrounding people were looking at him like he was a dead man. Lin Fei could guess that the Lord of Jade had a powerful background. Of course, no matter who he was, it didn't make much of a difference in his eyes. After the ancient jade was auctioned off, a new auction started. This auction was indeed quite impressive. Not long after, some elixirs were auctioned off. The quality of these elixirs was very poor, but they were fought over by everyone and sold at high prices. Lin Fei also noticed Wang Yuan. He thought for a while and knew that he was from the Medicine King Valley. Only the Medicine King Valley could refine elixirs. This made Lin Fei even more interested in the Medicine King Valley. He had to go there when he had nothing to do. The last item for today's auction is something that no one would have thought of. It can be considered an exception for today's auction. If anyone is unhappy later, please don't mind. When the auctioneer said this, many people's expressions changed. Everyone couldn't help but be curious. What was being auctioned this time? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3968. Everyone was looking forward to the last item of the auction. This kind of thing was really rare. However, Everyone believed that this auction would not cause any trouble for them. Their reputation was there. Tonight, the last item of the auction is our East Sea's #1 beauty, Bing Qingya. Hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone was shocked. Who is this Bing Qingya? East Sea's #1 beauty? Who dares to say that? Some people who did not know her couldn't help but mutter. But soon a cold light shot over. If you don't know, just sit quietly and don't speak, someone shouted. At first they were still angry, but when they saw who it was, they immediately shut their mouths. She was a big boss of the East Sea. They couldn't afford to offend her. Lin Fei was surprised. The last item of the auction was Bing Qingya. This kind of thing was really rare. Lin Fei still remembered that he had won against Bing Qingya. It seemed that she still owed him a meal. But last time she disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect to see her here again. After the auctioneer finished speaking, a beautiful figure walked out. Just like last time, she was as cold as ice, making people unable to have any thoughts of blasphemy. When Bing Qingya arrived, Lin Fei immediately felt that something was wrong with Bing Qingya. The corner of his mouth slightly rose. So that's what happened. No wonder. This woman is a smart person. The auctioneer handed the microphone to Bing Qingya. Bing Qingya took the microphone and bowed deeply to everyone. I took the liberty to come up and disturb everyone. I would like to apologize to everyone here. Please forgive me. This action made many people nod their heads. The people from the Bing family were indeed different. Outsiders might not know Bing Qingya's background, but many people here knew. Today, as the last item of the auction, I am actually auctioning myself. Bing Qingya suddenly took a deep breath. As long as anyone can satisfy one of my conditions, I, Bing Qingya, will be his. I will accept any identity. Bing Qingya's words startled everyone. This was the first time they had seen such an auction. However, with Bing Qingya's identity, who would allow her to do this? This was what shocked them the most. You don't have to worry too much. This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My conditions are also very simple. Bing Qingya took out something from her body. Looking closely, it turned out to be a secret book. Moreover, this secret book had traces of antiquity. Obviously, it was an ancient book. My condition is very simple. Whoever can help me restore this secret manual, then I, Bing Qingya, will be his. At this moment, a person who looked like a martial artist stood up. Miss Bing, may I ask what this secret manual is? Bing Qingya said coldly, this is the ice purity spell. There are 3 levels in total. Now that the 3rd level is gone, my request is to restore the 3rd level. I also hope that everyone here can help publicize this matter. This little girl will be very grateful. Those who were not martial artists might not know, but to those martial artists they were all shocked when they heard this. One had to know that the clear ice art was a god-tier cultivation method. Rumor had it that cultivating the 3rd level would allow one to reach the god tier. But now this person actually said that she wanted to restore the 3rd level. Didn't that mean that Bing Qingya's strength was close to the god tier, or had reached the edge of the god tier? She was also a master tier warrior. No, many people were silent. If it was something else, they might have been able to do it. However, this restoration cultivation technique wasn't a simple task. It required a lot of effort to calculate it. It wasn't something that anyone could calculate. This was an impossible task. After Bing Qingya finished speaking, she did not say anything else. No one knew better than herself that it was impossible to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. However, she still had a glimmer of hope, so she decided to give it a try. After all, many people from the south had come to this auction today. Therefore, she needed to spread the news in the south. She believed that someone would be able to restore the 3rd level of the clear ice art. Just as everyone remained silent, the doors of the auction house were suddenly pushed open. Ah, Miss Bing, in order to refuse me, you went to the auction to sell yourself? This is not the style of the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In the auction hall, the door was pushed open. The first thing that came into view were 2 big men in black. They pushed the door to the side and respectfully welcomed a young man in a suit. This young man was very handsome. Wearing a suit, he instantly made people think of the word thug in a suit. Who are you? This is an auction. A warrior sitting behind the door suddenly stood up and said coldly. At this time, the man in black next to him suddenly made a move. He was like a dragon and a tiger, and the warrior was blown away. The warrior directly hit the wall and smashed a hole. The young master is talking. Others should shut up. The other man in black said coldly. As soon as the man in black opened his mouth, everyone felt like they were hit in the head. A fierce aura came towards them and they did not dare to speak for a while. The man in the suit, who was called the young master, walked in, and his eyes fell on Bing Qingya. Miss Bing, even if you use this method, no one can restore the third level of the ice purity spell. So you should just accept your fate. Moreover, what's wrong with being my woman? You can have anything you want. Even your family can rise because of this. Are you really that heartless? When everyone saw this man clearly, many people secretly sucked in cold sweat. Especially Wang Yuan and the old man from the Medicine King Valley, they showed a trace of fear in their eyes. Why is this guy here? Didn't he stay in the south and not come out? And now he has his eyes on the most beautiful woman in the East Sea, Bing Qingya. Could it be? Bing Qingyang's eyes were cold. Invincible God, don't pretend. Others don't know what you do, but I do. You want me to be your woman? Don't even think about it. As soon as the words Invincible God came out, many warriors took a deep breath, and their faces were full of fear. Invincible God laughed. You know what I'm thinking. It's normal. Anyway, you are the woman I like. It's that simple. Without the third level of the ice purity spell, you know what will happen to you. If you want to live, you have to be my woman. Lin Fei was sitting in the crowd. When he saw Invincible God appear, he was also a little surprised. Seems like Wang Yuan's words are reasonable. The water in China is quite deep. I can't believe there is such a person. It seems like I have underestimated China. After all, it has been passed down for 5,000 years. Chapter 3969. Invincible God laughed. Bing Qingya, I like it when you're angry. Don't worry, I won't force you. I'll wait for you to slowly accept reality. As soon as he finished speaking, Invincible God swept his gaze across everyone. I welcome everyone's suggestions. After all, the Shin family agrees that there is strength in numbers. Who knows, there might be a miracle. His last words sounded like a suggestion, but everyone could tell that it was a threat in disguise. However, no one dared to say anything. They didn't even dare to show any dissatisfaction. Especially the two words, Shin family. It was like a dermic sword had appeared above their heads, ready to cut down at any time. Invincible God turned around and left, not even looking at the people who stayed. After Invincible God left, everyone let out a sigh of relief. That was because the aura that Invincible God gave off was too strong. It was like an insurmountable mountain that was crushing down on them. Soon after, the owner of the auction came and apologized to everyone. He was very sincere. This made everyone reluctantly accept it. After all, no one wanted something like this to happen, especially at an auction. Everyone was very shameless. Now that something like this had happened, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face. After Invincible God's actions, everyone knew that Invincible God had taken a fancy to Bing Qingya. Those who had thoughts just now completely gave up. They couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. If they didn't do well, they wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. They would drag their entire family down with them. The Shin family was a legendary existence. Only people like them knew about it. Even billionaires might not know how powerful the Shin family was. Bing Qingya's body trembled slightly, but she didn't say anything. The final auction ended like a farce. Everyone didn't say anything else and chose to leave in a hurry. Young man, I advise you to give up this batch of ancient jade. There are some things that you can't get. After Lin Fei paid 100 million, he received 18 pieces of ancient jade. Before he could get his hands on the storage ring, the Lord of Jade stood in front of him and warned him in a warning tone. The influence of this auction was not small. Although the Lord of Jade said that he was influential, he was still lacking. He did not dare to cause trouble, but he could still give a warning. Lin Fei laughed. This warning is quite interesting. Don't worry, once the ancient jade is in my hands, no one can take it away. The Lord of Jade's face darkened. I hope you can still say this the next time. At this moment, a figure walked over and an invisible pressure struck the Lord of Jade's body. Lord of Jade, this is Donghai, not your Hangzhou. Also, you better not threaten my boss because you don't have the right to do so. I hope you can remember my words clearly. The moment this figure appeared, the Lord of Jade took a few steps back, and his expression changed. Many people noticed this scene and could not help but feel shocked. Although Yu Zishan and Lin Fei came in one after the other, no one suspected their relationship. However, now that Yu Zishan had taken the initiative to support Lin Fei, things were different. Of course, what surprised them even more was that sentence. This young man was Yu Zishan's boss. This was too unbelievable. Master Yu, what do you mean? The Lord of Jade's heart skipped a beat. Yu Zishan said plainly, he's my boss. Is that enough? I'm already giving face to your identity as the Lord of Jade by not punishing you when you threaten the boss. The Lord of Jade did not think much of this young man. At most, he thought that he was someone from some faction. However, he did not expect him to have such a background. He actually made Yu Zishan his subordinate. This was completely unexpected. Lin Fei said plainly, "You won't be able to get this batch of ancient jade. If you want to get it, you have to deal with him first. Otherwise, you don't even have the right to face me. Alright, let's go." The Lord of Jade did not dare to say anything else. After all, this was Donghai and Yu Zishan's strength was unfathomable. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he did not know this person. When did such a person appear in Donghai? He actually did not receive any news at all. "Boss, do you want me to teach this Lord of Jade a lesson later?" Yu Zishan asked softly. Lin Fei shook his head. "Forget it. It's fine as long as I get it. Moreover, there's no point in teaching a person like him a lesson. If he really wants to snatch my ancient jade, I'll just cripple him. Why go through so much trouble?" Yu Zishan also thought that Lin Fei was right. After all, the Lord of Jade's strength was similar to his. How could he be a match for his boss? Alright. What's the background of this invincible god? It seems like everyone is very afraid of him, Lin Fei asked curiously. Yu Zishan suddenly took a deep breath. "Boss, this invincible god is from one of the 3 big families in the south. Even I have only seen the tip of the iceberg. It is said that this invincible god has many experts. I heard that it has been passed down for a long time and has connections with many other powers. In the south, it is said that this invincible god is also very talented. It was just that they were not well known, and no one knew of the existence of the Shin family. However, the large conglomerates in the south basically all had their shadows in them. They were truly low-key families. It was said that this invincible god was also very talented. He was born with a vision, and at such a young age, he had already become a grandmaster. It was said that he was invincible among those of the same level. In front of him, even I am not a match for him." Lin Fei felt that this was interesting. There were still 3 big families in the south. Which families are the other 2 big families? Yu Zishan said, "Among the 3 big families in the south, the first is the Mu family, the second is the Chao family, and the third is the Shin family. Among these 3 families, the Shin family's influence has been increasing rapidly in recent years. It is said that the Shin family has the bloodline of the god race and can easily break through to the god realm. The Lord of Jade is a family on the periphery of the Chao family. If I am not wrong, the Lord of Jade is here to collect ancient jade and give it to the Chao family in exchange for merits." Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He did not expect such a family to exist in the south. The days from now on won't be boring. Lin Fei smiled. Yu Zishan was worried for this invincible god. Lin Fei was only here to buy ancient jade. As for the 3 big families in the south, it was just an interesting event. "Miss Bing, we meet again." When he went out to get his car, Lin Fei saw Bing Qingya. She stood by the car alone looking very worried. Chapter 3970. "It's you." Bing Qingya also saw the person walking over. When she saw the person walking over, she couldn't help but be shocked. This was someone Bing Qingya couldn't forget, especially the scene that happened that night. "Yeah, it's me. Are you surprised?" Lin Fei smiled. "I still remember that you still owe me a condition. Are you going to go back on your word? It's not easy to run into you, so I think I need to remind you in case you forget." At this moment, many people in the parking lot saw this scene. "So it's that kid. He's got some guts. He even dares to hit on the woman that invincible god likes. This kid wants to die. Hee, that's because he has the guts. I just saw that that person has a good relationship with Master Yu. He probably has Master Yu's support. Who cares about Master Yu? Even Master Yu can't take it after offending invincible god. Who doesn't know how powerful the 3 big families of the south are? If it were me, I would walk as far as I can. I definitely won't be with this kind of person." In everyone's eyes, Bing Qingya, the most beautiful woman in the East Ocean, was a time bomb. Whoever dared to provoke her might explode immediately. Not only would she blow herself up, but she would also blow up her family into pieces. Who would dare to approach this kind of person? No matter how beautiful a woman was, it wasn't like there weren't any outside. Bing Qingya didn't expect this young man to take the initiative to look for her at this time. Didn't he know that she was no different from a time bomb? "Are you sure you still want me to complete the condition?" Bing Qingya looked at this man. She didn't know what happened at the auction, so she didn't know that this man challenged the Lord of Jade and even stole a batch of ancient jade from him. Lin Fei smiled. "I remember that you lost. Even though you went to chase after your friend, I still remember the promise you made. I think tonight is not bad. Why don't we have a meal and talk about life?" Bing Qingya hesitated. "Since you've asked, I'll do as you wish. But don't regret it when the time comes." Lin Fei didn't care. "What's there to regret? I'm the biggest in the world. Do you believe me?" This was the first time Bing Qingya met a man like this who dared to say something like this. But when she thought of his crazy behavior last time, it seemed that this man was crazier than she had imagined. Get in. Bing Qingya opened the car and got in. It was still the Ferrari from last time, but it was just a different color. Lin Fei opened the door and got in. Soon, the Ferrari rushed out like a stream of light. Now we don't even need to do anything. Lin Fei will die a horrible death. He even dares to snatch Invincible God's woman. This is going to be a good show. Wang Yuan and the elder walked out and saw what was happening. Wang Yuan and the old man walked out and saw the scene. I don't think this is enough. Let's pay a visit to Invincible God and reveal a piece of news to him. I believe the Southern Shin family will be very interested in this. Wang Yuan said worriedly, Elder Gao, that is a blessed paradise. If it is eaten by others, our Medicine King Valley will suffer a great loss. Gao Yishan sneered, I don't think it's a loss. You should know that the Shin family, one of the 3 great families in the south, has been improving rapidly in recent years. Maybe in a few years they will become the head of the 3 great families. If we can make a connection with the Shin family in the south, a paradise is nothing. Wang Yuan hurriedly flattered, Elder Gao is indeed far-sighted. This blessed paradise is just ordinary. It's far from the secret realms of the Southern Shin family. Using a blessed paradise to gain the favor of the Southern Shin family is a good deal. The Ferrari blew up the streets. Driving in the middle of the heavy traffic, Bing Qingya was like a fish in the water. I see that you like Ferraris. Last time it was a red one and this is a white one. Lin Fei smelled the fragrance in the carriage. Isn't it because you are a madman? You can't find a second person like this in the entire East China Sea. Bing Qingya's tone was still as cold as ever. I think racing is a man's game and women can stand aside. How can it be called racing if you're not crazy? But you are a hero among women, so you can be counted as something else. Lin Fei looked ahead. I know a place that tastes good. It's rare to see someone like you who is not afraid of death. I think we can have a good drink. Lin Fei didn't mind where to go. As long as there is food, the rest is simple. Bing Qingya glanced at this man. Even now she couldn't see through this man. She knew better than anyone that after tonight, the news about her would definitely spread within the upper class. No one would dare to have any thoughts about her, and even the Bing family wouldn't dare to say anything. Because the Shin family of the 3 southern families was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. But this mysterious man came to find her as if nothing had happened. To be honest, Bing Qingya really felt a trace of warmth. Bing Qingya drove the Ferrari all the way to a barbecue stall by the river. She brought Lin Fei to the outermost barbecue stall. She ordered a series of barbecue. Then she brought over a box of beer. How is it? Aren't you surprised? Lin Fei nodded. To be honest, it's my first time driving a Ferrari to eat barbecue. Bing Qingya sat down and looked at the river. Boats came and went, and the lights in the distance were brightly lit. I think eating barbecue is good. Do you have to eat good food to drive a Ferrari? I think the best food is those street snacks. They have a sense of history and taste good, unless you don't like them. To be honest, I haven't been to this kind of place for a long time since you brought me here to eat barbecue. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I would have forgotten how long I haven't eaten barbecue. Lin Fei said seriously. Since coming back, Lin Fei really hadn't sat on the side of the road to eat barbecue. It's been so long that he almost forgot the memories. Bing Qingya glanced at Lin Fei, picked up a bottle of beer and opened the cap with one hand. You're really interesting. Lin Fei also opened a bottle of beer and took the initiative to touch with Bing Qingya. Sometimes I also feel that I'm quite interesting. It's rare for us to sit together tonight. Let's drink a bottle. The 2 beers touched. Bing Qingya's alcohol tolerance was quite good, and she drank a bottle of beer in one go. Lin Fei wasn't slow either. The barbecue boss brought over a plate of barbecue. There were all kinds of barbecue. The 2 just drank beer, ate barbecue and enjoyed the river breeze. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 3971. While Bing Qingya and Lin Fei were eating barbecue and drinking beer by the river. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Donghai, Four Seasons Hotel. Invincible God held a glass of red wine elegantly. In front of him was Donghai's most famous bund. One could see the entire bund in one glance. There were even a few districts in the distance. It felt like one could see all the mountains. Young Master Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan are here. They said they want to visit you. A muscular man walked in and stood behind Invincible God, reporting softly. Medicine King Valley? They're interesting. They actually came to visit me. Let's meet them. Invincible God took a sip of red wine. Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan walked in together. Outside they could put on airs. But in front of Invincible God they were very respectful. Young Master God, sorry for the intrusion, Gao Yishan took the initiative to say. Invincible God said calmly, come here. If you have something to say, just say it. We're here to give young Master God a gift. Gao Yishan saw that Invincible God wasn't angry and let out a sigh of relief. Invincible God took a sip of red wine and a sharp look flashed across his eyes. Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan instantly felt an immense pressure. Gifts? That's quite interesting. When did the Medicine King Valley learn to play this trick? Elder Gao Yishan knew very well that it was impossible to get someone else to do the dirty work in front of Invincible God. They had to be honest about everything. He knew that Invincible God was a very conceited person. Any dissatisfaction would turn into murderous intent. There were many lessons learned from the mistakes of the past, and everyone was very clear about it. Gao Yishan smiled apologetically. You must be joking, young Master God. It's normal to give gifts. Plus, to young Master God, I think only young Master God can accept this gift. No one else is qualified. Invincible God was interested. After all, Medicine King Valley was powerful, especially their alchemy skills. They were famous and many forces were on good terms with them. Since the elder of Medicine King Valley was so polite, Invincible God naturally didn't mind giving him some face. Tell me then. Just what kind of gift would make an elder like you come knocking on my door? This isn't something that happens often. The relationship between the Shin family and the Valley of the Medicine Masters was average, so Shin Wudi did have some thoughts about this elder's visit. Gao Yishan said, not long ago, our Medicine King Valley received a message saying that the Soaring Dragon Manor had a new owner. I think that such a place should be occupied by a virtuous person, not a person with no reputation. Young Master Shin, what do you think? Moreover, I feel that this person definitely doesn't have good intentions by staying in the Eastern Sea Grotto Heaven. If it becomes a base, I don't think it's a good thing for everyone. Gao Yishan didn't make it very clear, but to Invincible God, that was enough. You're saying that the Blessed Enclave has changed its owner? It's no longer Yuzishan. Invincible God was a little surprised. After all, it was a blessed land. Back then, many people had fought for it, but Yuzishan had gotten it in the end. If not for Yuzishan's strength and the Yan Huang battle team, no one would have let it go so easily. According to the news we received, the owner of the Soaring Dragon Manor is a young man. He's young, but his background is quite mysterious. He once said that no one in the Eastern Sea has the right to be presumptuous in front of him. Even our Medicine King Valley suffered a loss in front of him, Gao Yishan added. Invincible God looked at Gao Yishan thoughtfully. This gift of yours is pretty good. I've received your kind intentions. Gao Yishan was a little flustered and didn't dare to look at him. After they left, the brawny man at the side said in a low voice, Young Master, they don't have good intentions. They're probably trying to get someone else to do their dirty work. Shin Wudi was dismissive. The Medicine King Valley doesn't have the guts to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Moreover, I'm quite interested in Longting Villa. That place is a blessed place. If our Shin family can get our hands on it, it'll be equivalent to having half a foot in the East Sea. This is a pretty good gift. It just so happens that I have nothing to do this time, so I'll go to Longting Villa to have a look. Lin Fei and Bing Qingya drank God knows how much beer and barbecue they had. The two of them chatted more and more enthusiastically. Most of the time it was Bing Qingya talking while Lin Fei listened and became an audience. If there's an afterlife, I definitely don't want to become a disciple of a big family because I've lost my freedom. Bing Qingya's face was also a little red. Bing Qingya's tone was helpless and even a little pessimistic. Lin Fei could be considered a person who had been through this. He had fought and killed his way up from the other world, so he could understand Bing Qingya's feelings very well. He agreed with this. That's why you made that decision. Bing Qingya looked into the distance. Even if I made a decision, what can I do? The ice purity art is our family's most powerful technique. Unfortunately, we lost the third stage. Even the previous family leaders spent a lot of effort to create the third stage. I don't have the strength and opportunity to do so, but how would I know if I don't try? What if there are miracles in this world? Lin Fei nodded. Actually, I quite believe in miracles in this world. I hope so. Bing Qingya thought that Lin Fei was comforting her. For the sake of hope, let's drink another bottle. I'll accompany you to the end. Just like that, one bottle after another. Soon there were wine bottles all around. In the end, Lin Fei found that Bing Qingya was actually drunk. She didn't even use her martial arts to force the alcohol out. Lin Fei suddenly realized, if I didn't come, she would go get drunk alone. Maybe this is the only way to vent the unwillingness in her heart. After Lin Fei paid the bill, he carried Bing Qingya into the Ferrari. On the way he wanted to ask where Bing Qingya lived, but he didn't get the answer. In the end he could only go to a big hotel and get a presidential suite. After settling Bing Qingya, Lin Fei left the room. When he went out he also left a small mechanism. Once someone broke in he would be aware. Bing Qingya had a very comfortable sleep. Where am I? Bing Qingya opened her eyes and quickly recovered. Last night's events also appeared in her mind. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. Looking at her body, Bing Qingya couldn't help but shake her head. Am I so unattractive? No matter what, I am still the most beautiful woman in the East Sea. In fact, Bing Qingya didn't use her martial arts to force the alcohol out last night because she wanted to get drunk. As for what would happen after that, she didn't want to care, nor did she want to know. But she didn't expect that the man actually arranged for her to stay in the hotel. She got up from the bed. Bing Qingya saw the yellowed book on the table lamp. She picked it up and put it back on her body. Inadvertently, Bing Qingya's hand actually trembled. Because in the dense last few pages, the originally scattered words had now recovered, clearly visible word by word, revealing a profound meaning. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Bing Qingya's whole body became excited. Is this the miracle you were talking about? Chapter 3972. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to recover the third stage of the secret manual. It was too easy. Lin Fei took a look at this technique. It was indeed an innate realm technique. Bing Qingya was a genius. She was only one step away from the innate realm, which was what they called the God realm. If she was given time, she would become an innate master in no time. Bing Qingya was definitely talented. It wasn't easy for her to reach this step. Hence, Lin Fei didn't mind helping Bing Qingya. If there were no accidents, the possibility of recreating the third stage of the ice purity technique was very low. Even if an innate master came, they might not be able to completely restore it. This required a strong mental strength to calculate. It was very exhausting. What Lin Fei didn't lack was a strong mental strength. As for when Bing Qingya could break through to the innate realm, it wasn't Lin Fei's business. After settling Bing Qingya down, Lin Fei took a taxi. He didn't go to Xiao Qinglan's place. Instead he went back to Charlene's place. When he arrived at Charlene's place he turned on the lights and came in. Lin Fei saw Charlene, who was sleeping on the sofa. She seemed to be drunk. She was obviously drunk. After turning on the lights, Charlene called out in a daze. Brother Lin, when are you coming back? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fei saw some dishes and even a set of chopsticks on the table. He took out his phone and realized that it was broken. He thought about it. It should be when the Lord of Jade launched a mental attack on the phone at the auction. Lin Fei didn't notice it at that time. Lin Fei just remembered that after the exhibition, Charlene and Bai Xingnan proposed to celebrate. He agreed without hesitation. He didn't expect it to be tonight. Charlene must have been waiting for a long time. She didn't see me coming back. She was in a bad mood and drank too much. Lin Fei shook his head. He walked over and helped Xiaolin up. The drunk Xiaolin actually opened her eyes. She seemed to be drunk but she wasn't. She smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. After Charlene said this, she leaned on Lin Fei. He spoke intermittently. Lin Fei helped Charlene back to her room and prepared to settle her down. One moment there was Bing Qingya and the next moment there was Xiaolin. Lin Fei also became proficient. When he was about to help Charlene take off her coat, Charlene suddenly hugged Lin Fei and kissed him. Brother Lin, I've liked you for a long time. I want to be your woman. Please take me. Charlene was usually timid, but after getting drunk, she became bold and started to confess to Lin Fei. Charlene's confession was somewhat out of Lin Fei's expectations. It could be described as crazy. This made Lin Fei unable to come back to his senses for a moment. He was kissed by Charlene. Xiaolin, stop fooling around. Hurry up and go to sleep. However, Charlene seemed to have sobered up a lot. She threw a tantrum. I'm not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I want to be your woman because you're a gift from God. Unless Brother Lin doesn't like me at all. It turned out that at this moment, Charlene had sobered up. Her drunkenness had also dissipated by 70 to 80%. This made Charlene stronger and she immediately confessed again. Charlene knew that if she didn't confess this time, she would miss the opportunity. Hence she had to confess. It wasn't a problem for Lin Fei to ask him to kill someone. In this kind of matter, he wasn't as direct as a woman. Do you remember what I told you before? I'm not a loyal person. If you become my woman, you might only occupy a small portion of my heart. You should understand. Charlene smiled foolishly. Aren't you just a scumbag? I like scumbags like you. As long as you have a small portion of my place in your heart, I'll be satisfied. Faced with such an answer, Lin Fei really didn't know what to say. You're such a stupid woman. Charlene hugged him with both arms. Even if you're a stupid woman, you're still a gift from God. I won't let go. I want to become your rightful woman. Charlene stared straight at Lin Fei. Since she was so direct, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. Moreover, he had drunk quite a lot tonight. Although he didn't drink much, with a woman in his arms, it would be a lie if he didn't feel anything. What else could he say? After this night, Charlene completely became Lin Fei's woman. Charlene felt that she was so happy. From the beginning, Charlene felt that Lin Fei had a unique taste. Now that she had truly become Lin Fei's woman, she was very satisfied. One must know that Charlene had gone all out last night. When she woke up, Charlene didn't see Lin Fei. Instead, she heard sounds in the kitchen and heaved a sigh of relief. Charlene was worried that yesterday was a dream. When she woke up, everything would be empty. You don't have to go to work today. Rest well at home. I'll talk to Xingnan about it. Lin Fei came in. Charlene shook her head. It's fine. It's the busiest time at the company now. I have to go back to the company to help Sister Xingnan. Lin Fei couldn't say anything else, but he still walked in. Since you're going to the company, I'll treat it for you. At least you'll look normal when you walk. Otherwise, people will be able to tell at a glance. Then you'll be the one who'll be embarrassed. Charlene nodded lightly. I'll listen to you. This was the first time Lin Fei had done something like this, but it was easy. After a little treatment, the wound healed. At least Charlene walked nimbly after getting out of bed. This breakfast was very sweet. Under Lin Fei's gaze, Charlene drove away from the neighborhood. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Charlene leave. I knew it would be like this. I've already said that I don't mess with women. It seems like I've messed with quite a lot of women now. Of course, Lin Fei also sighed softly. Anyway, it had already happened, so it didn't matter anymore. Lin Fei hailed a taxi and went to the nearest shopping mall to buy a new phone. Because the phone had been damaged by the Lord of Jade's mental strength yesterday, it could be said that it was in a state of intermittent good and bad, so it was better to get a new one. Lin Fei also remembered to put the phone in his storage ring when he had nothing to do in the future. After copying all the phone numbers, Lin Fei called Yu Zishan, intending to ask him to pick him up. After obtaining the ancient jade from the auction this time, Lin Fei was prepared to refurbish the Longting Manor and make it even safer. After the call went through, there was a sound of rapid breathing. Boss, something happened to the villa. Chapter 3973. The moment the phone was connected, Lin Fei heard Yu Zishan's weak voice. Boss, something happened in the villa? Lin Fei could tell that Yu Zishan's voice was not right. He must have been seriously injured. What happened? In Donghai, Lin Fei had some understanding of Yu Zishan's strength. There were only a few grandmasters in Donghai who could match a grandmaster middle stage expert. Lin Fei did not believe that anyone would attack Yu Zishan. A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Fei, if you don't want to see Yu Zishan die, then come to Longting Villa immediately. Our young master wants to see you. Whoosh. The phone on the other side of the phone was violently destroyed, making a cracking sound. Young master. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. No one knew better than him who this voice belonged to. Invincible God, who persuaded you to come to deal with me? Lin Fei's memory was very good. Even if he had not spoken to someone before, he would know who it was as soon as he heard their voice. The voice just now was one of the strong men who stood beside Invincible God at the auction last night. In this situation, it was obvious that Invincible God was persuaded by someone and came to Longting Villa to injure Yu Zishan. The Shen clan, one of the three major clans in the south, is indeed influential. Even the Medicine King Valley has to curry favor with them. I guess he has given my Longting Manor to the Shen clan. Once the Shen clan gets the Longting Manor, they will have the opportunity to intervene in Donghai. It can be considered as taking a step forward, and no one will be able to stop them. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and stopped a taxi. He got in directly. Take me to Longting Villa. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. The taxi driver had naturally heard of Longting Villa, which was a mysterious existence in Donghai. He did not dare to ask anything and pulled Lin Fei away. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the parking lot of Longting Villa. At this time, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in the parking lot. The black body of the car looked very domineering. Lin Fei handed over 100 yuan and got out of the car. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lin Fei snorted and casually waved his hand. With a bang, the Lawrence Phantom was sent flying with a slap. It kept rolling on the ground, and when it stopped, it became tattered. A luxury car was destroyed just like that. The taxi driver was scared out of his wits and immediately fled. Too scary, too scary. Lin Fei's eyes turned cold. How dare you behave atrociously in my territory? Your Shin family is not qualified. The interior of the Longting villa was undergoing renovation, but it was quiet today. There was no dust flying everywhere, but the interior of the Longting villa appeared to be in a mess. At this moment, a figure was sitting in the hall. Two strong men stood on the left and right sides, glaring like tigers watching their prey like guards. Yu Zishan lay on the ground with a pale face. You will definitely regret becoming enemies with my boss, Yu Zishan said with difficulty. Even though the person in front of him was Shin Wudi, Yu Zishan was not afraid at all. He knew that his boss was more powerful than they were. Actually, ever since Shin Wudi came to the Longting villa, Yu Zishan knew that this must be the Medicine King Valley's doing. Shin Wudi was convinced. He wanted to spy on the Longting villa. However, Yu Zishan still underestimated Shin Wudi's power. Shin Wudi did not even need to make a move himself. His two subordinates defeated him. If the other party did not keep him alive, Yu Zishan knew that he would definitely die. Shin Wudi held a glass of red wine in his hand. This was his habit. No matter where he went, he liked to drink red wine. Yu Zishan, you are one of the grandmasters of East Sea. I never thought that there would be a day when you would rely on someone. However, the person you acknowledge doesn't seem to be very good. If you had chosen to rely on the Shin family of the South, your influence in East Sea would be even greater than before. Even the Yin Huang battle team would have to give you face. It's a pity that you chose a young man. Looks like you're getting old and muddled. Shin Wudi took a sip of red wine, full of disdain. Yu Zishan said coldly, so what if I'm willing? Who doesn't know that the Shin family of the South is like a pack of wolves, leopards, and tigers? Anything that you set your eyes on will not have a good ending. However, this East Sea is not a place for you to be so presumptuous. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Then I will slowly deal with you. For an old thing like you, I love to let you slowly accept reality. Only then can I better deal with you. That is why all my enemies have always died in agony, because killing them with a single slash is definitely not something that they will be happy about. It is equivalent to letting them off easy. Only by letting them live and then ending their lives amidst their hatred, regret, and frustration, is the true meaning of teaching them a lesson. And you are qualified for me to teach you such a lesson. Invincible God laughed out loud. You are so confident that you dare to speak to me like this. But don't worry, when Lin Fei arrives, I will slowly teach him how to be a man. Invincible God suddenly looked towards the door and saw a figure walking towards them. Speak of the devil. Lin Fei, it seems like you have some guts. You actually came here so quickly. Invincible God looked at Invincible God. A figure appeared at the door and walked over unhurriedly. It was none other than Lin Fei. When he came to the door, he saw Yu Zishan lying on the ground. He was badly injured. Invincible God, you've got some guts. To think that you would dare to act so insolently in my Longting Mountain manor. I really wonder who gave you the guts to do so. Kneel down right now and apologize to Yu Zishan. Let's satisfy him first. Who knows, he might even show you mercy later on, Lin Fei said calmly with his hands behind his back. B****, how dare you speak to our young master like that? Instantly, two burly men pounced on him. They released their grandmaster aura. They were both physique refinement grandmasters. Their punches and kicks contained immense power. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Zishan hurriedly said, Boss, be careful. They're both physique refinement grandmasters. They're at least in the mid-stage of grandmaster. Usually, a single physique refinement grandmaster was rather terrifying. Now that there were two of them, especially in close combat, they had an absolute advantage. Even if a mid-stage or late-stage grandmaster came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If they were unlucky, they would suffer. Yu Zishan wasn't a match for them and was defeated easily. Break Lin Fei's legs first. How dare you speak to me like that? How impudent. Shin Wudi took another sip of red wine and revealed a cruel smile. I don't like people like you. So, you can only speak while kneeling. Chapter 3974. The two burly men attacked from all sides. When they attacked Lin Fei, the power of their punches and kicks caused an invisible impact on everything around them, making tearing sounds. This was the strength of a body-refining grandmaster. Invincible God slowly tasted his red wine. He wanted to see what gave this Lin Fei the right to put on airs in front of him. In the territory of the South, he was the only one who could put on airs. No one else could. This was because he was the strongest of the generation. Facing the attacks of the two strong men, Lin Fei did not dodge. He just slowly extended his hands. He was neither fast nor slow. Like catching a snail in the water, he caught the fists of the two body-refining grandmasters in an instant. The moment their fists were caught, the expressions of the two body-tempering grandmasters suddenly changed. With the fastest speed they could muster, they ruthlessly kicked Lin Fei's body. They even used a series of kicks, one after the other. It was clear just how rich their combat experience was. Lin Fei was still very calm. He swung the hands that were holding their fists at them as if he was swinging noodles. Rumble. A wave of power exploded on their bodies. How strong were the physical bodies of the two tempered body cultivators? However, they were tossed aside like a pile of mud by Lin Fei in an instant. In my eyes, body-refining martial artists are the same. They are just more resilient than ordinary people, Lin Fei said with a smile. Invincible God, what do you think? Invincible God was unfazed. He drank all the wine in his mouth and threw the glass on the ground. He moved his body. No wonder you have the ability to make musicians submit to you. You do have some strength. These two body-refining grandmasters of mine have defeated countless grandmasters ever since they reached the body-refining grand completion. It's really rare to see someone like you seriously injure them without even making a sound. However, this kind of trash has lost, so be it. Shin Wudi was talking about a normal matter. With the strength of our Shin family, it's just a matter of time before we can train them again. However, I'm very interested in you. You're actually a master in body refinement as well. I wonder, between your body refinement and mine, who's better? Invincible God was interested in Lin Fei. As they chatted, they glided over. He closed the distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant and punched at Lin Fei's face. This punch was fast and ruthless, and it was quite ruthless. With such explosive power, Invincible God was indeed quite strong. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was still not enough. He raised his leg and sent a vicious kick over. This kick caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Invincible God indeed had the right to be arrogant. He was already a master at such a young age and a body refinement master at that. He was extremely strong. Seeing how nonchalant Yi Futian was, a cruel smile appeared on his face once again. Who would have thought that this kick would land on Invincible God? Bang! Lin Fei's kick landed squarely on Invincible God's face. All of a sudden, Invincible God was reduced to a bloody mess. Tears and blood gushed out of his eyes as he slammed into the wall behind him. I actually didn't dodge. This is impossible. Invincible God struggled down from the wall and touched the blood on his face. His entire face was contorted. How dare you make me bleed? I'll kill you. Invincible God was furious. He swung his arm and pounced at Yi Futian again. The aura on his body was even more exuberant. Invincible punch. The power of Invincible God's punch was even more violent. In an instant, it reached the level of a late-stage master. There was even a hint of artistic conception in the punch. It was terrifying. Lin Fei saw this punch and laughed. Invincible God, you do have the right to be proud. You managed to comprehend the fist intent at such a young age, and it's such a domineering invincible fist intent. You're indeed powerful, but it's not enough. Invincible God was shocked. You actually know about the fist intent. Since you do, you'd better accept your fate. Invincible fist intent, invincible in the world. Lin Fei took a step forward and met it with a simple punch. There was a loud bang. In the face of true power, any fist intent is nothing, even the invincible fist intent. Invincible God instantly felt his punch being crushed by an even more powerful force. His power could not even disintegrate the opponent's power in the face of this. Instead, it was crumbling. The force crushed Invincible God's body, and his entire body floated out like a lone boat, crashing onto the ground. Invincible God's fist intent, which had always been invincible, was now in tatters. Then a figure appeared beside him and stepped on his arrogant face. Gotcha. Half of Invincible God's head was stuck in the ground. Invincible God, you're the first person who dared to cause trouble in my villa. If I can take down Longting Villa, I won't take anyone seriously. You Invincible God of all things, you had to injure my subordinate. Don't you know that? No matter how much Invincible God struggled, he could not move under the force of this kick. He felt that his pride and dignity were all crushed. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Invincible God had always been arrogant, but now that he was being stepped on, he roared and the aura on his body surged again and again. But as Lin Fei's foot came down, all his struggles were in vain. Invincible God was being stepped on. You're too used to being a young master that you don't know what suffering is. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei stepped down again. With a rumble, the ground shook. Does it feel good? With a rumbling sound, another kick came. Does it feel good? There was a loud boom. Does it feel good? How dare you come to my Longting Villa of East Sea and act so presumptuously? Who do you think you are? Lin Fei stepped down again and again. Invincible God, who was struggling, lost all his strength in the blink of an eye, leaving only blood flowing out. If not for the weak aura, he would have suspected that this guy was dead. This is just a warning. If you dare to come to Longting Villa again, I don't mind finishing you off. Lin Fei glanced at the two body refining masters. Take your master and get out of here right now. The two body refining masters looked heavily injured, but they were still stronger than normal people. They staggered over and dug Invincible God out of the ground. Looking at Invincible God, his entire face was ruined, and he was only breathing weakly. They couldn't imagine how this young man had such terrifying power that even young Master Invincible God was no match for him. They didn't even dare to say anything as they helped young Master Invincible God up and left Longting Villa quickly. When they got out of Longting Villa, they were dumbfounded. That was because the Rolls-Royce Phantom had turned into a pile of scrap metal. They knew that this was done by Lin Fei. Since there was no car, what else could they do? They could only continue along the way. Lin Fei helped Yu Zishan up. Wait here for a while. He turned around and left quickly. When he came back, there was a bottle of spiritual water in his hand. After feeding it to Yu Zishan, along with some healing pills, his injuries were completely healed. Thank you, boss. You stood up for me. This invincible God is so despicable. Chapter 3975. Yu Zishan felt very relieved. So what if they were from the Shin family, one of the three major families in the south? So what if they were favored by the heavens? So what if they were invincible God? In the end, he was still tortured by his own boss. Boss, the Shin family is one of the three major families in the south, and Invincible God is their favored one. I'm afraid that the Shin family won't be able to take it lying down and might come to our Longting Villa again. Yu Zishan said worriedly. I'm not afraid of one-on-one, but if a few more masters come, I won't be able to hold them off. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, they won't have a chance to come to the Longting Villa to make trouble. I didn't plan to set up the formation so early, but since they have their eyes on the Longting Villa, I can only set up the formation first. When they want to come to the Longting Villa, it will depend on whether they have the strength to do so. Yu Zishan was overjoyed. Boss, you want to set up the formation but our villa? Yu Zishan had seen how powerful the formation was. Once it was set up, the Longting Villa would be as stable as Mount Tai. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. In fact, Lin Fei had not planned to set up the formation of the Longting Villa, but with the arrival of Invincible God, he had no choice but to set it up in advance. Although Lin Fei was not afraid of people coming, the Longting Villa was constantly sending masters, and he could not sit in the Longting Villa all day. Setting up the formation was something that had to be done. However, before setting up the formation, Lin Fei felt that there was one more thing that had to be done, and that was to have a good chat with the two from the Medicine King Valley. It was not easy to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If he had met someone else, he might have succeeded. Yi Xian let Yu Zishan stay in the Longting Villa. Yi Xian drove a Ferrari out of the Longting Mountain Villa. As expected of a martial artist. He's not slow at all. I wonder if Invincible God will learn his lesson this time. Don't make me attack you again. Lin Fei did not see Invincible God along the way. He believed that they must have taken a shortcut. The two body refining masters carried Invincible God because they were afraid that Lin Fei would catch up with them. Therefore they did not take the main road and chose to take the mountain road. They suffered a lot. Of course, this was for another time. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari all the way to a villa area. This villa district wasn't very famous in the Eastern Sea, and it wasn't even as famous as the Soaring Dragon Manor villa he had bought in the past, but it had an elegant environment. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters really know how to enjoy themselves. Lin Fei drove the Ferrari directly into the villa area. The guard at the door acted as if he didn't see anything. Lin Fei drove the car and finally stopped in front of a villa. He got out of the car and locked onto Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. The two of them were in the villa. Inside the villa, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were also waiting for news because they had arranged for people to keep an eye on the situation. Knowing that Shin Wudi had gone to Longting Manor, they did not expect that Shin Wudi would make a move so quickly. Therefore they were waiting for news. If Lin Fei suffered a great loss at Shin Wudi's hands, then they could make a move. Although they could not take Longting Manor, they had to teach Lin Fei a lesson, especially since he was such a mysterious person. I think there should be news in a while, Wang Yuan said. Gao Yishan was drinking tea and smiled. Who can stop Shen Wudi when he makes a move? Not to mention the others, just those two subordinates of his are body-refining grandmasters. Their strength is extraordinary. Only the southern Shin family has this kind of foundation to cultivate body-refining grandmasters, and two of them at once. I also heard that there are more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the Shin family. If it wasn't for the one in Yanjing, they might have dominated the entire south long ago. Wang Yuan took a deep breath. More than a dozen body-refining grandmasters. This is too scary. It's simply unimaginable. Wang Yuan was a grandmaster powerhouse himself, but he had no chance of winning against a body-refining grandmaster. Therefore, when he heard that there were more than a dozen body-refining grandmasters in the south, he felt terrible. Gao Yishan was used to it. To be able to become one of the three major families in the south, it's not as simple as you think. Although our Medicine King Valley is quite strong in front of the three major families, we are too far behind. Now you should understand why I want to hand over Longting Villa. If we can be on good terms with the Southern Shin family, there will only be benefits for our Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan had finally experienced the Elder's power. At this moment an unexpected scene happened. The door of the villa burst open with a crash, and countless fragments flew into the room. Even if Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan reacted quickly, they were still hit by the fragments of the sawdust and were directly knocked to the wall. The most frightening thing was that the sawdust pierced into their bodies, directly nailing them to the wall one by one, without the slightest resistance. Who is it? Who has such terrifying power that we can't fight back in time? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were so scared that their hands and feet turned cold. It was simply unprecedented that they did not notice such a powerhouse coming over. At the broken door, a figure walked over. You two, how do you like this tea? The taste is not bad, right? As this person walked in, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's faces instantly turned gloomy and pale. How did you know we were here? Wang Yuan had experienced Lin Fei's strength. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Fei's strength. After all, this villa was not registered under their names, so very few people knew their specific residence. However, Lin Fei could actually find them, and even they did not notice him at all. This was too terrifying. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down on the sofa. He casually grabbed a piece of sawdust and flicked it lightly. With a whoosh, it pierced into Gao Yishan's body. Blood immediately flowed out. Even though Gao Yishan's qi protected his body, it couldn't stop the sawdust from piercing into his body. In the entire Donghai, it's really not difficult for me to find someone. Moreover, the two of you are quite calculative. Are you waiting for news? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Invincible God has already gone back. Gao Yishan shouted, that's impossible. Invincible God is the pride of the heavens, a master powerhouse. How can you be his match? Gao Yishan definitely did not believe that Lin Fei could be Invincible God's match. It's normal for an old-fashioned person like you to be seeing things. However, I really have to tell you that Invincible God is really not my match. He left in a sorry state. Of course, I'm here to tell you that in the Donghai territory, don't plot against me. Don't think that I don't know that it was you who instigated Invincible God to come to Longting Villa. Therefore, I'm here to give you a gift. Gift? Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had a bad feeling about this. Lin Fei waved his hand and countless wood shavings flew out like the wind, piercing into the two men's bodies. Ah, my Dantian. You destroyed my Dantian. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan instantly screamed in pain. Their entire bodies aged in an instant because at this moment, their Dantian was shattered and all their strength was drained. They became useless people and were no longer martial artists. This method was very vicious. It was like killing one's parents and cutting off one's wealth. Lin Fei stood up. Go back and tell the Valley of the Medicine Masters that they can either behave themselves and keep a low profile or feel free to seek revenge. Right, remember to bring more people. Otherwise, if they aren't strong enough, there'll be nothing in my eyes. Chapter 3976. Lin Fei left after crippling Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. From beginning to end, he did not say another word. As for the revenge of the Medicine King Valley, it would at most be a little troublesome. Anyway, he had to make a trip to the Medicine King Valley. But there was no time now. He had to wait until the Longting Villa matter was completely resolved. Lin Fei would go to the Medicine King Valley to see what they were capable of. But for Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, both of them almost broke down. One had to know that becoming a martial artist was high and mighty. Although martial artists were not as powerful as they were in the past, they were still very popular and were welcomed by all the big families. They came from the Medicine King Valley, and with the influence of the Medicine King Valley, they were even more respected outside. But now that their dantian was destroyed just like that, they would become useless people from now on. All the glory and wealth would be gone. What worried them the most was that once the sect abandoned them, those who they had offended would definitely not mind hitting them when they were down and teaching them a lesson. If it was just one humiliation, it would not be a big deal. But what if they were killed? This was something they did not dare to accept. Lin Fei. How dare he destroy our dantians? Wang Yuan wailed out. Gao Yishan could not come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be so cruel. He did not even need to make a move to destroy their dantian, making them useless people from now on. Call the Yin Huang battle team immediately. Tell them that Lin Fei stole a pill recipe from the Medicine King Valley. After they saw through it, he actually destroyed their dantian. We must give the Yin Huang battle team an explanation for this. Gao Yishan's entire face was twisted, full of hatred and resentment. Yes, we must inform the Yin Huang battle team about this. This is the only way to vent our anger. Wang Yuan also knew that this was the only chance for them to take revenge on Lin Fei. Otherwise it would be difficult for them to vent their anger. Inside the Yin Huang battle team's base, Chief Taizhan was leisurely drinking tea. At the same time he was looking through the latest news from the East Sea. But suddenly Lin Ro came in. Chief Iron Battle sensed something was wrong. What happened? Lin Ro said, Bureau Chief, you really have good foresight. Something happened at the Medicine King Valley. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were robbed in the villa. Not only that, but their dantians were also destroyed. Now the Medicine King Valley is pressuring us to catch the culprit. Iron Scout was shocked. Who would be so bold as to attack someone from Medicine King Valley? Aren't Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan grandmasters? How could he be robbed like this? Crippling the dantian? Don't you think it's a joke? Grandmaster powerhouses are not so easy to deal with, but his dantian was destroyed. This is more difficult than killing a grandmaster. Taizhan felt like he was listening to a joke. Lin Ro smiled bitterly and said, Director, I didn't believe it at first, but the person who did it was Lin Fei from Longting Villa. What do you think we should do about this? Tai Tan slammed the table and stood up. What? It's Lin Fei from Longting Villa. Why is that kid fighting with Medicine King Valley again? Taizhan had been paying close attention to the recent events. Especially Lin Fei. This kid had openly bought the jade stone that the Lord of Jade had his eyes on at the auction, and even had an ambiguous relationship with Bing Qingya. Taizhan couldn't help but admire this Lin Fei. He was indeed a guy who loved to stir up trouble. No matter which one of the three big families in the south, they were all a headache for Director Taizhan. Until now, there was no effective way to control them. Even some of the Yin Huang battle teams in the south had completely chosen to give up. Lin Ro nodded. Yes, it's indeed Lin Fei. The two from Medicine King Valley said that Lin Fei coveted their Medicine King Valley's pill formula and directly stole it. We, the Yin Huang battle team, must give them an explanation for this matter. Iron Scout suddenly had a headache. If it was an ordinary warrior, it would be fine. With a command, they would definitely be able to capture the person. But this person, Lin Fei, even until now, Taizhan still hadn't figured out his background. This was the most difficult thing to handle. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan are really useless. They can't beat him, but they have to let the Yin Huang battle team take action. Taizhan also frowned. I can't be the one to capture him. This kid is very strange. It was the first time Lin Ro saw her boss having a headache. We really can't not deal with this matter. After all, any grandmaster is our China's treasure. But now that we've lost two grandmasters, once the Medicine King Valley complains to the headquarters, we won't have a good time. Director Taizhan's eyes also darkened. I have to go to Longting Villa, but before that I still have to meet Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. After all, if this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for anyone. This Lin Fei is really too much. He just has to snatch everything. Isn't the pill formula the lifeblood of the Medicine King Valley? Subconsciously, Taizhan didn't believe that Lin Fei would do that. But now that Lin Fei had crippled the other party, this was the key. Iron Scout immediately brought his men to the villa. When he saw the scene in the villa, he was secretly shocked. Because the scene was a mess and he could even see that it was purely a violent act. The two grandmasters, Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan, were very weak and they had aged a lot. Director Tai, you came at the right time. If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, the Medicine King Valley will go to the headquarters. What right does that Lin Fei have to snatch our Medicine King Valley special pill formula? As soon as Wang Yuan saw the Director Taizhan, he immediately complained. That Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Originally we cooperated with him out of goodwill, but as soon as he saw our pill formula, he coveted it. When we weren't paying attention, not only did he injure us, but he also crippled our Dantian. We hope that Director Tai can arrest Lin Fei and hand him over to the Medicine King Valley to deal with. Gao Yishan said, the Medicine King Valley is willing to donate 100 healing pills and 100 qi-gathering pills to the Yan Huang battle team. On the way here, Director Tai Zhan still couldn't believe that this was true. But when he saw these two grandmasters, Tai Zhan couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow and desolation. Grandmaster experts weren't necessarily very powerful. Just how powerful was that brat Lin Fei? This was too terrifying. He even faintly broke out in a layer of cold sweat. After all, back then Tai Zhan still wanted to take down Lin Fei. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he might be like these two guys now, without any strength and becoming an ordinary person. And such an ordinary person could not enjoy the life of a real ordinary person, because those enemies wouldn't mind stabbing them. Both of you rest assured. Since this happened in the East Seas territory, the Yan Huang battle team will definitely give you an explanation. Linro, come over and register for them. Chapter 3977. St. Mary Hospital. This was a very famous private hospital in Donghai. On the highest floor of the hospital, in the intensive care ward, a few doctors walked out of the room, wiping their sweat as they walked. The pressure of facing the people inside was too much. Even their director came. They stood at the side obediently, not daring to say a word. They were all trying to guess who the young man inside was. Young master, it's all our fault. Two strong men were already kneeling on the ground. Shen Wudi's face was simply bandaged, but even so, his handsome face was nowhere to be seen. What replaced it was a face that looked like a pig's head. His face was even bumpy with footprints. This wasn't something that could be healed in a short period of time. Shen Wudi's expression was unreadable. No one could tell what he was thinking, but there was coldness in his eyes. Everyone knew that this young master Shen Wudi was completely enraged. I didn't expect that I would suffer such a loss in Donghai. Shen Wudi's voice was cold. Get someone to investigate this Lin Fei and spread the news that whoever cuts off Lin Fei's head will get a breakthrough pill. The two strong men were shocked. That was a breakthrough pill, a magical pill that could help one break through bottlenecks. It was priceless. Now that it was being offered as a reward, one could tell how furious their young master was. Lin Fei, I, invincible god, have never suffered such a great loss in my entire life. Now that you've made me suffer such a great loss, you should be prepared to live through all kinds of assassinations. I don't believe that you'll be able to live forever. No matter how strong your body refinement is, there are so many experts in China. For the sake of a limit-breaking pill, no matter how much you struggle, it'll be useless. Invincible God walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Shen Wudi took out his phone and dialed a number. The call went through. Get a helicopter to pick me up at St. Mary Hospital. I'm going back. Shen Wudi suffered such a huge loss here, he didn't dare to stay here anymore. He wanted to go back and study this Lin Fei. If Lin Fei could fend off this wave of assassinations, then he would continue to give this guy big presents. He, invincible god, was not someone who could be trampled on so easily. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. Lin Fei returned to the Longting Manor because he was preparing to set up the formation of the Longting Manor. If the array formation was not set up properly, this kind of trouble would follow. This time, he had beaten up two grandmasters from the Valley of the Medicine Masters and even destroyed his elixir field. It was conceivable that there would be grandmasters constantly spying on Longting Villa, so the significance of the formation's existence was highlighted. No matter who wanted to enter the Longting Manor, they would have to break the formation first. Lin Fei came to a quiet room. He took out the 18 pieces of jade. The quality of these jade stones was quite good, and they even had a trace of spiritual energy. They were good materials for setting up arrays. The entire night, Lin Fei was making these jades because he had to carve runes on them. Although it was not a difficult task for Lin Fei, he still needed to be careful, afraid that he would damage a piece which would be troublesome. Matching ancient jade like this was not easy to find, so Lin Fei had to be careful when making them. The 18 pieces of jade were divided into a total of 108 pieces, all of the same size. It took the entire night until 7 or 8 in the morning before Lin Fei finished carving the last piece. It's a pity that this material is too poor. It can only contain 1/3 of the power of the array pattern, but it's more than enough to deal with a grandmaster. The quality of these jades was very good in the eyes of outsiders, but in Lin Fei's eyes they were very ordinary. When carving the array pattern he did not dare to use too much force, so the engraved array pattern was only average. Boss, Chief Tai of the Yan Huang battle team is here. He seems to have something to talk to you about. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he heard Yu Zishan standing outside the door. Tai Zhan is here. Lin Fei smiled. He is quite well informed. I guess this matter has something to do with the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I want to see what he has to say. In the living room, Tai Zhan had come alone without any subordinates because Longting Villa was a force that he couldn't afford to offend for the time being, especially that brat, who was so slippery that he couldn't figure out his background until now. He was like a mysterious existence. Even the headquarters would need some time to investigate. Therefore, during this period of time, Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. This would affect the stability of Donghai. After all, the outbreak of a Grandmaster expert was very terrifying. Tai Zhan didn't want to be Lin Fei's enemy. Generally, Tai Zhan would not offend a Grandmaster. Even if it was a secret arrest, they would only act after they were fully prepared. Chief Tai, what brings you to my Longting Villa today? You should know that I'm very busy. Lin Fei walked in and sat down opposite Tai Zhan. Tai Zhan said unhappily, this is all because of you. Now Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan of the Medicine Masters have come to our Yen Huang battle team to report that you stole their guts and destroyed their Dantian. Therefore you should give our Yen Huang battle team an explanation for this matter. After all, our Yen Huang battle team's duty is to maintain the peace of the city and deal with various conflicts between sections. Tai Zhan actually did not want to come, but this was not a small matter. 2 Grandmasters had their Dantian destroyed, so Tai Zhan had no choice but to come. Lin Fei really did not know how the Yen Huang battle team usually dealt with such matters. Why you even want to care about these things? Then do I think that you are here to arrest me? Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated the 2 elders of the Medicine Masters Valley. They were shameless enough to slander him for stealing the guts. Not to mention anything else, he did not know how many guts there were in his mind. Any one of them could shock countless people, so why would they steal it? Under normal circumstances, if someone dared to say this to Tai Zhan, he would definitely be angry. But now Tai Zhan did not dare to, his face darkening as he said, Young Master Lin, you have misunderstood. I'm only here to investigate. After all, our Yen Huang battle team's duty is to first investigate and then deal with it. Moreover, I think that there must have been some conflict between you and the Medicine Masters Valley. This kind of thing can still be resolved, but what you should not have done was destroy their Dantian. This is a martial artist's lifeline. If it was an ordinary fight, Tai Zhan would not be very worried. He could just mediate. But now that the 2 people's Dantian had been destroyed, this made it very difficult for Tai Zhan to explain. He could not possibly capture Lin Fei and bring him back. Tai Zhan might have had the guts before, but now he really did not have the confidence. He really could not see through this guy. Isn't it just destroying their Dantian? Then you can just let the Medicine King Valley cause trouble for me. Why do you need to be the middleman? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of the Medicine King Valley. It was the first time Tai Zhan had seen such an arrogant person. He destroyed someone's Dantian, and it was the Dantian of a Grandmaster at that, and he still dared to speak like this. But unfortunately, Tai Zhan could only smile bitterly. This matter is also a headache for our Yen Huang battle team. Once the headquarters find out, I, as the director, will not have a good time. So I hope that young Master Lin can cooperate with our work. Lin Fei smiled. I see that the overall strength of your Yen Huang battle team is not very strong. Then let's make a deal. I have some elixirs with me that can help you break through to the level of covert power. If you help me solve this matter and don't bother me, I can give you 10 pills. I guarantee that there will be no side effects. What do you think? Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3978. This was the first time Tai Zhan had heard of such a miraculous pill. When he heard that it could allow a martial artist to break through from light Jing to dark Jing, he immediately perked up. After all, the overall strength of the East Sea Yen Huang battle team could only be described as average. Compared to the other Yen Huang battle teams, there was a large gap. After Medicine King Valley's Wang Yuan and Elder Gao Yishan stated their conditions, Tai Zhan did not pay much attention to them. After all, that thing was not so easy to obtain. If it was an ordinary person it would be fine, but if it was Lin Fei the price was not small. However, this time Tai Zhan was moved. After all, breaking through from light Jing to dark Jing was not a small threshold. However, such a small threshold could keep many people away. Young Master Lin, are you serious? You are not lying to me. Tai Zhan stood up from his seat, unable to hide the excitement on his face. If it could increase the strength of the Yen Huang battle team, it would definitely be a good thing. Lin Fei said, Do you think I would lie to you? This is such a meaningless matter. As long as you solve this for me, what is a mere pill? I can even let you test it on the spot. Taijan was indeed moved. There were pills for breaking through, but they were very rare and priceless. Which martial artist didn't cultivate step by step? Lin Fei continued, such a good thing is not easy to find. Moreover, if I have such a pill, do you think I would care about the pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley? In my eyes, those pill recipes of the Medicine King Valley are no different from waste paper. Taijan's mind quickly turned. Comparing the benefits of the two sides, the scales gradually tilted towards Lin Fei's side. This was because in comparison Taijan still cared about the pill in Lin Fei's hands. If there really was such a pill, it was scary just thinking about it. Since it could allow light Jing to break through to dark Jing, then wouldn't it mean that there were other pills that could allow dark Jing to break through to Zhongshu? Taijan did not dare to think further. This Lin Fei was too mysterious. It was likely that the pill recipes of Medicine King's Valley were as worthless as Lin Fei had said. As long as there is no problem with the pill, I will help young Master Lin solve this matter. Tai Tua also didn't like Medicine King Valley very much. Now that he heard this, it was possible that Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had found out about this matter themselves. Taijan was very clear about the nature of Medicine King Valley. Lin Fei casually threw out a bottle. There's an upgrade pill inside. He had made this when he was bored, and the name was also given on the spot. To Lin Fei, this kind of medicinal pill was dispensable. It was purely used to pass time. But to martial artists, the effect was very miraculous. I've given you the item. You know how to deal with the rest. Lin Fei was not afraid that Taijan would take the item and not do anything. Taijan had not expected that Lin Fei would give him a pill first. But the name of the pill seemed to be, since I've taken the item, I will definitely do it well. Alright, I'll remind you again. Our Yen Huang battle squad just received news that the Dark Heaven has put out a bounty, and the target is young Master Lin. The price of the bounty is a realm break pill. It is also used to increase one's realm, but it is used to increase one's Dark Jing level. This kind of pill can be counted on one's fingers, so young Master Lin should be careful. Taijan had taken Lin Fei's pill, so he naturally did not mind doing him a favor. Taijan immediately wanted to go back and test the effect of the upgrade pill. Dark Heaven. Lin Fei smiled. I know about this matter. We can go now. After Taijan left the Longting Mountain Villa, Yu Zishan said, Boss, giving such a good pill to Taijan, won't it attract the attention of others? After all, pills that can increase one's realm can be counted on one's fingers. The realm break pill just now is also a very famous pill. Lin Fei said indifferently, this elixir is really useless to me, and I just found out that our Longting Mountain Villa still lacks some foundation, so I decided to hold an auction in 2 months. At that time we will auction spirit water and leveling up elixirs. Do you think anyone will come to support us? Yu Zishan sucked in a breath of cold air. Boss, if this is true, then the martial artists of the East Sea will probably go crazy. Even the experts of the surrounding big cities will come after hearing the news. No one will be able to stop it. But will these pills cause too much of a commotion? After all, our Longting Mountain Villa is so big. Lin Fei laughed. That's why I decided to set up a formation and recruit a group of experts. Don't you think that it's not enough to guard Longting Mountain Villa with just you? And this time, there's someone who took the initiative to come to me. Why wouldn't I accept a free expert? Yu Zishan couldn't help but sweat for those master-level experts. He believed in his boss's words very much. Someone is going to be unlucky. After Taijan left the Longting Mountain Villa, he immediately returned to the Yen Huang battle team. Lin Ro, come here. After returning, Taijan went back to his office and took out the pill. From the color, it was indeed a first-rate pill. In addition, he also took some pills from the Medicine King Valley for comparison. There was a certain difference between the two. Lin Ro walked in. What orders do you have for me, Director? Go and bring in a light Jing guy. Ordinary potential is enough. Lin Ro was confused, but she still turned and left. After a while, she brought in a light Jing martial artist. This light Jing martial artist was a middle-aged man. He was a reserve in the Yen Huang battle team. Are you afraid of death? The middle-aged man shook his head. Director, I'm not afraid of death. If there's anything, just leave it to me. It's my honor to be able to contribute to the battle team. Taijan said with satisfaction, not bad. What I want is your spirit. This is a special pill. If you take it now, your life and death will be up to fate. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man said firmly, I'm not afraid. It's just a pill. What's there to be afraid of? He took it and ate it. Lin Ro was confused. After all, this pill looked very strange. Why did the director take it out and let him eat it? After the middle-aged man ate the pill, Taijan stared at him. If there was a slight problem, he would stop him. After the middle-aged man ate the pill, His whole person instantly showed a satisfied expression. "Director, what pill is this? I feel so comfortable." "Comfortable, that's right." Taijan smiled, "Then slowly experience it and see if there are any changes." Taijan heaved a sigh of relief. Not long later, at most 20 minutes, the middle-aged man's aura suddenly exploded, and his aura suddenly became stronger. "Director, I think I broke through. I broke through from light Jing to dark Jing. How is this possible?" the middle-aged man exclaimed. He was so happy that he cried. After all, with his talent he could forget about breaking through to dark Jing in this lifetime. But now he actually broke through. There was a trace of dark Jing flowing in his body. Although it was very weak, it was real dark Jing. Taijan reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist. The moment he checked, his brows furrowed as his face was filled with shock. "To think that it's real. How is this possible? This type of pill is rarely circulated and has always been controlled by the major powers. Even our Yen Huang battle team has a pitiful amount of it." At this moment, Taijan finally understood why Lin Fei would hand over the pills to him, and why he was so calm. Someone underestimated Lin Fei. He's more terrifying and mysterious than we thought. Chapter 3979. In the afternoon, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. In order not to attract attention, he only began to survey the entire Longting Villa and marked the general location of the formation. He could set it up at night. If not for Taijan's words, Lin Fei would not be in a hurry to set up the formation. Lin Fei had seen the strength of the masters in Dark Heaven. The reward was the level-breaking elixir. From the name, one could tell that it was an elixir used to break through to the next level. He also knew that this elixir should be very rare. Otherwise Taijan would not be so moved by the elixir that he took out. It was conceivable that this elixir would definitely attract many masters. Lin Fei really wanted to thank the person who secretly put up the reward for sending him such a group of fighters. This was free labor. Each of them was powerful. Where else could he find such a good thing? Lin Fei did not have to guess to know that this must be one of the tricks of Invincible God. He was the most suspicious. As for the two elders of Medicine King Valley, they were useless now that they had become useless. It was impossible for them to take out the level-breaking elixir. Therefore, the mastermind behind the scenes was Invincible God. It was so clear. At night, Lin Fei began to set up the formation. This time, Lin Fei set up the formation called the Evil Sky Formation. Although it only had the power of the innate stage, it was enough for the East Sea. Pieces of jade talisman were sent into the depths of the ground by Lin Fei's power. This depth was not as simple as a few meters but dozens of meters. Every position was very particular and required a strong mental strength to calculate it. Only Lin Fei could do it easily. 108 pieces of jade represented 108 places. The Heaven's Net Earth Fiend formation was the simplest formation that Lin Fei could think of. As for other formations, they required a lot of resources to set up. In the current situation, he naturally did not have the qualifications, so he could only reluctantly use the 108 pieces of jade to set up the Evil Sky Formation. It was not easy to set up the inescapable Evil Earth Formation. Lin Fei wandered around the Longting Manor like a ghost. Fortunately, there were not many people in the Longting Manor, and with Yu Zishan standing guard outside, he was not afraid of being seen. He worked until 4 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Lin Fei sink the last jade talisman into the ground. "Rise." Lin Fei snorted and instantly connected the 108 pieces of jade. A huge Skynet Earth Fiend array was formed in an instant. There was a loud bang. It was as if there was an earthquake and countless people were startled awake. Their expressions greatly changed and they thought that there was a massive earthquake. No one would suspect that the Longting Manor was setting up a formation. When this formation was completed, an invisible light directly enveloped the entire sky above the Longting Villa, and then disappeared. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. My skills are not old yet. The Evil Sky Formation with 108 pieces of jade has finally been set up. Now I want to see how many people want to attack the Longting Manor. It would be best if there are 8 or 10 Supreme Masters. By then, the Longting Manor will not be short of Supreme Masters. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was better to catch a few Supreme Masters than to train them. It would save time and he would not have to worry about any trouble. There was nothing better than this. "Boss, did you set up the formation just now?" Yu Zishan naturally heard it clearly. He was shocked and came over. "The formation is set up successfully. This formation is called the Evil Sky Formation. It has a total of 3 layers. The first layer is the Great Circle Array, and anyone who is not strong enough will be trapped inside. The second layer is the Earth Kill Array, which can unleash the power of a Supreme Master. The last layer is the Heaven Kill Array, which can unleash the power of an inborn expert. Under normal circumstances, just the outer layer of the Great Circle Array is enough to block most people outside, and martial artists can only stay on the second layer. Lin Fei took out a jade talisman and threw it to Yu Zishan. This is the control order for the first and second layers of the Evil Sky Formation. In the future, if anyone breaks in, just control the formation to suppress them. As for ordinary people, just drive them out. Lin Fei took Yu Zishan through the formation. Yu Zishan's heart was pounding when he walked in the formation. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end, and he did not even dare to walk around. Boss, with this formation, I believe that no one in the entire East Sea will be able to break into the Longting Manor. Yu Zishan had seen some array formations before, but they were nothing compared to the array formations set up by his boss. No matter how strong a Supreme Master was, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from this formation. During the day you can close the formation and open it again at night. I believe that they will not have the guts to make a move during the day. They will only have the chance to do so at night. If there are no accidents, it will only take 2 or 3 days. At that time, we will teach them a lesson, and I believe that no one will dare to have any designs on the Longting Manor again. Yu Zishan was really looking forward to the arrival of those enemies. Boss has prepared a feast for you. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan had been waiting for Taijan's reply. After all, he was still hoping that the Yan Huang battle team could capture Lin Fei. If they could bring Lin Fei back to the Medicine King Valley, they might be able to make a big contribution. However, in the end they received a piece of bad news. Director Tai, what do you mean by this? Do you think that we will accuse Lin Fei? He was the one who destroyed our elixir fields. Wang Yuan roared as he stood up. Taijan looked at Wang Yuan indifferently. I have already investigated. Lin Fei did not admit to this matter. Moreover, the fight between you two is your family's matter. The Yan Huang battle team is not qualified to deal with such matters. If Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were still Supreme Masters, Taijan might have taken them seriously. However, now that they had become ordinary people, there was no need to give them any face. Moreover, such people would be useless even if they returned to the Medicine King Valley. The Medicine King Valley would not take them seriously. On the other hand, Lin Fei was different. After taking those upgrade elixirs, the Yan Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Force warriors, and their overall strength had increased greatly. Taijan had no choice but to curry favor with Lin Fei. That's right, Taijan indeed wanted to curry favor with Lin Fei. After all, a master like him could casually take out 10 upgrade elixirs and benefit the Yan Huang battle team immensely. The Yan Huang battle team and the Medicine King Valley had worked together many times, but the benefits were few and far between. The Medicine King Valley even looked down on the East Sea Yan Huang battle team. In comparison, Lin Fei was much more adorable. If the two of you insist on finding trouble with Lin Fei, then I can only bring you back to the Yan Huang battle team. I suspect that the two of you once worked together to murder a Supreme Master. I need to investigate this thoroughly. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's expressions changed drastically, and their faces turned pale. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3980. In the evening in Hangzhou. In an inconspicuous house, it should be said that it was a yard. An ordinary uncle was drinking, and it was the most ordinary erguoto. He drank one cup after another. At this time, the door of the yard was opened, and a thin figure came in. He sat down in front of the uncle and put an envelope in front of him. What you want is here, but I don't know if you dare to do it. The thin figure picked up the erguoto, poured a cup, and drank it. The middle-aged man didn't look at the envelope. Are you sure you're not fooling me this time? The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. I don't have the guts to do such a thing, but this time you really have to seize the opportunity because someone has offered a reward for the realm-breaking pill. You also know the effect of the realm-breaking pill. If you succeed, then you will be a transcendent expert. Who should I kill this time? The middle-aged man picked up the erguoto and drank it. Lin Fei of Longting Villa. As long as you take his head, you can get a realm-breaking pill. Now many people have heard the news, and everyone wants to be the first to cut off that person's head. I'll do it, the middle-aged man said. The thin man smiled and said, once you a hidden weapon master, use it. Even a transcendent can't block the power of your sad arrow. And similar scenes kept appearing in various places in Wuxia. A realm-breaking pill set off a storm in Jianghu, Donghai Airport. A middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance walked out. He got into a taxi. He reported an address, which was located in an inconspicuous residential area near the Longting Villa. After the middle-aged man arrived at the residential area, he went to one of the floors and entered a room. The middle-aged man opened his bag and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he took out the things inside. Not long after, a sniper rifle was assembled. It's still up to me to kill. He closed the window and put the sniper rifle on the rack. The opposite side of the sniper rifle was Longting Villa. This was the closest place to Longting Villa. This middle-aged man was called Sniper God. No one knew his specific name and no one knew where he was from, but no one dared to look down on this sniper. Because as his name suggested, as long as he took action, he would never miss a shot. He was famous in the circle. This time he was here to kill Lin Fei. A realm-breaking pill. I really don't know which big shot Lin Fei offended to be willing to use a realm-breaking pill. Although I am not a martial artist, this realm-breaking pill has already reached a price of 1 billion on the black market. After completing this transaction I can finally retire. In the sniper's field of vision, the sharpshooter soon saw the figure of a young man in the villa. He remembered this person more clearly than anyone else. He was the target this time, Lin Fei. This Lin Fei seemed to be taking a stroll as he walked unhurriedly. The sharpshooter secretly applauded. My luck is not bad, I actually found the target so quickly. It seems that this Lin Fei's head is mine. From here to the villa, it was less than 5 kilometers. The sharpshooter's sniper rifle was specially made, and the cost alone was worth millions. It was not an exaggeration to call it a real golden gun. With this sniper rifle, the sharpshooter had killed countless martial artists. No one had ever survived his muzzle, even if it was obvious power or hidden power. Realm-breaking pill, here I come. The time was right. A shot was fired. This shot did not make any sound because these bullets were also specially made and could effectively reduce the sound. The bullet was also enhanced with the ability of exploding. As long as it hit any flesh and blood, it would produce a huge power, which could directly blow a person into pieces. The sharpshooter had a special fondness for this bullet. He always fired one shot to kill because after one shot, the opponent would only be left with a pool of blood. The moment the enemy exploded, the sharpshooter liked to describe it as fireworks released with life. After the fireworks, a person would wither. After firing a shot with confidence, the sharpshooter didn't want to take another look. He had absolute confidence in his shot. However, the scene he expected didn't happen. This shocked the sharpshooter. Damn it, it's impossible. My marksmanship has never failed before. How could this kid be fine? At this moment, he saw the young man wave his hand gently, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. Then the sharpshooter saw an incredible scene. The armor-piercing bullet that flew out actually flew back. Oh no! In the blink of an eye, the armor-piercing bullet flew in directly and hit the sharpshooter with a bang. A brilliant firework exploded directly, covering the whole room in bright red. Lin Fei didn't look over from beginning to end. The effect of the reward has begun. Even the sharpshooter has come. It's a pity for this sharpshooter. Doesn't he know that any hostility within the vicinity of Longting Villa is like the bright moon in the night? It's hard not to know. Even the sharpshooter has come. I wonder how many Grandmaster Realm experts will come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. On the Yin Huang team's side. Since returning, Taizhan hadn't had it easy either. Because of the news that came one after another, he had a headache. Invincible God is really good at stirring up trouble. Doesn't he know that this will make Donghai restless? Putting down the photo in his hand, Taizhan wished he could grab Invincible God. Because after the news of the reward spread, experts from the Donghai airport kept coming to Donghai. These experts were not weak. So far, there were more than 20 covert power martial artists, and there were countless overt power spies. Although no Grandmaster had appeared, Taizhan knew that they would definitely come. A realm-breaking elixir was definitely enough to make a Grandmaster Realm expert come. Director, there's news from the airport again. It said that a Grandmaster from southern Yunnan has come. His target should be Longting Mountain. After the Grandmaster came down, he didn't go anywhere else but directly went to Longting Villa. Do you think we should do something? Lin Ro came in to report. He's here too. Taizhan frowned but soon felt relieved. I remember that his son is stuck at the covert power level because his talent isn't good enough. I'm afraid he's determined to get the realm-breaking elixir this time. Taizhan shook his head. No need. I think that Lin Fei should have a way to deal with it. Otherwise it would be too disappointing. After Taizhan finished speaking, another news came. Director, I just received news that the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, has also come. Lin Ro looked at her phone and suddenly said. Chapter 3981. Why is Kai Shan here? Taizhan's expression changed when he heard the name. This was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia. He was no joke. Is he also here for the limit-breaking pill? If this number 1 tame headmaster was somewhere else, Taijian might not be worried. However, things were different in the East Sea. This was the area that Taijian was in charge of. Get someone to keep an eye on Kai Shan immediately. I want to know his every move. Compared to the other grandmasters, Taijian was more concerned about Kai Shan. After all, he was a more difficult existence to deal with. After Lin Ro left, Taijian rubbed his temples. What an eventful time. In a suite of a 5-star hotel in the East Sea, 3 people were sitting together, chatting and drinking tea. The tea was Longjing tea, which cost hundreds of thousands per caddy. The faint fragrance of tea wafted in the air. I heard that Li San from Dianan has arrived, a middle-aged man with a mustache said with a smile. He's already out of the airport. If there are no accidents, he should be on his way to the Longting Villa, another white-haired middle-aged man said with a smile. Originally, we wanted to see who would be the first to make a move, but we didn't expect it to be Li San. However, thinking about it, his son's talent is not good. If he doesn't break through to the Grandmaster realm, then the Li family's influence in Dianan will be greatly affected. It's different for a family to have 2 grandmasters. The 3 of them were sitting and drinking tea. However, if an outsider saw it, they would definitely be shocked. Because all 3 of them were grandmasters and their influence was not small. Even the Yin Huang battle team had to be very polite to them. It was as if they were discussing a very simple matter. It's good that Li San goes to check it out. At least he can understand Lin Fei's strength. If he can't even beat Li San, then he's too useless. The mustached middle-aged man said with a smile, all we have to do is slowly drink tea and wait for the results to come out. It's not too late for us to act. Of course, it's best if Li San takes Lin Fei's head. At that time we can act and save a lot of trouble. I believe that Li San is a tactful person and will definitely hand over the thing in his hands. The 3 of them laughed heartily as if everything was going according to their plan. After all, if the 3 of them joined forces, it was not something that a single grandmaster could resist. On the way to Longting Villa, Li San sat in an inconspicuous black Mercedes-Benz. This Mercedes-Benz was only worth 5 or 600,000 yuan. It was indeed very low-key. Is the information accurate? A young man sitting in the passenger seat said in a low voice, that Lin Fei has been in Longting Villa all this time and has never come down. We even saw him wandering around in the villa this morning. It seems that he doesn't know that he has a bounty on his head. Our brothers are also secretly watching him and won't leave Longting Villa. Li San was a dark-skinned middle-aged man in his early 40s. However, such a person had great influence in southern Yunnan. He was in charge of many companies. Everyone would greet him as Boss Li when they saw him. In the martial arts circle, he was a grandmaster powerhouse. From covert power to transcendent power, Li San had been a grandmaster for 15 years. Could be said that his potential was very good. Unfortunately, his son had been stuck at the covert power level for 3 years. Li San was also anxious. As soon as this bounty task was released, Li San knew that this was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he couldn't guarantee when the realm-breaking pill would appear again. Therefore, he took the initiative to come here and snatched it before everyone else. Now it seems that this move is quite correct. Are there no other grandmasters coming? Li San asked. Not yet, but there are traces of some covert power martial artists appearing nearby, but because it is broad daylight, they dare not visit. Li San didn't care about covert power grandmasters as long as they weren't grandmasters. After all, a grandmaster was very difficult to deal with. The black Mercedes-Benz arrived outside Longting Villa. Li San got out of the car. Looking at the Longting Villa in front of him, he was a member of this circle, so he naturally knew that Longting Villa was a blessed place. I didn't expect Yu Zishan to be defeated by a young man in the end after being in the limelight for so long. He even gave up Longting Villa. I want to meet this young man. Li San's eyes were like torches. Go and call the door. Tell them that Li Shan from southern Yunnan is here to visit. In a forest in Longting Villa. When Lin Fei was drinking tea, he felt that there was a grandmaster powerhouse coming. This surprised him a little. He actually came in broad daylight. How confident was he in his strength? Xiao Yu, go and invite the grandmaster outside in. Since he is the first to come, I have to meet him. Moreover, I guess many people outside are paying attention to this matter. Lin Fei's voice reached Yu Zishan's ears. Yu Zishan immediately went over. At the door, Yu Zishan recognized Li San. Yu Zishan knew the strength of this grandmaster. He was ranked in the top 100 on the grandmaster list. Master Yao, you are really sharp. You knew that I was here. Li San smiled and looked at Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan was expressionless as he walked forward. If you want to meet my boss, follow me. Li San didn't care much about Yu Zishan's attitude. However, he didn't understand why Yu Zishan couldn't defeat that young man. This was surprising and curious. No matter how strong the young man was, Li San would definitely defeat him. It wouldn't be easy for him to make a move personally. Not long after, Li San finally saw the young man. He sat under a big tree and drank his tea leisurely. His indifferent look made it hard to imagine that he could still be so indifferent under such circumstances. You are the first grandmaster to come looking for me. Show me your strength and let me see if you are qualified to be my subordinate. Lin Fei raised his head and poured himself a cup of tea as he said with a smile. Li San's eyes narrowed slightly. So you also know that you have a bounty on your head. But aren't you being a little too arrogant? I'm not Yu Zishan who will become your subordinate. Since you know that you have a bounty on your head, then you should know why I'm here. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Of course I know. Isn't it for my head? I will be sitting here. If you are confident, come and take it. You must know your limits. If you can't do it, then you can't. Therefore I will give you a chance. Li San had originally wanted to use his influence to make his opponent admit defeat, but he didn't expect that this guy would be even more shocking than he had imagined. Especially the tone of his voice, wasn't it a little too arrogant? He really didn't take Li San seriously. Double dragon move. Li San snorted. Suddenly 2 guns appeared in his hands. Bang bang bang. Several guns were fired at the same time. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3982. A Grandmaster expert was actually an expert in using guns. Moreover, he was using 2 guns. It was definitely a shocking thing. No one could see where Li San's guns were placed. From picking up the guns to firing, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was like a work of art. Li San fired a total of 18 shots. The time needed was only a few breaths. This was because the guns had been modified. Only a Grandmaster expert like Li San could perfectly unleash the power of the guns. If it were someone else, they would only be able to fire 2 or 3 shots at most. After Li San fired the guns, he stepped back quickly and instantly pulled away. At the same time, he fired the guns again and fired another 18 shots. 18 shots plus 18 shots was equal to 36 shots. It was done in one go. This made Yu Zishan, who was standing not far away, feel his scalp go numb and cold sweat flow. Yu Zishan did not have any confidence that he could withstand the 36 shots. He did not even have the confidence to counter them. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had fallen into a life-and-death situation. Li San was very confident in his marksmanship. This was because the 2 guns in his hands, coupled with the physical fitness of a Grandmaster expert, could unleash a great advantage with the guns. Therefore, Li San was also known as the gun god. As long as he used his guns, even a Grandmaster of the same level would not dare to offend him. This was also one of the reasons why Li San was so famous in southern Yunnan. There was indeed nothing for a Grandmaster to be proud of in front of Li San. As long as Li San used his guns, the area within 300 meters of him would become a forbidden zone. Lin Fei held the teacup and took a sip unhurriedly. He didn't even look at it. Facing the flying bullets, he only flicked his hand gently. His fingers bent as if he was playing a piece of music and flicked the bullets. Ding ding dang dang ding dang dang. An ordinary hand could instantly deflect all 36 bullets at an unimaginable angle. Li San, who was still proud, broke out in a cold sweat. What shocked Li San the most was that after the 36 bullets were deflected, they actually turned into a bullet rain and instantly enveloped Li San. Li San's feet tapped the ground once more, and his entire body rapidly retreated. His 2 pistols continuously fired, and with each shot, a bullet was deflected. The 36 incoming bullets were constantly deflected. Li San's marksmanship was still very good. The last bullet broke through the limit and arrived in front of Li San in one fell swoop. It was only a hair's breadth away from his eyebrows. Only then did it stop. After a while, Li San's entire body leaned against a big tree. His back was covered in cold sweat. This bullet seemed to be supported by a terrifying power. It actually didn't fall and just hung in the air, locked onto the space between Li San's eyebrows. It seemed like as long as Li San willed it, this bullet could penetrate his head. I lost. Li San did not take his opponent seriously, but now he knew that he was wrong. This young Lin Fei was a true expert. At the same time, he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Very few people could so easily block his dual moon-chasing spears. Li San had never thought that someone in the East Sea would actually be able to do it, and such a person would definitely be stronger than him. You're a dignified guru, yet you're able to use dual pistols to chase the moon. That's quite impressive. However, your strength is too weak. You still can't unleash the power of your spear technique. If you were to encounter an ordinary guru, it wouldn't be a problem. But in front of me, this bullet can't even get within a meter of me. Lin Fei put down his teacup, reached out his hand, and a gun flew over. Let me show you what the true divine spear technique is. Lin Fei swung his arm and fired a shot. When the shot was fired, Li San's face instantly turned pale. This was because he did not notice any trace of the bullet's trajectory. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. However, Li San knew that the shot had definitely been fired. But what about the bullets? Where did the bullet go? But in the next moment, Li San's face contorted as if he had seen something terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, a bullet had appeared behind Li San's head and stopped there steadily. The smell of death enveloped his entire body. Li San didn't dare to move. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly because he knew that if he moved, he might die. Guns aren't for people like you to play with. Only someone like me can be considered a beginner in marksmanship. Can a bullet whose trajectory is grasped by others still be considered a bullet? That's purely a joke. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The two bullets fell to the ground with a thud. But to Li San it was a huge shock. Marksmanship could be manipulated like this. Li San had no doubt that if this kind of marksmanship was used to kill a guru, no one would be able to block it. At the very least, Li San wouldn't be able to. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I'm sorry for what happened this time, young Master Lin. I'm willing to compensate you. Please let me leave this place, young Master Lin. Li San was completely regretting his actions. Although he knew that Lin Fei was also a guru, it was only now that Li San realized that Lin Fei was definitely not as simple as an ordinary guru. This person was too terrifying. That untraceable shot had already reached the level of a god among spears, and Li San was far behind him. Dealing with such a person was definitely a suicidal thing. The only thing Li San wanted now was for the other party to let him go, no matter how big the price he had to pay. If you do something wrong, you have to accept punishment. You understand this principle. Lin Fei laughed. A dual spear expert like you is still quite useful, so you'd better stay here and be an employee of the Longting Mountain Villa. Lin Fei's palm turned into a life and death imprint, directly entering Li San's mind, and instantly controlling Li San. Li San's entire body trembled, and the look in his eyes changed. As my employee, there are still benefits. Your son's talent is average, and it's extremely difficult for him to become a guru. However, I can help you. I can give you leveling pills, and as long as you take 5 of them in a row, you will be able to break through the talent limit. Your son will almost be able to become a guru, and it will be impossible for him to take another step. A bottle of pills landed in front of Li San. Li San said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lin." However, compared to losing his life, all of this was nothing. Moreover, the pills were already in his hands and the Li family could have another guru, so it didn't seem like there was any loss. Moreover, he had seen Lin Fei's spear technique, which was what he had been pursuing his entire life. There were only benefits to following such an expert. Alright, you can go back to Yunnan first and arrange things. As for how to act outside, you should know yourself. I don't want the people outside to be scared. Yu Zishan walked over. Li San, the boss's words are in order. You just have to do your job, or else it won't be that easy to take the boss's things. With a guru as an employee, Yu Zishan's position as a housekeeper had risen, and he walked as he knocked on the door. Master Yu, I know what to do. Bang bang bang. Li San hit his chest 3 times, and his face became dispirited, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly walked out of the Longting Mountain Villa. Yu Zishan laughed. Chapter 3983. In the vicinity of Longting Villa, many people were secretly watching this scene at this time. Li San was a famous grandmaster in southern Yunnan, and he was also a spear god of his generation. Everyone wanted to know what the final result would be. When they heard the gunshot, everyone knew that Grandmaster Li San had made a move. The name of the dual gun master was not just for show. Some people even secretly calculated and realized that Li San had fired 36 shots in a row or even more. To be able to make Li San fire more than 36 shots, he had really exerted all his skills in the gun. Because everyone knew that the more shots Li San fired, the more importance he attached to the other party. If he fired more than 36 shots, it could be imagined how much Li San recognized the other party. However, under such circumstances, they actually saw Li San's disheveled figure appear outside the Longting Villa. His face was pale and bloodshot and he was staggering as he walked. Without saying a word, he got into the Mercedes-Benz. However, everyone heard what Li San said when he got in the car. Lin Fei, although you defeated me, my reputation as the dual gun master is not undeserved. Let's wait and see. These words were not loud or heavy, but they were full of hatred and unwillingness. Until the Mercedes-Benz disappeared into the distance, everyone reported the news at once. This was a big news. Although Li San lost to Lin Fei, everyone was not very surprised. However, the fact that Li San, the king of dual guns, could come out of Longting Villa was the most important thing. The amount of information was too much, and it was definitely the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Fei was injured. The news spread like wildfire. In the 5-star presidential suite, 3 middle-aged men were drinking tea unhurriedly. The door opened and a young man came to report. There's news from Longting Villa. Li San was defeated by Lin Fei and was injured. However, Li San's words before he left proved that Lin Fei had suffered a loss in his hands, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The 3 middle-aged men were not surprised by this news. It was expected. The king of dual guns has some skills. He could actually injure Lin Fei, but I don't know how serious the injury is. The middle-aged man with a mustache laughed. That's easy. I'll make a phone call and know. I believe Li San will still give him face. Another middle-aged man laughed. Everyone knew Li San's strength. He was also ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Power list. In terms of real strength, even those ranked 50 or 60 had to be afraid of Li San's attack. The only thing they needed to confirm at the moment was how serious Lin Fei's injury was. After all, an injured tiger was always easier to bully. The middle-aged man found Li San's number and called him directly. Sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Li San's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. After seeing the number on the phone, he said with a Jiao's Li San's Li San. Qinqinya, are you happy that I came out injured? Li San said coldly after the phone was connected. Qinqinya, I came out injured. Are you happy? Li San said coldly after the call was connected. Qinqinya was one of the 3 middle-aged men. He was a supreme power expert, and his ranking was about the same as Li San's. How serious is his injury? Qinqinya asked with a smile. What if I don't tell you? Li San said. That's simple. Now that you're injured, do you think you can still leave Donghai if we 3 supreme power experts personally stop you? Qinqinya, you're still as shameless as ever. You win. Lin Fei's strength is indeed great. He can block 36 of my shots, but he also took 6 of my bullets. He can only use half of his strength at most. You can imagine the rest. Li San hung up the phone. Qinqinya was not annoyed by Li San's behavior. He put down the phone and took a sip of tea. Li San still knows how to look at the bigger picture. Lin Fei is injured and has been shot 6 times. At most, he can only display half of his strength. It looks like we can personally make a trip there before anyone else does, said Qinqinya. Li San is Li San. His marksmanship is really good. He can hit that kid 6 times out of 36 shots. But that kid is also powerful. He should have a powerful body technique. But after getting shot 6 times, his strength is really greatly affected. It will be easy for us to take down Lin Fei together. The mustached middle-aged man laughed. However, for safety's sake, let's wait and see. After all, that guy Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. Qinqinya nodded. I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on him. He can't play any tricks. He definitely can't hide from my eyes. Not long after, a piece of news came. Li San took the fastest flight out of Donghai. The 3 of them were not very surprised by this news. The news of Li San entering Longting Villa and coming out injured could not be hidden from everyone. Those hidden opponents did not mind leaving him outside when he was alone, so at this time, Li San choosing to return to Dianan was the most appropriate choice. Li San is right. Lin Fei should be injured. 6 shots may not be possible, but maybe 3 or 4 shots are possible. Let's make our move tonight. I wish us success tonight. The 3 of them raised their teacups. Tai Zhan of the Yanhuang team was standing in a room at this time. The room was filled with the smell of blood. I didn't expect the famous sharpshooter to die in our Donghai. Lin Fei did a good deed. Tai Zhan faced the window, and in the distance was the Longting Villa. Director, what is the background of this Lin Fei? Even the sharpshooter failed in front of him, and I still can't imagine how the sharpshooter was killed. You have to know that the sharpshooter's gun uses exclusive bullets, which have powerful destructive power. Looking at the situation at the scene, it seems that the sharpshooter killed himself. Tai Zhan could more or less see that the sharpshooter's death must have something to do with Lin Fei. It was just that he couldn't figure out how Lin Fei killed the sharpshooter. The people who were secretly watching could prove that Lin Fei had never left the villa from beginning to end. But the sharpshooter died in the room. All of this seemed too mysterious. No matter how the sharpshooter died, it's a good thing for our Yanhuang team. After all, this guy killed many of our martial arts experts. Now that he's dead, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, we still have to thank Lin Fei, Taijian said with a smile. At this time, a person came in from outside to report. I just received news that Li San from Dianan left Donghai injured. According to the news we received, that Lin Fei seems to have been shot several times, and his injuries are quite serious. Taijian was keenly aware of one thing. Lin Fei is up to something. Chapter 3984. The news of Lin Fei's injury was not a big secret. In particular, what Li San said at the end undoubtedly made everyone realize that the most mysterious Lin Fei of Longting Villa was injured, and his injury was definitely not light. Everyone's mind started to work. After all, this was a chance. Whoever cut off Lin Fei's head first would get a limit-breaking elixir. The effect of a limit-breaking elixir was something no martial artist could ignore. In the southern Guangdong province, on a private island along the sea, Invincible God was recuperating here. He suffered a big loss at Longting Villa, and the bruises on his face did not fade. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time, so he came to an island along the sea. This was a leisure island that the Shin family bought through other means. They spent a lot of money to build it. Invincible God was recuperating on this leisure island, and his current appearance was still shameful. Li San from Dianan is quite capable, as expected of the Spear God, to be able to injure Lin Fei. I think the masters in Donghai must be itching to make a move. Invincible God held a glass of red wine in his hand. It was a 1982 La fight and he slowly sipped it. I'll be hearing good news soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Invincible God looked at the sea as if victory was in his grasp. It was a dark and windy night, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was the best time to make a move. Outside Longting Villa, many people were watching. Everyone knew that tonight was the best opportunity. They did not see Lin Fei come out from the beginning, so Lin Fei must still be in Longqing Villa. As for why he did not come out, it must be because he had absolute confidence in Longting Villa. The first group to sneak in was a group of inward power martial artists. A soldier who did not want to be a general was not a good soldier, so an inward power martial artist who did not want to be a master was not a good martial artist. After knowing that Lin Fei was injured, they finally decided to make a move after holding it in until nightfall. One after another, they climbed over the wall and entered Longting Villa. There were 8 inward strength martial artists in the first wave. After that, there were more than 30 inward strength martial artists in the second and third wave. The martial artists with covert force nowadays don't even know what they're made of. They still have the nerve to think that they can beat us to it. Just Yuzishin alone is enough to make them suffer a great loss. In an inconspicuous place in the Longting Villa, 3 figures walked over at a leisurely pace. It's not a bad idea to use them to exhaust Yuzishan's strength. Now, these inward strength warriors all think that they are powerful. This time they can be taught a good lesson. It would be best if Yuzishan and them both suffer a great loss. That would be the best. The 3 of them quickly arrived near the outer wall. One of the middle-aged men walked out. I've long heard that the Soaring Dragon Manor's formation is very powerful. This time I'd like to see what's so special about it. This middle-aged man was called Wang Zzmo. Although his strength was only at the Grandmaster realm, he had mastered a powerful formation-breaking technique because he was also a formation master. Although his level was not high, it was more than enough to break a formation. Very few people knew about this secret. Therefore, the 3 of them joined forces and appeared here. Wang Zimo slammed his palm on the outer wall and blasted a hole. The 3 of them entered one after another. Grandmaster Wang Zimo originally wanted to find the foothold of the formation, but after scanning around, he was surprised to find that there was no formation here. Yuzishan, are you planning to use an empty fort strategy? He didn't even activate the formation. Is he so confident that he can stop all of us? Wang Zimo's face revealed a strange expression, and then he laughed. The Soaring Dragon Manor didn't activate the formation? Chen Qinya revealed a look of joy. Usually, he would have to put in a lot of effort to activate the formation. However, if the formation was not activated, the Soaring Dragon Manor would be like an open door, allowing them to enter freely. It should not be activated, Wang Zimo said with a smile. Let's hurry up and go in. If the Grandmasters outside know about this, they will probably fight to enter. We're really lucky this time. Although they didn't know why the formation was not activated, the 3 Grandmasters weren't too worried. With their strength they could easily deal with Yuzishan. As for the injured Lin Fei, he wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, they came prepared this time. We still underestimated Yuzishan. I didn't expect him to change the formation. This should be a soul confusion formation. Very soon, a white fog appeared in front of them. Wang Zimo laughed. You think you can stop us with just this soul confusion formation? You really think too highly of yourself. The three grandmasters also recognized that it was a soul confusion formation, but they weren't too worried about them. They opened up a distance and carefully locked onto the front. Not long after, they passed through the soul confusion formation and saw many inward strength martial artists. These inward strength martial artists were in a forest. Now they were lying in a mess. Obviously they had suffered a lot. Not far away they saw an old acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan, are you planning to hold the pass alone against 10,000 people? Qin Tianya walked over with a smile. Qin Tianya, I know that you are a grandmaster expert from another province. I didn't expect you to come with Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. Yu Zishan looked at the three grandmasters. Qin Tianya laughed. Since you know that the three of us are here, you should know that you can't stop the three of us by yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to suffer, take the initiative to bring us to Lin Fei. As long as we get what we want, we naturally won't cause any trouble for you. Qin Tianya was also a person who knew how to talk. He directly attacked the other party's heart. A cultivation master's ability was rather terrifying. It would be best if he could suppress the other party. According to their thinking, Yu Zishan should be afraid of them and choose not to attack. As long as Yu Zishan did not attack, they could take Lin Fei's head. They could also attack the blessed Grotto Heaven. After all, they were quite envious of the benefits of the blessed Grotto Heaven. Yu Zishan shook his head and was not moved. Times are different now. Just the three of you grandmasters won't do. Even if another 7 or 8 grandmasters come, I won't leave because you guys are not qualified to make me leave. Wang Zimo laughed. What an arrogant tone. Do you think that this array formation can stop us? Even if you changed another array formation as an array master, I can still see through it. There's no way you can fool us. Why are you talking to this old thing? Let's just attack together. Maybe this old guy is just buying time so that Lin Fei can escape from another place. The three of them looked at each other and decided to attack immediately. In the next second, a black ball-like object appeared in their hands and they threw it at Yu Zishan. Chapter 3985. The three grandmasters had indeed come prepared. Yu Zishan wasn't someone easy to deal with. Hence, they had purchased special weapons at a high price. It was a concealed weapon that covered an area. It was extremely vicious and anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. When such a weapon was used by a grandmaster, it could instantly unleash terrifying power. The area it covered was also very large, like an inescapable net. The moment the three grandmasters attacked, the 3 black balls exploded and turned into a sky full of black shadows that covered Yu Zishan. These black balls were called soul destruction balls. Once they were used, they could shoot out tens of thousands of needles that could even destroy a person's soul. Each of the fine needles was laced with poison. Coupled with the strength of a grandmaster, the needles could even pierce through reinforced steel plates. The soul destruction balls were very expensive. Even Qin Tianya and the other two had to pay a huge price to get their hands on them. It was all worth it to kill Yu Zishan. As for the warriors who were knocked to the ground, they were unlucky. In an instant, they were pierced by the needles and in the blink of an eye, they turned into pools of blood. It turned out that the needles were laced with corrosive poison that targeted flesh and blood. It was a truly vicious concealed weapon that couldn't be blocked. Yu Zishan, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of us. Even though you are a cultivator, how could your body of flesh and blood withstand the power of the soul destruction orb? Qin Tianya sneered, a smug look in his eyes. You should be happy that you can die under this soul destruction ball. After all, there aren't many people who can make the 3 of us use the soul destruction balls. The power of the 3 soul-destroying balls was extremely great. Except for a few covert strength martial artists who could dodge it, the rest became pools of blood. However, Yu Zishan still didn't move. With the area covered, it was impossible for him to escape. Yu Zishan didn't move. He just stood there quietly. Suddenly he reached out and a huge shield appeared in front of him. The shield was brown just like the color of the earth. The moment this huge shield appeared, it blocked all the attacks. When the needles hit the shield, they were blocked. They couldn't even penetrate the shield. The shield was densely covered in needles. It was a ghastly sight, and it was suffused with a cold light. The 3 grandmasters are indeed ruthless. You even prepared a soul-destroying sphere for me. I have underestimated you. However, I have already said that even if more grandmasters come, the result will be the same. Yu Zishan's array formation, the Heavenly Net Earth Terminus Array, was instantly activated. A black streak of light shot out from the void. Allow me. Qin Tianya was disdainful. He punched out, and the shadow of his fist landed on the flowing light. However, in the next second, the flowing light's power did not diminish. It fiercely struck Chinchinia's body, cutting open a bloody wound, and his entire body smashed onto the ground. So strong. The other two grandmasters were shocked. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? It's actually so powerful. Wang Zimo was shocked. He had seen a lot of array formations, but a stream of light could actually have such power. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although the power of the Longting Villa's formation was not bad, it was definitely not at this level. As Wang Zimo's voice fell, a second stream of light shot out. If you guys want to be presumptuous here, then you'll have to first block my attack. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of light shot out, containing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In an instant, the 3 grandmasters were in a desperate situation. It was also Yu Zishan's first time activating an array formation. Looking at the 3 grandmasters who were suppressed by the power of the array formation, he also felt how terrifying the heavenly net earth terminus array was. No wonder the boss is so confident. Chinchinya and the other 2 grandmasters are in such a sorry state. If the array were to go all out, it would indeed be easy to kill them. The 3 grandmasters were originally full of confidence, but at this moment they felt a great sense of danger. They had activated their martial arts to the limit, but they still could not block the streams of light. The streams of light were fierce and domineering a moment ago, but they were as soft as water a moment later, making it hard for them to resist. In an instant they were in a sorry state and their bodies were continuously injured. Let's go. We can't fight them head-on. Chinchinya reacted quickly, turning around and fleeing outside. It was the same for Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. They really could not withstand the attacks of the streams of light. So much so that their hands were trembling. However, when they were about to rush out of the forest, suddenly, an invisible barrier rose up. They crashed into it, but they actually could not break the barrier. Oh no, we're trapped. The 3 of them instantly attacked the same spot together. With their powerful strength, they might be able to break an opening, but the result was still disappointing. This invisible barrier was unbelievably strong, and no matter how they chased after it, they could not break through. Since you're here, then stay in the Longting Manor. After all, our boss is still very reasonable. Yu Zishan walked over step by step, and behind him the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth turned into 5 giants. The giants locked onto the 3 grandmasters one by one. The mysterious stream of light was already too much for them to handle. When the 5 giants were formed, they were immediately frightened. Any one of them had a terrifying aura that could crush them. There was no need for them to make a move and they would definitely lose. Yu Zishan, you win. Let us go and we'll never interfere in this matter again. We're willing to compensate you. Just name the price and we'll compensate you. The 3 of them did not even have the thought of fighting. This Longting Manor had really become too terrifying. It was obviously an inconspicuous array, but in the blink of an eye, it actually created these 5 terrifying existences. They could not accept this scene for a moment. Yu Zishan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the boss said that he's only interested in you 5 grandmasters, so you guys should stay and be employees of the Longting Manor. Anyway, it's better to be alive than dead. Dong dong dong. The giants attacked in an instant, and the 5 forces joined together, directly crushing the 3 grandmasters. After the 3 grandmasters entered the Longting Manor, 4 more grandmasters came one after another. Their strength was not weak and they all looked very confident. However, after they entered, no one saw them come out again. Until dawn, the entire Longting Manor was quiet. The people who were watching outside felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they gasped and immediately sent out the news. Longting Manor is suspected to have a top master. 4 grandmasters have already been trapped inside, and none of the inward power warriors have come out. As soon as the news came out, the Donghai martial arts circle was in an uproar. Chapter 3986. On a private island off the coast of Guangdong, Invincible God had not slept. He was waiting for news. As long as Lin Fei was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. In order to kill Lin Fei, Invincible God had painfully paid the price of a level-breaking elixir. He believed that all the Grandmaster martial artists would react upon hearing the news. When the time came, 8 or 9 Grandmaster martial artists would gang up on him. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he would still be defeated. All Invincible God had to do was wait for news. He even prepared a bottle of red wine worth $200,000 for this. What? None of the 4 Grandmasters came out after entering Longting Villa? You must be joking with me. Invincible God kicked him away and he rolled a few times before stopping. Continue to investigate. This is impossible. If Lin Fei is really that strong, then wouldn't he be a monster? I, invincible god, have the support of my family and endless resources. How could Lin Fei be stronger than me? What? Invincible god roared. The injury on his face was affected and he felt a wave of pain. Losing to Lin Fei one-on-one, Invincible God felt that he was at a disadvantage because of the lack of information. However, if 8 or 9 grandmasters were not a match for Lin Fei, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? At the same time, it would prove that he was not the favored one, but the real favored one. Invincible God would not allow that to happen. The news about Longting Villa spread like wildfire in the martial arts circle. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they heard the news. You're not kidding, right? Since when did Longting Villa become so powerful? I heard that 4 grandmasters went in this time or even more. You said that all the grandmasters stayed inside. Doesn't that mean that Longting Villa is no different from a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? This joke is a bit too much. Previously, when Yu Zishan stayed in Longting Villa, his own strength was the key, along with the formation. However, it was not that no grandmaster had ever entered Longting Villa, so it was not as incredible as it was described. But now, 4 grandmasters, including 20 to 30 covert power warriors, had entered the Longting Villa and none of them had come out alive. This situation was unusual and unbelievable. The news that a grandmaster had gone in was clear to everyone. Now that they had not shown themselves, it was shocking. As for the 4 grandmasters escaping from other places, that was even more impossible because this time, the people who were secretly following them had arranged people outside the entire Longting Manor. As long as they came out, they would be able to see everything clearly. It was a pity that no grandmaster came out. What a good Lin Fei. His methods are amazing. He actually defeated 4 master stage masters in one fell swoop. No, it should be 7 master stage masters. The Yen Huang battle team's Tai Zhan held the news in his hands. He was more certain than anyone else of the veracity of this news. Rumor had it that there were 4 grandmasters, but he knew that there were a total of 7 grandmasters who had entered the Longting Villa this time. There were 4 grandmasters at the main entrance, and 3 more grandmasters had entered in secret. Tai Zhan knew that Lin Fei wanted to stir up trouble, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He had defeated 7 grandmasters in one go, and now it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The only one who came out alive should be Grandmaster Li San. Tai Zhan was now sure that Grandmaster Li San had definitely tricked everyone once. He probably negotiated with Lin Fei before he could come out of the Longting Villa. What a brilliant move. Director, what should we do now? Lin Ro asked. After all, these are 7 grandmasters and each of them has a great influence. If something really happens to them in the Longting Villa, our East Sea will really not have peace. Tai Zhan couldn't help but have a headache. This matter was indeed what he had been worried about. It was cool, but the follow-up was a big problem. If those people really died, it would be over. The death of 1 or 2 grandmasters was already a headache, but if all of them died, that would be a real headache. If things got out of hand, East Sea's economy would be in trouble. Don't doubt the influence of those people. At that time, even the Yen Huang battle team headquarters would not be able to say anything. Wait a little longer. Tai Zhan said, I believe that Lin Fei is a person who knows what to do. If he really doesn't come out, I will go there myself. After everyone was shocked by the horror of the Longting Villa, those martial artists who originally had ideas about Lin Fei did not dare to have too many ideas for a while. Even the 4 grandmasters had fallen into the trap. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? They could not afford to offend him. Until noon. When everyone continued to stare at the Longting Villa, 4 grandmasters came out. No, it should be 7 grandmasters came out of the Longting Villa. As soon as these grandmasters came out, it was unknown how many people were frightened. Everyone guessed that there would be 5 or 6 grandmasters, but they did not expect there to be 7. Every grandmaster was a great master on the grandmaster list and was famous in a region, but at this time they all fell in the Longting Villa. The expressions of the 7 grandmasters did not change much. They were as expressionless as usual. After they came out, there was immediately a car to pick them up. The forces that were following them also retreated one after another. For a moment, it was much quieter outside the Longting Villa. No one knew whether the 7 grandmasters had killed Lin Fei or not, but the reputation of the Longting Villa had been completely spread this time. That night, before everyone could confirm whether Lin Fei was still there or not, Master Yu Zishan of the Longting Villa released a piece of news. An auction would be held in 2 months. At that time, special treasures would be auctioned, which would be of great help to the improvement of martial artists' strength. One was the spiritual water. The second was a magical elixir. As for what the elixir was, no one knew. The magical effects of the spiritual water had tempted countless martial artists. If it was before, everyone would definitely want to go in and fight for it. But this time, 7 grandmasters had fallen inside, which made them realize one thing. If they wanted the spiritual water, they might really have to go to the auction. However, everyone was also smart people. They were all waiting to see what the 7 grandmasters' attitude would be. However, after the 7 grandmasters returned, they remained completely silent as if nothing had happened. This was thought-provoking. At the same time, everyone also saw Lin Fei. He had appeared in the villa as per usual. At this point, everyone understood that the 7 grandmasters must have suffered a huge setback. They had probably paid a huge price to survive. But what was the price they had to pay? No one could figure it out. Of course, this incident also made countless people realize that although Lin Fei looked young, he was actually more terrifying than everyone thought. He was an existence that could not be offended. It seemed that it was too much to want to hunt him down. What other power could cause the 7 grandmasters to fail? At least in this Longting villa, no one dared to make a move. Boss, after this matter gets out, I guess those who want to make a move will completely lose their minds. Yu Zishan brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fei. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "After all, grandmaster powerhouses have a lot of influence. 7 grandmasters have suffered a setback in my Longting villa. Compared to the auction in 2 months, everyone will think about it carefully. It might not be a good thing to keep this bounty up," Yu Zishan said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Even the 7 grandmasters were not a match for him. I think the Dark Heaven is also a sensible person. Maybe they will make a new choice." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3987. The news on the Dark Heaven's bounty board quickly changed. The bounty on Lin Fei's head had disappeared without a trace after one night. It was taken off the shelves. No one knew why the Dark Heaven did this, but when they thought about the 7 grandmasters trapped in Longting Villa, everyone realized that this Lin Fei must have a powerful background, which was why the Dark Heaven took off the bounty. They did not want to offend him too much. Who knew if Lin Fei's backer would make a move on the Dark Heaven? As soon as the news of the Dark Heaven taking off the shelves spread, everyone looked at Lin Fei of Longting Villa in a different light. It was not easy to get the Dark Heaven to take off the bounty. It proved that the Dark Heaven was wary of Lin Fei. Invincible God, who was on the island in Guangdong province, had smashed countless things that night. He had personally arranged for people and even offered the level-breaking elixir as a bounty on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei dead for sure. Now that something like this had happened, how could Invincible God take it lying down? After smashing everything in the house, Invincible God was still in a state of rage. "Young master, I think there's another way to take care of Lin Fei. According to the news we found, Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan, is already staying in Donghai Hotel. The enemy he's going to deal with this time might be Lin Fei." Invincible God hated Lin Fei more than anyone else now. His gaze turned venomous. "Are you sure Kai Shan wants to deal with Lin Fei?" The possibility is very high because one of Caishan's disciples seemed to have been injured by Lin Fei and his strength was crippled. This is the news we just received from the people we sent. Caishan should be here to deal with Lin Fei. However, he has yet to make a move. Invincible God naturally knew the abilities of Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan. He was different from ordinary warriors because he had a terrifying tame head technique which was extremely terrifying. I heard that Kai Shan has mastered the first tame head technique, which is mysterious and unpredictable. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Shan wants to use Lin Fei as a stepping stone and sword of fame, so that Southeast Asia's influence can directly surpass that of Wuxia's martial arts practitioners. After all, 7 grandmasters are no match for Lin Fei. After Kai Shan beheads Lin Fei, his influence will become even more terrifying. At that time he will completely become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. This Kai Shan is really scheming. Invincible God was a smart man as well. He quickly understood what Kai Shan was trying to do. If that's the case, I'll give Lin Fei another present. Even if he tries to hide, he won't be able to. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Donghai, the room Kai Shan was in was filled with darkness. At the same time, it was suffused with a dim light. If anyone were to see, they would definitely be shocked because there were venomous snakes appearing on Kai Shan's body. Each of these venomous snakes was very small, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying. "Lin Fei, no wonder you dared to injure my disciple. You actually managed to make the 7 grandmasters not seek revenge. I didn't waste my time waiting. Now is the time to strike. When the time comes, who would dare to underestimate the strength of Kai Shan, the first tame headmaster in Southeast Asia? Kai Shan's aged face revealed a cruel smile. It was more interesting to kill such an opponent. Kai Shan had already known about Longting Villa from the day he arrived. However, he did not make a move. He wanted to see if Lin Fei was worthy of him making a move. Now, it seemed that Lin Fei was indeed very worthy of him making a move. Kai Shan's trip to Wuxia this time was just to kill Lin Fei. He came to Donghai to show his strength. Tomorrow, I'll wipe out the martial arts practitioners in Donghai and show them my strength. Kai Shan smiled sinisterly and swallowed the venomous snake. Lin Fei was listening to Yu Zishan's report when he was having breakfast in the morning. He wasn't too surprised that the Dark Heavens had withdrawn the bounty on him. Any smart person would know that they would do so. After all, to him there was nothing but mystery. No one knew who was behind him, especially since he had disappeared for 5 years. It was a mystery to everyone. Look, it's such a simple matter and it's resolved just like that. Lin Fei laughed. Boss, it's just that some people are afraid of feeling uncomfortable. It was also Yu Zishan's first time seeing such a situation. He could not help but admire the boss's ability. Boss, how should we deal with this invincible god? Do you want us grandmasters to join forces and go to the Shin family to put some pressure on them? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless even if you grandmasters join forces. After all, to be able to become one of the 3 big families in the south, their strength is not as simple as you think. I will take care of this matter myself. What you need to do is to guard Longting Villa for me. You don't need to worry about the matters outside. After breakfast, Lin Fei was about to go out for a walk when he received a call. This was a very unfamiliar number, but he still chose to pick it up. Young Master Lin, I'm Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team. This is my private number, you can take it. Tai Zhan's deep voice came from the other side. What's the matter? We just received a piece of news that has spread in the Donghai martial arts circle. The number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, is here. He wants to fight you. Young Master Lin, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Kai Shan, the number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, was really here. He had almost forgotten about it. Who gave him the courage to fight me? Or is he planning to step on my head to climb up? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Young Master Lin is indeed Young Master Lin. You really hit the nail on the head. This Kai Shan is indeed planning to use you to climb up. Not long ago he began to wipe out those martial arts schools in the Donghai martial arts circle. Kai Shan wants to defeat these martial arts schools and reach the peak of his influence before fighting you, the strongest in Longting Villa, and also the strongest in Donghai. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Who gave me the title of the strongest in Donghai? I'm sorry, Young Master Lin. We haven't received any news for the time being. However, the news has spread in the martial arts circle. They think that you are the strongest in Donghai and Kai Shan is the strongest in Southeast Asia. Strong against strong. Lin Fei was very smart and immediately understood the meaning behind it. Someone was flattering him. The effect of flattery was, of course, to force him to fight. Oh invincible God, are you still unwilling to give up? You are really narrow-minded. Then don't blame me for giving you a gift. Do you really think that an immortal like me is so easy to trick? Chapter 3988. On the beach of the island. Invincible God was in a good mood again. With just one sentence, the entire Donghai was in an uproar. The news spread like poison in the martial arts circle. Every martial artist knew that the top fighter of Donghai was Lin Fei of Longting Villa. The top fighter of Donghai. A few simple words, but they carried a different meaning. There was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Lin Fei, so what if Dark Heaven doesn't kill you after putting a bounty on your head? Kai Shan, the top fighter of Southeast Asia, will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, with my news, no matter what you choose, you will have to fight Kai Shan. With Kai Shan's tame head technique, even a martial artist will not be able to handle him. I don't believe that you can even beat Kai Shan. Invincible God looked at the sea with his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face. He thought that the gift was pretty good, and he believed that Lin Fei would definitely like it. All he had to do now was wait for the good news. After all, the longer a rumor lasted, the better it would be. By then, it would definitely elevate someone to the top, but it could also knock someone down from the top, causing them to fall to their deaths. Just as Invincible God was about to head back for a drink, with a plop, Invincible God fell head first onto the beach. Half of his head was in the water. Just then the seawater came crashing over. Invincible God actually felt like he was suffocating. He could not even move his body. Invincible God could not move his body at all. He choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my body? Invincible God came back to his senses and pushed himself up with both hands. His face, which was still bruised, swelled up again. I must have been too happy. Yes, that must be it. Invincible God found an excuse for himself, but he had only taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again with a plop. This time he was not so lucky. There was a rock on the ground and his face smashed into it. The excruciating pain made Invincible God howl in pain. What was even more unimaginable for Invincible God was that he could not even dodge it. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the rock. That intense pain instantly stimulated his entire body. Blood flowed down his entire face and it became hideous and twisted. "Young master, are you all right?" Immediately, a subordinate came up to help Invincible God up. Invincible God's face was covered in blood. He pushed the man away with his hand in a domineering manner. "What's going on? I was walking fine just now. How did I fall?" Invincible God grinned and looked him up and down. "I was fine, but I fell on a rock while walking. If this was a sharp rock, wouldn't I be dead?" What a ridiculous thing to do. Invincible God took a deep breath. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He walked forward again, but this time he was very careful. There were no stones on the road and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, under such circumstances, Invincible God fell again. At the same time he fell. Shoo! A harpoon flew over from afar. This harpoon was fast and urgent. It drew an arc and pierced into Invincible God's body. Invincible God was pinned to the ground instantly. That B** dared to attack me with a harpoon. Invincible God's mind went blank. His entire face was twisted. Not only did he fall, but he was also pierced by the harpoon. What was going on? Invincible God didn't even have time to react. It was as if he had become a target. This feeling was too terrifying. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. After the harpoon flew over, one of his subordinates ran over in a hurry. He was trembling and his face was pale. "Young master, I'm sorry. I was practicing fishing just now. I don't know what happened, but the harpoon flew out. I really didn't know that it would pierce into you." Invincible God's expression changed as he roared, "Scram! Scram as far as you can." He thought that this was the end of it. However, this was just the beginning. Invincible God was sent to the island villa with much difficulty. However, the door fell and he was smashed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Then the chandelier in the house fell as well. He looked at his phone. It had exploded as well. It could be said that Invincible God had been on the brink of death time and time again throughout the day. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, causing Invincible God to be on the verge of breaking down. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. "Father, help." In the woods of Longting Manor, Lin Fei sipped his tea slowly. The corner of his lips curled up as he cut off the connection. "Invincible God, this is just the beginning. My bad luck talisman isn't that easy to deal with. If I don't let you experience what it's like to walk on the brink of death, I wouldn't be an immortal." Invincible God's bad luck was clearly seen by Lin Fei through a special method. Invincible God gave Lin Fei a gift and Lin Fei did the same. When Invincible God came looking for him, Lin Fei secretly planted a talisman on Invincible God. This talisman was drawn in the air and was untraceable. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Someone like Invincible God didn't even notice and was quietly planted with the talisman. Initially, Lin Fei didn't plan to use it, but Invincible God was asking for it. Lin Fei decided to grant Invincible God his wish. Once the bad luck talisman was used, bad luck would worsen and it would get worse by the day. In the end, one would be killed by bad luck. Of course, this was under extremely bad circumstances. Invincible God might be able to survive, but he definitely wouldn't end up well. At the very least, he would be bedridden for a year or two. To Lin Fei, killing Invincible God would be too easy on him. Torturing him was the way to go and let him live in endless fear. The bad luck talisman would teach Invincible God to be a good person. "Boss, that Kai Shan has already started taking action in the East China Sea. I just received news that he has consecutively challenged 2 dojos. His actions are very vicious. Now everyone's expression has changed." Yu Zishan walked over. "Kai Shan is quite a schemer. He's planning to raise his essence, chi and spirit to the peak before fighting me. That's a good move. But in China's territory, it seems like a Southeast Asian tame headmaster has the chance to show off." Lin Fei laughed. Yu Zishan said, "Boss, I can actually do it. Although he's good at tame head techniques, if I attack secretly, I can definitely make him suffer and scram out of the East China Sea. There's no need for that. Lin Fei laughed. Invincible God wants me to be the strongest in the East China Sea, right? Then I'll be the strongest justifiably. It'll save me a lot of trouble. I'll just let Kai Shan do it. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't think much of Kai Shan. Even if it was tame head technique, in his eyes, it was just a crooked way of doing things. It wasn't considered a power at all. It would be a pity not to accept Invincible God's gift. It would save him a lot of trouble in the future if he attacked this time. After all, the strongest in the East China Sea still had a certain level of deterrence. Chapter 3989. In a well-known martial arts club in Donghai, there was dead silence at this time. Your martial arts club is just SOSO. I'm so disappointed. Kai Shan shook his head, turned around and walked out. When he reached the main entrance, he turned around and smashed the signboard with his palm. The broken pieces of the signboard rained down from the sky and he swaggered out. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to stop the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. Everyone underestimated Kai Shan's strength. In everyone's impression, Kai Shan's most powerful means should be tame head, but Kai Shan was different. Not only did he master powerful tame head, but he also mastered extremely powerful Muay Thai. Coupled with his guru physique, when he performed Muay Thai, it was fierce and vicious, and almost no one dared to face it head-on. This was the #3 martial arts club that had been wiped out by him. Kai Shan, the #1 tame head master in Southeast Asia, has really gone too far. We must find someone, otherwise, all the martial arts clubs in Donghai will not be able to withstand Kai Shan's attack. The club master, who was being helped up, had a gloomy expression. This matter must be reported to our martial alliance in Donghai immediately. Yes, we must tell the martial alliance and ask them to come up with a solution. Otherwise, the martial arts circle in Donghai will probably be swept away this time. At the mention of the martial alliance, everyone showed a glimmer of hope and expectation. After Kai Shan came out of the martial arts club, he got into a Mercedes-Benz. Let's move on to the next martial arts club. The martial arts clubs in Donghai are not very powerful. This time I will definitely wipe them all out. Also, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lin Fei from Longting Villa and see what he does. Kai Shan had already regarded Lin Fei from Longting Villa as a potential opponent. As for the news about the #1 expert in Donghai that had spread in the martial arts circle, Kai Shan smiled faintly. It was obvious that someone had deliberately raised Lin Fei's profile, which was of course what Kai Shan wanted to see the most. After all, 6 or 7 guru experts had been defeated by Longting Villa. Lin Fei must have a certain level of personal strength and was barely worthy of the title of the #1 expert in Donghai. Therefore, Kai Shan preferred to defeat Lin Fei. At that time, as the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Chai Sen's influence would definitely increase greatly. Kai Shan really had to thank those people who had acted in the dark. It just happened to prove that the Chinese loved infighting, and the advantage of infighting was that outsiders could take advantage of it. Bureau Chief, this Southeast Asia's #1 black tame head master, Kai Shan, is really terrifying. His Muay Thai is deadly. If he didn't fight in Donghai, he might lose his life. If it were anywhere else, these martial artists would have been killed. Behind the Mercedes-Benz was an ordinary Regal. Iron War, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a dark expression. Hearing Lin Ro's words, he frowned. This Kai Shan is indeed powerful. I have underestimated him. Looks like his goal this time is very clear. Director, I think it's better for us to talk to Kai Shan in person. If we let him continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid our entire Eastern martial arts circle will look bad. Lin Ro suggested. If it was an ordinary person, Iron War would have already arrested him or chased him out. However, Kai Shan, the #1 black tame head master in Southeast Asia, had a great influence in Southeast Asia, and his identity was clean. If there was no reason, even Iron War would be embarrassed to do anything to such a person. Challenging a martial arts club was a very normal thing. For the time being, let's keep an eye on him. Oh yeah, is there any reaction from Lin Fei? Iron War asked. He mentioned the news to Lin Fei because he wanted to see what Lin Fei was going to do. Lin Ro shook her head. There's no news for the time being. Our people only saw him in the villa, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Iron War was also impressed by Lin Fei. If an ordinary person heard such news, they would definitely be restless. After all, this was a big matter in the martial arts circle. The title of the #1 expert in Donghai was not as simple as it sounded. Director, this Lin Fei's background is mysterious. Do you think he really has the strength of the #1 expert in Donghai? The news is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid that once that person returns, he will inevitably fight with Lin Fei, Lin Rose said in a low voice. With that person's temper, I'm afraid that once he finds out about this, he will definitely find trouble with Lin Fei. Hearing this, Iron War could not help but have a headache. One must know that there were several experts in Donghai, and the strongest among them was that boorish man who was known as the #1 expert in Donghai. Now that Lin Fei had emerged and the news was getting more and more intense, it was obvious that he wanted to replace that boorish man. Iron War was very clear about that boorish man's temper. It was definitely a bad temper, similar to a stone in a latrine pit. Such a boorish man, if not for the fact that he had not been in Donghai recently, might have already gone to find Lin Fei to learn from each other. This matter is indeed troublesome. Our Donghai has been peaceful for so long, but it seems that with the arrival of Lin Fei, all kinds of disturbances have arisen. Iron War did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of such a mysterious guy in Donghai had indeed brought great trouble to Iron War, especially in the auction in 2 months. He had never thought that Lin Fei would take out the spiritual water and even the elixir to auction. When hearing the news, Iron War's first thought was whether that Lin Fei was planning to take out the upgrade elixir to auction. If he really did auction it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Iron War felt that he was about to lose control of this matter. Right now, one thing followed another. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the relationship between the Yan Huang battle team and Lin Fei was still alright for the time being. At least the Yan Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Jing experts and that was enough. Now we can only take it one step at a time. What the hell is this? In the next few days, Southeast Asia's #1 sorcerer, Gui Shan, kept looking for dojos to challenge. The strength of the challenged dojos became stronger and stronger. 5 days ago, it defeated the 7th-ranked dojo. 3 days ago, it defeated the 3rd-ranked dojo. Today, even the #1 dojo was successfully defeated by Kai Shan. Everyone knew that the next target of Chai Shan, the #1 Black Tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, might be Lin Fei. At the Longting Mountain Villa, several warriors came to visit. They were from the Donghai Martial Alliance. The strength of the Martial Alliance was only inferior to that of the Yan Huang battle team. It was a private organization with great influence. This time they came to visit Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa, hoping that Lin Fei would deal with Kai Shan. They could not let him continue to sweep them. In the end, Yu Zishan sent them away with a sentence. Our boss will not see anyone. This made the Martial Alliance very angry. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a design company. Because his amethyst design was completed. Chapter 3990. The purple jade was not that important to Lin Fei. However, he was quite interested in Su Mei. After all, such a physique was really rare. When Yu Zishan came over to report that the purple jade necklace was designed, Lin Fei was prepared to come over personally and meet Su Mei. He had some thoughts that he wanted to tell Su Mei. Su Mei's workplace was located in an inconspicuous bungalow in Jiangdong district. If it was not for the location, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was because it was a very antique building. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that it should be a building from the era of the Republic of China. There were not many such buildings in Jiangdong district. Young Master Lin, why are you here personally? Su Mei had been waiting for the other party. When she saw that it was Lin Fei who came in, she could not help but be shocked. Ever since the incident at the manor, Su Mei had saved a lot of trouble because those people did not dare to talk to her anymore. Su Mei knew that it was Lin Fei's effect. This time she only informed Master Yu. She did not expect Lin Fei to come personally. This caused Su Mei to be at a loss. After seeing Lin Fei's mysteriousness, Su Mei naturally had a trace of fear towards Lin Fei. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. Therefore, Su Mei would rather inform Master Yu than Lin Fei. When Lin Fei stood there, Su Mei felt that she had met a demon king. Her voice was a little shaky. Lin Fei joked, "Little Su, am I that scary? Since when did I become a man-eating tiger?" Su Mei burst into laughter and could not help but say, "Young Master Lin, you're much scarier than a tiger." After saying that, Su Mei realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She did not dare to look at Lin Fei again and lowered her head. Lin Fei felt that this situation was very normal. "Didn't you say that the purple jade has been designed? Can you take me to have a look? I can also appreciate your work." Lin Fei changed the topic. At the mention of this, Su Mei became spirited and her eyes lit up. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. The purple jade necklace I designed this time will definitely satisfy you." He walked into the building. Lin Fei sensed the antique atmosphere, and there were even many places that still retained the flavor of history. In addition to Su Mei, there were many other female workers in the house. All of them were well educated and had an artistic aura. It was obvious that they were female designers. Su Mei led Lin Fei into a room. The room was not big and there were various tools and blueprints on the table. Su Mei carefully opened a safe and took out a purple jade necklace. The purple jade necklace that had been polished was very bright at first glance. The whole necklace was in the shape of a heart. It was decorated with countless crystals and diamonds, which were shining. With a simple match, the purple jade necklace instantly became high-end and full of aristocratic aura. Su Mei calmly introduced, "Young Master Lin, this purple jadeite uses your purple jadeite as the center, coupled with the corresponding carat crystals and diamonds. Finally, I named this purple jadeite necklace Heart Magic." Lin Fei listened to Su Mei's introduction and was very satisfied with the purple jade necklace. "I like the necklace you designed." Su Mei was actually uneasy. After all, it was the first time that she designed such a good purple jade necklace. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Fei would not be satisfied. When the purple jade was brought back, even the whole studio was shocked. It could be imagined how significant a piece of purple jade was. After hearing Lin Fei's praise, Su Mei heaved a sigh of relief. "Young Master Lin, thank you for giving me such an opportunity to design. Otherwise, I can't imagine having the opportunity to design such a purple jade." Su Mei was grateful again and again. Lin Fei laughed. "Do you know why I gave the purple jade to you? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize." Lin Fei said mischievously, which was rare. Su Mei was nervous for a moment. From the time she left, she knew that Lin Fei gave the purple jade to her, certainly not because of her design ability. But now hearing this again, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that young Master Lin has taken a fancy to me? Should I refuse? Or not refuse? This is a very confusing thing. Apart from appearance, Su Mei really couldn't think of anything. For a moment she didn't know how to answer. Little Su, are you there? There is a great thing. You will be happy to hear it." A voice came from the corridor outside. Then a tall young man rushed in. This tall figure was a strong man with a ponytail. His whole body exuded a fashionable aura. To put it in layman's terms, he was very fashionable. Not only did he tie his ponytail, but he also wore ear studs and had light makeup on his face. Both inside and outside, he exuded a very feminine aura. "Who are you? Why are you standing here?" The tall man was stunned. When he came in, he saw Su Mei talking to a strange man and the purple jade, so he couldn't help but ask. When Su Mei heard this, she felt terrible. She knew that young Master Lin was someone that even Master Yu had to serve. He couldn't be easily offended. "Brother Li, what are you talking about? This is my customer." Li Qi was the tall and fashionable man. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the strange man from head to toe. This kind of situation often happened here, so Li Qi didn't take it seriously. He just glanced at it lightly and didn't pay attention to it anymore. "Little Su, why did you take out the purple jade necklace and let an outsider see it? If the news gets out, you and I can't afford to make any mistakes." Li Qi turned around and said to Lin Fei, "I have something to discuss with little Su. If it's not urgent, please take a seat outside for a while." Li Qi was the second shareholder of the company. At the same time, he was also a designer. Speaking in his own territory, he was very confident. Moreover, the person in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes and there was nothing special about him. Li Qi also categorized him as an ordinary person. He probably found Su Mei through some means, and this kind of thing wasn't rare for Li Qi. Lin Fei found it funny. This guy with a sissy accent? Is he so blind that he can't even see this? "Little Su, since you have something to discuss, let's talk next time. Leave the purple jade necklace to me." When Li Qi heard this, he suddenly jumped up. "No, this purple jade necklace can't be taken away just because you said so. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 3991. This time, Li Qi had come for this jade necklace. At the same time, he planned to discuss it with Su Mei. He believed that Su Mei would agree after hearing the news. Even the owner of the purple jade would have to think twice after knowing it. Seeing Su Mei's action, Li Qi couldn't calm down and shouted. Lin Fei smiled, "Is this purple jade necklace yours? You're quite arrogant to not let me take it away." Su Mei hurriedly explained, "Child Lin, you misunderstood. Brother Li doesn't know. Please don't be angry." Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be angry with such a person. After all, in his eyes, such a person was just a nobody. As long as he didn't get in his way, it would be the same as not seeing him. Hearing Su Mei's words, Li Qi was unhappy. He knew that the purple jade was brought back, and he envied Su Mei for getting such a big deal. Such a big purple jade was very rare. Their studio hadn't gotten such a purple jade for a long time. During this period he gave a lot of suggestions. If it was usual it wouldn't be a big deal. But this time was different. Little Sue, I'm telling you, someone wants to buy this purple jade necklace. I want you to contact the owner and have a good talk with him. He likes this purple jade necklace very much and is willing to pay a high price for it. Li Qi hastily said. Su Mei's face darkened. This jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, not her. How could Li Qi say such a thing? Brother Li, how can you say that? This purple jade necklace belongs to someone else, not me. When Su Mei brought it back, she didn't say that the purple jade would come to Longting Manor. After all, Longting Manor was a special existence in Donghai. Su Mei didn't want to scare people. When she went to Longting Manor she was also shocked. Li Qi turned to Lin Fei and said coldly, I think you should be rich, but this purple jade necklace is not something you can get just because you want it. You should know that such a purple jade necklace must be worn by the most distinguished person. Do you know who wants this purple jade necklace this time? You definitely didn't expect it. That's someone you can't afford to offend. Lin Fei smiled happily. Someone actually touched his purple jade necklace. Fortunately he came. Otherwise, with this person's character, he might really take the necklace by force. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He was still very accurate in judging people. Who is it? I really want to know. Tell me. Lin Fei gave Su Mei a look. Su Mei originally wanted to say, but she simply shut up. Su Mei could only pray for Li Qi in her heart. Please don't anger young Master Lin. Otherwise it would be big trouble. Master you alone was enough to make them work hard. Li Qi also wanted Su Mei to know that this time, the person who wanted this purple jade necklace was not an ordinary person, but a real dignitary of Donghai. He showed off and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you. The person who wants this purple jade necklace is Donghai's Lai family. I think you definitely haven't heard of the Lai family. The Lai family is a low-key family in Donghai, but in the whole Donghai, no one dares to offend them. When they see them they have to be polite. This time, the person who came to our studio is the Lai family's third young master, Lai Xian. He wants this purple jade necklace as a gift for his woman, and he even offered a high price of 150 million yuan. Li Qi was very excited. Su Mei, think about it. It's a purple jade necklace worth 150 million yuan. As long as this purple jade necklace is worn by Lai Xian's woman, and he helps to promote it a little, you can successfully become a top designer. This influence. Li Qi was ecstatic when he finished speaking. When he saw Lai Xian bring a woman in, Li Qi knew that his opportunity had come. This was an opportunity that everyone wanted to get. And all he needed to do was to contact Su Mei and let her contact the owner of the purple jade necklace. He believed that the owner of the purple jade necklace would definitely choose to agree after knowing about Lai Xian's existence. After all, not everyone could offend the Lai family. Even the Bai family and the Li family did not dare to offend them. Brother Li, the purple jade necklace belongs to someone else. How can you do this? Su Mei was also panicking. This purple jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, and Lin Fei was standing right in front of her. This kind of thing made Su Mei feel very awkward. Li Qi was also panicking. Li Qi was getting anxious as well. We didn't say that we would agree on his behalf. We just wanted you to help contact that master. I believe that he will definitely agree. You should know that Lai Xian is sitting outside right now. Hurry up and give that master a call. If you're too embarrassed to say it, then I'll do it for him. I believe that the other party is a reasonable person. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Little Sue, it seems that your studio's confidentiality measures are not very good. How can an outsider know about the purple jade necklace? If I didn't come today, who knows when this purple jade necklace would have been exchanged? Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Little Sue, it seems that the security measures of your studio are not very good. Young Master Lin must be angry. What should we do now? Su Mei was also panicking. Lin Fan was standing right in front of her and she had to hear such words. No one would have a good temper, especially young Master Lin, who was a person with a powerful background. Even Master Yu Zishan had to listen to him. Li Qi thought that Lin Fan was afraid, but it seemed that he was not afraid at all. Hence, he glared at Lin Fei fiercely. Kid, you're so arrogant. Don't tell me that this purple jade necklace is yours? You should have heard what you shouldn't have. You can leave now. We don't welcome you. Li Qi planned to chase him away this time. He wanted to have a good conversation with Su Mei now. He believed that Su Mei would definitely listen to him. If he hadn't seen that Su Mei was beautiful and invited her to the studio, he wouldn't even know where she would be now. Su Mei bowed to Lin Fei and said, Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that the news would spread. I'll return this purple jade necklace to you now. Su Mei said as she handed the purple jade necklace to Lin Fei. Li Qi was confused when he heard that. He subconsciously reached out to take the jade necklace back. Su Mei, what's wrong with you? Did you get cheated? Li Qi subconsciously didn't think that this person was the owner of the purple jade necklace because he was too ordinary. Li Qi, can you stop fooling around? This purple jade necklace belongs to young Master Lin. He's the owner of this purple jade necklace. I advise you to apologize to young Master Lin, Su Mei said coldly. Li Qi's hand stopped in midair. He's the owner of the purple jade necklace? I'm the devil of the universe. He reached out to snatch the purple jade necklace. How dare you touch my things? Lin Fei snorted coldly and casually slapped Li Qi's face. Li Qi spun countless times and was thrown to the corridor outside the door. Chapter 3992. Lin Fei sent Li Qi flying with a single slap. Li Qi was stunned. He had actually been hit in his own territory. He crawled up and roared, "You dare to hit me? You're dead." Although Li Qi wasn't a disciple of any family, he was still a prideful person. Moreover, he had come on behalf of Lai Xian and now he had actually been hit. You're dead. You're dead. I'll make you kneel down and sing Conquer right now. Li Qi continued to roar. Security, come here. Security, get your asses over here right now. A few security guards ran over from the end of the corridor. They were all tall and burly, and they all had some foundation as they walked. Clearly they all had a certain level of strength. When they saw Li Qi's sorry state, they immediately ran over. Young Master Qi, who has the guts to hit you? I'll arrest him right now. One of the burly men waved the rubber bat in his hand fiercely. It's this B*****. Arrest him right now. He dares to steal from our studio. He has to be arrested. Li Qi twisted the truth the moment he opened his mouth, calling Lin Fei a thief. When Su Mei heard this, she became anxious. Li Qi, you're talking nonsense. He's not a thief. He's my client. Who told you to say that? Su Mei was extremely angry at this moment. She had never imagined that Li Qi, who she had a good impression of, would actually be such a person. It was clearly him who was in the wrong first, but in the end he turned the truth upside down. Li Qi laughed coldly. If I say it's a thief, then it's a thief. Arrest him right now. If he dares to resist, break both his arms and legs. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, Li Qi's face was filled with anger. As for whether the purple jade belonged to this person, Li Qi didn't think too much about it. In any case, he had to take care of this guy today. In all his life, no one had ever dared to hit him like this. Furthermore, it was a slap to his face. That was something Li Qi couldn't swallow. If he didn't ruthlessly take care of this fellow, he felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next month. Just thinking about it made him furious. Look at your sissy face. Sure enough, you do things differently. The moment you open your mouth, you speak ill of me. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be completely dominated by you? Lin Fei moved his hand and put away the purple jade necklace. He had learned a lot. If young Master Qi says you're a thief, then you're a thief. A fierce security guard coldly snorted and rushed over. You dare to hit our young Master Qi, you really have a lot of guts. The rubber stick left a shadow behind as it smashed towards Lin Fei's head. This strike was fast and ruthless. It was obvious that this guy had done this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked the security guard away. Of course, he also hit Li Qi's body. With a plop, the two of them directly flipped more than 10 meters away. The former security guard was directly lying on the ground, unable to move, while the latter's ribs were broken on the spot. He could only lie on the ground like a dog. After the remaining 3 security guards looked at each other, they roared, "You still dare to make a move? Kneel down." The 3 security guards directly attacked. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei once again raised his leg and kicked the 3 of them away. They directly hit the sturdy security guard and Li Qi. The 2 of them directly saw stars and could only gasp for breath. Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Su Mei came up to explain. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, It's not your fault. I believe that someone just wants to curry favor with someone. Even if he didn't meet me, he would still appear. I believe that it's not the first time that he has done this kind of thing. Su Mei now also had a very bad impression of Li Qi. She subconsciously nodded. It seems like it. In the past, there have been several incidents in our studio. At that time, I naively thought that our studio did not do anything, but some people were just lucky enough to encounter it. Now it seems that it is not the case. Maybe Li Qi did it on his own. Li Qi struggled to get up. Every time he breathed, he felt a burst of pain in his ribs. Young Master Lin, you dare to hit me. Then you wait for me. If I don't deal with you today, I am not Li Qi. Li Qi threw down a sentence and ran towards the corridor in a sorry state. Li Qi was also a smart person. He also knew that he could not take advantage of the other party, so he planned to find someone else. Since you have already said so, if I don't give you a chance, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? I will wait here and see who you can find. Lin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. If it was not for Su Mei, he would not have come here at all. After waiting for Li Qi to run away, Lin Fei looked at Su Mei and said, "Have you decided to work here? If nothing unexpected happens with that guy's character, if he can't get any benefits from me, he might take revenge on you." Su Mei was also thoroughly disappointed with this place. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. I'm already disappointed with this place. I will resign. I don't want to work here anymore. Donghai is so big, I believe that it is possible to find a place to design." In fact, without Lin Fei's words, Su Mei would have already decided to change to another place. She could also see that Li Qi's character was not as good as she had imagined. Originally, her good impression was completely destroyed because of this matter. Lin Fei said, "I don't know if you are interested in changing to another job. I think you will like it." "What job?" Su Mei asked curiously. She had a feeling that young Master Lin wasn't here for Amethyst, but for her. "Are you interested in being my disciple?" "Disciple?" Su Mei was completely shocked. She was unable to recover from her shock for a while. What disciple? Lin Fei's trip here was actually to accept Su Mei as his disciple. With a physique like Su Mei's, he had a lot of cultivation techniques in his mind that could be cultivated. When the time comes, with his resources, he would be able to display his physique perfectly. In the future, he would be able to reach an extremely high realm. Lin Fei rarely accepted disciples, but Su Mei could be considered an exception. This was because the other party's physique was very rare. It was the 10,000 urine body, and this kind of physique was most suitable for cultivating special cultivation techniques. Lin Fei believed in fate. Since Su Mei was able to come to Longting Villa and met him, then this was a cause and effect relationship. Lin Fei did not mind accepting a disciple in Wuxia. "Young Master Lai, it's this guy. I talked to him in every possible way, but he actually snatched the amethyst necklace and insisted that it was his own. This is clearly making things difficult for young Master Lai." At this time, another group of people came from the end of the corridor. The leader was a fashionable young man with a flirtatious woman by his side. Beside him, Li Qi, who was like a lackey, was adding oil to the fire. "Is it you who snatched my amethyst necklace?" The fashionable young man raised his head and looked over. "Do you know what will happen to you if you snatch something from my Lai family?" Chapter 3993. As the third son of the Lai family, Lai Xian was indeed very domineering. His entire being was like a ferocious tiger. Once he was angry, he would instantly cause a huge impact. Compared to his previous fashionable appearance, this was a drastic change. Once Lai Xian had decided on something, no one could change his mind. In the martial arts circle of the East Sea, he was once again called a little tiger. Although Lai Xian had a bad temper and a fiery temper, he was also good at observing people. After seeing the other party, Lai Xian quickly sized him up. He did not recognize this person, and he even seemed very ordinary. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of a martial artist on him, which meant that he was just an ordinary person. At most, he was just a bit rich. This was a common sight. In Lai Xian's eyes, no matter how rich one was, he would not be able to do anything in front of a martial artist. Since it was just an ordinary person with money, Lai Xian did not hold back. He released his aura and was like a ferocious little tiger waiting for an opportunity, ready to tear the other party's neck apart with his sharp claws. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled faintly. "I know that the Lai family is the strongest family in the East Sea. They keep a low profile in the East Sea and no one dares to disrespect them. However, no matter how powerful the Lai family is, do I need to give you face?" Everyone's expressions changed. This guy is dead for sure. How dare he speak to the third young master like this? Does he not know how powerful the Lai family is? Li Qi wanted to clap and cheer. Where did this arrogant kid come from? Li Qi knew that the more this Lin Fei guy offended Lai Xian, the worse his fate would be. He had seen many people offending Lai Xian, and the consequences were severe. Even their families were affected. Young Master Lai, there is still someone who dares to disrespect the Lai family. I think that people like this need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that Lai family is nothing. The flirtatious woman beside him added insult to injury, her eyes filled with disdain. Lai Xian had only come here because he was interested in the purple jade necklace. He did not expect to meet such an arrogant guy. From his words, it seemed like the Lai family was not worth a penny. So you know about the Lai family. Since you know about the Lai family, you must know how powerful we are. I really don't know who gave you the guts to speak like this. Kneel right now. Boom. Lai Xian took a step forward, and the pressure from his body surged forth like a tidal wave. It was as if he was going to crush Lin Fei. This was a kind of application of power. Lai Xian's usage of it had reached the point of perfection. The moment this aura was unleashed, everyone other than himself felt an immense pressure. It was as if they had to obediently bow down and kneel before this pressure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei instantly swept away the momentum. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, also felt a sense of suffocation. However, she soon recovered and her eyes widened. Is this a martial artist? Don't think that Su Mei was a woman who knew nothing. In fact, she still knew some information. After all, if she could enter the Soaring Dragon Manor, she would more or less be able to find out some things that were not known to others. Moreover, as a designer, she also knew some information about cultivators. All in all, martial artists were very powerful. Just now, Su Mei felt as if she was being stared at by a tiger. All the pores on her body stood up. This feeling was really too scary. Su Mei knew that martial artists were very powerful, but she had never imagined that one's aura could reach such a level. As a man, as a martial artist, you actually used your aura to oppress others, especially girls. Don't you think that's very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said. Lai Xian laughed out loud. In front of me, it's only gentlemanly for me to give it to you. If I don't give it to anyone, it's the same for women. However, you're quite powerful to actually be able to withstand my tiger's might. No wonder you dare to look down on our Lai family. Lin Fei said seriously, actually, if you had apologized to Miss Su Mei just now, I might have looked at you in a different light. After all, using martial arts to bully ordinary people is not something that a strong person would do. Since you think that strength is a sign of gentlemanly behavior, then you better kneel before me. At the same time, I'll let you see what the true tiger's might is. Don't think that just because you have some superficial knowledge, you're the king of heaven. In my eyes, you're nothing. Ah, you think you're qualified to say such things to me? In the entire East Sea, even you Zishan of the Soaring Dragon Manor and the Grandmaster of the Carefree Manor have no right to say such things to me. What right do you have to say such things to me? Just because you know how to brag? Lai Xian laughed out loud. Lin Fei took a step forward. After this step, an invisible force instantly rushed out. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared. It looked ferocious and with a single pounce, it pounced towards them. The tiger is here. This is too scary. As a martial artist, Lai Xian's hair stood on end the moment the tiger's might appeared. His entire person was filled with shock. It was as if a tiger had really appeared in front of him. It had a bloodthirsty aura that made one's hair stand on end. Tiger's might. You know tiger's might as well. How is this possible? How old are you? As the tiger's might roared, Lai Xian knelt on the ground with a thud. I won't kneel. Lai Xian struggled, but the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. Even the ground started to crack. The flirtatious woman beside him collapsed to the ground, and the stench of urine permeated the air. As for the remaining few, they were all in the same state. They no longer had the high spirits they had earlier. All of them knelt on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down. Their bodies were still trembling. Is this what a martial artist is capable of? Su Mei asked timidly, standing behind them. Even though she had not seen what the tiger's might looked like, however, the image of a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared in Su Mei's mind. It was infinitely huge, and with just a light pounce, it seemed to have locked onto everyone. It was a strange feeling. Compared to the tiger's might from before, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yes, this is one of the ways that a martial artist uses his might. Are you interested now? Lin Fei said with a smile. Actually, for someone like Lai Xian, he could just poke the ground with a single finger, rendering him immobile. However, Lin Fei did not do that. He wanted to show Su Mei what a martial artist was capable of. Fortunately, Su Mei was just as he had imagined. She was interested in this. Lin Fei smiled as well. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to be your disciple. Su Mei said seriously. She felt that a whole new world had opened up to her. Chapter 3994. Everyone who had been kneeling on the ground, especially Lai Xian, felt like vomiting blood when they heard this. You caused such a huge commotion just to make Su Mei your disciple. Do you have to be such a bully? I am a member of the Lai family after all. Let go of me. Do you really intend to offend the Lai family? Lai Xian struggled and roared, but was unable to stand. The murderous intent in his eyes was intense, and he wanted nothing more than to cut the person before him into pieces. In the East Sea, Lai Xian was also a grandmaster. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying person. He did not even have the strength to struggle and could only kneel there. This was a huge blow to his pride. I've already said what's so great about the Lai family? I can't stand people like you the most, bullying an ordinary person with your strength. I know you're not convinced, so I'll give you a chance now. Isn't your Lai family very powerful? Then let the experts of the Lai family pass. I'll take care of as many as you come. That should be to your liking, right? With a thought from Lin Fei, Lai Xian felt like he had regained some of his freedom and was no longer as oppressive as before. He said fiercely, "All right, just you wait. If I don't find someone to take care of you, I'm not Lai Xian." Without another word, Lai Xian took out his phone and made a call. "Third uncle, I'm being bullied. Call the experts over immediately." He then left his specific location. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Xian was once again crushed by the pressure. With a thud, he knelt on the ground once more. Instantly the ground cracked, creating many cracks. Lin Fei swaggered down and sat down. "My dear disciple, do you have tea? Brew a pot of tea for me." Su Mei had naturally heard of Lai Xian as well. Of course, she had only heard of him in legends. Now that she was kneeling in front of him like a stray dog, she was not used to it at first. However, as time passed, she felt that it was only natural. What was so great about a man bullying a commoner like her? Yes. I'll brew a pot for master right away." Su Mei went out to brew tea. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was brewed. "I didn't expect your tea brewing skills to be so good." Lin Fei looked at Su Mei's tea brewing skills and couldn't help but praise. Su Mei chuckled and said, "I learned it when I was free. I'm still far from those standard tea artists." Lin Fei smiled and said, "That's not bad. You have full control of the heat. It seems that I want to drink tea in the future. That's really a blessing." As for Lai Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, he had never felt such helplessness and pain before. He was a dignified grandmaster, yet he had to kneel on the ground just like that. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that there were no outsiders around, so he did not have to worry about news of what had happened spreading. Otherwise, he would have become a laughing stock in his circle. However, Lai Xian had already treated this fellow as an enemy in his heart. As long as someone from his family came, Lai Xian swore that he would break this fellow's limbs and torture him every day so that he would know the consequences of offending him. At this moment, Lai Xian had never hated anyone as much as he did. And this person was the only one. Outside the building. About half an hour later. 4 cars drove over. All of them were black Mercedes-Benz. The one in the lead was a black Maybach. A group of people got out of the Mercedes-Benz and opened the door for the Maybach. When the door opened, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache got out of the car. He was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, but his aura was very strong. He was the third elder of the Lai family, Lai Wuxia. In the Lai family he was considered one of the strongest. Just like his name, he was cold and ruthless. In the Lai family he was in charge of the family rules. It could be said that in the entire Lai family, no one was afraid of the patriarch, but Lai Wuxia. All the disciples of the Lai family had suffered at the hands of Lai Wuxia many times. After suffering, they did not dare to speak loudly and admitted their mistakes honestly. Lai Wuxia raised his head and looked at the building. He frowned slightly and said, "Xiao Xian, why are you here? There shouldn't be any experts in a place like this." Lai Wuxia had been drinking tea at home. When he received his nephew's call, he rushed over immediately. After all, the Lai family was in the East Sea. Although they kept a low profile, it did not mean that they would be bullied. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to cause trouble for the Lai family. Now that someone had made a move on his nephew, it could be considered a provocation to the Lai family. Lai Wuxia was very satisfied with Xiao Xian. Be it his talent or his way of doing things, other than his bad temper, he was pretty good. In Lai Wuxia's opinion, as a martial artist, it would be abnormal if he did not have a temper. Which martial artist did not have a temper? Therefore Lai Wuxia had come personally. He wanted to see which family dared to not give the Lai family face. "All of you stand guard outside. Without my permission no one is allowed to come in." Lai Wuxia coldly threw out these words and led the group of people in. After entering, Lai Wuxia did not need to take the initiative to find the way. Immediately, someone led him to the corridor upstairs. The moment Lai Wuxia walked into the corridor, he saw a group of people kneeling on the ground. There was also a faint smell of urine in the air. His eyes suddenly turned cold. "Third uncle, you're finally here. This is the bastard. Hurry up and capture him. I'm going to skin him alive and tear out his tendons. I'm going to make him die a horrible death. Lai Xian roared ferociously as he glared at Lin Fei. In the Lai family, Lai Xian was a grandmaster. However, in front of his own third uncle, there was still a gap in strength. After all, the other party was a true veteran grandmaster, ranked in the top 50 of the grandmaster ranking. Lai Xian, who ranked in the 80s or 90s, could not compare to him. As soon as Lai Xian finished speaking, the pressure on his head increased significantly. His entire body lay on the ground like a dead dog. He was truly prostrating on the ground. This time he could not even move. His entire face was stuck to the ground. Lin Fei walked over and stepped on Lai Xian's face. Say, if I step on your face, will the Lai family make trouble for me? ****, let go of me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Lai Xian roared. The veins on his face bulged, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. However, no matter what he did, he was still heavily stepped on by Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Lai Wuqing. As a grandmaster of the Lai family, do you think I'm right? Lai Wuqing had originally thought that someone would dare to make a move against his nephew, especially in front of him. Wouldn't that be a slap to their faces? It would completely destroy the Lai family's reputation. Lai Wuqing's expression darkened, becoming frighteningly dark. Before he could speak, a warrior beside him said in a low voice, "Third elder, this person seems to be that Lin Fei from the Longting Manor. It must be him. I remember correctly. Longting Manor, Lin Fei." A figure appeared in Lai Wuqing's mind in an instant. It continuously overlapped with the person in front of him, finally turning into a person. His expression changed drastically. "Your Longting Manor's Lin Fei." Chapter 3995. Yes, I am Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and continued to step on Lai Xian's face. If you want to make a move, do it now. I'm going home for tea. For some reason, Lai Xian, who was being stepped on, felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard this name somewhere before. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. How can I know you? I must be overthinking. Lin Fei's words immediately caused Lai Wuqing's expression to become unsettled. Young Master Lin, isn't it inappropriate for you to step on our Lai family's pride like this? Do you really think that the Lai family is afraid of you? Lai Wuqing had never expected to meet Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa here. Lai Wuqing was very sure that this person was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa. In the past few days, the hottest topic in the entire martial arts circle of the East Sea was Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa and the 7 Grandmasters. At the mention of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Manor and Lin Fei, everyone could not help but feel terrified. After all, this mysterious person had not only made Yu Zishan submit to him, but he had also made the 7 sect masters not dare to say anything after they left. This kind of person was simply too terrifying. As a low-profile Lai family, they usually kept a low profile. However, they still paid attention to any movements in the entire East Sea and would be notified as soon as they appeared. The name Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa naturally could not escape Lai Wuqing's notice. If it was any other person, Lai Wuqing could deal with them easily. However, since it was Lin Fei, the situation was completely different. "Third uncle, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down this brat. Isn't he just a guy who knows some martial arts? What's there to be afraid of? Can he be more powerful than the Lai family?" Lai Xian had already started shouting. He could not stand the humiliation of being stepped on. He wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune more than anyone else, then attack and humiliate him. He wanted to torture him until he wished he was dead. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. "Shut up." Lai Wuqing suddenly snorted. This time he was really disappointed in Lai Xian. Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to offend the most mysterious Lin Fei. This put Lai Wuqing in a difficult position. Lai Wuqing could not see a trace of a martial artist's aura from the other party, but he could feel the terrifying pressure from that time. If he had not guessed wrongly, his nephew must have been reduced to such a state by Lin Fei's coercion. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Fei could not even resist the coercion of a grandmaster. This was enough to easily prove one thing, and that was that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Once Lai Wuqing fought with such a person, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the other party unless he went all out. Moreover, for someone of Lai Wuqing's status, he would usually not make a move unless he could figure out the other party's strength. However, this Lin Fei of the Longting Villa was indeed too mysterious. 7 grandmasters had been trapped inside. Although it was partly due to the formation, Lai Wuqing did not believe that the power of the Longting Villa's formation could not reach this level. Back then, the Lai family had probed the Longting Villa many times, so they naturally knew the power of the formation. It was definitely not this terrifying. 7 grandmasters, did you think that all 7 grandmasters were fake? Third uncle actually shouted at me. How is this possible? Could it be that this Lin Fei is really someone with a powerful background? Lai Xian, who had been clamoring, felt his mind go blank. This was the first time his third uncle had shouted at him. All of a sudden, a figure flashed across his mind. Could it be that Lin Fei was that Lin Fei? Lai Xian's expression turned ugly. After all, he more or less knew who Lin Fei was. If it really was that Lin Fei, then they were really in trouble this time. Even with the Lai family's power, they would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. If things did not go well, the best outcome would be that they would have to suffer in silence. How could it be this guy? Lai Xian regretted coming to this place. Otherwise he would not have met with such bad luck. Lin Fei looked at Lai Wuqing calmly. Your Lai family offended me and even tried to snatch something from me? You say that I did not step on him? Then where would I put my face? You should be thankful that I did not go too hard on him. Otherwise your words would have been for naught. Your Lai family would have suffered a great loss. Speaking of which, you should thank me for showing mercy, don't you think? Lai Wuqing's hand trembled slightly before he retracted it in an instant. He had finally witnessed the tyranny of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei. The Lai family did not hesitate to step on him, but he had to admit that the words of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei made a lot of sense. Although his face had been stepped on, Lai Xian did not suffer many injuries. It was clear that the other party had shown mercy. Lai Wuqing also knew that the other party could not have lied. Perhaps Lai Xian had really done something to offend the other party's leader. Since young Master Lin has put it this way, then our Lai family must have done something wrong. We will take it that our Lai family has suffered a loss. As long as you let Lai Xian go, I will pretend that this never happened. What do you think, young Master Lin? Lai Wuqing did not want to make a move either. He had no chance of winning, especially in front of a guy who did not understand the situation. Letting Lai Xian go is not a problem. However, as a martial arts master, he actually used his aura to bully a girl. That would be embarrassing. Leave 10 million as compensation for mental damage, and we will let this matter go for now. What do you think? Lai Wuqing looked at the girl standing behind Lin Fei and knew what was going on. He replied, no problem. Since he did something wrong, he should pay the price. We will pay 10 million as compensation. Lai Wuqing immediately took out a checkbook and wrote 10 million on it. My good disciple, just accept this check. After all, a strong person bullying a weak girl like you is not something to be proud of. The 10 million check is just right for you to calm down, Lin Fei said casually. Sumei was shocked. 10 million just like that. This had once again turned her world upside down. This caused Sumei to be at a loss for what to do. It was too sudden. The moment Lai Wuqing heard the word disciple, he glared at Lai Xian. What AB****? How did he offend Lin Fei's disciple again? He was just looking for trouble. Lin Fei was mysterious to begin with. Now that he had a disciple, it was no wonder that he had a bone to pick with the Lai family. Lai Xian felt wronged. This girl was not his disciple just a moment ago. It was not his fault either. Lai Xian hated Li Qi now. It was all his fault and the flirtatious girl beside him. Li Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, broke out in cold sweat. When that gaze swept past him, he knew that he was done for. Chapter 3996. In the Maybach, there was still a clear footprint on Lai Xian's face. This was not something that would disappear in a short period of time. Even though he had just beaten Li Qi up like a dead dog and had to be bedridden for at least a year and a half, he still could not suppress the anger in his heart. Third uncle, do I really have no choice but to swallow this? This was a great humiliation for Lai Xian. As long as Lin Fei was still alive, he would never forget the humiliation he had brought him today. Lai Wuqing was expressionless as he looked at him coldly. Little Xian, how many times have I told you not to look for trouble? Why does our Lai family have to keep a low profile in the East Sea? Just because the world is big and there are many experts. Our Lai family is not the strongest. Even in the whole of Wuxia, our Lai family can only be considered a first-rate family. We can't even compare to the top families. Lai Xian's mouth fell open at his uncle's words. How would I know that guy was Lin Fei from Longting Villa? Moreover, I don't think he would come to a place like this. Lai Xian really wanted to curse. How could he have encountered something like this? He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I can't accept this, Lai Wuqing said. Lai Wuqing said, even if you don't want to, you can only endure it for me. It's not like you don't know how powerful that brat is. Think about it, all 8 grandmasters were trapped in the Soaring Dragon Villa. I really can't imagine what those 8 grandmasters experienced. But I absolutely believe that they have experienced a terrible nightmare. Look at the 8 grandmasters, none of them dares to stand out and say anything until now. I also know that many people tried to find out the secret of Longting Villa, but in the end, all of them kept their mouths shut. Not one of them said anything. The problem here is serious. But we are the Lai family. Lai Xian complained. If this gets out, what face will our Lai family have left? Lai Wuqing really hated his nephew for not living up to his expectations. You said it so clearly. Don't you know? Face is face, but now our Lai clan can't make a move. We can only wait and see. I heard that Longting Villa and the Shin clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, have a conflict. Our Lai clan only needs to observe the situation. Moreover, your father is not in the Lai clan, so we'll wait for him to come back. The moment Lai Xian heard the word father, he deflated like a balloon. In the family he was most afraid of his own father. He had suffered a lot since he was young. I'll listen to third uncle. Master, is being a martial artist all that impressive? Su Mei asked curiously on the path outside the building. Even now, Su Mei still felt like she was dreaming. She had actually acknowledged a master, and a very powerful one at that. However, this master seemed to be too young. They looked like a couple walking on the street, which made Su Mei feel weird. Lin Fei smiled and said, that depends on the martial artist. You only need to know that your master is very powerful. However, you are not my real disciple yet. In a few days I will hold a disciple reception in the villa. At that time you will be my real disciple. You want to hold a disciple reception? Su Mei was shocked. Isn't this the same as in the television dramas? Lin Fei smiled and looked at Su Mei. You are my first disciple. How can you be unknown? Furthermore, from now on, you are also the eldest senior sister, so a disciple reception is still very necessary. You should go back and meditate for the next few days and settle some matters while you are at it. When the time comes, you can stay in the Longting Villa. Su Mei had thought that acknowledging a master was just a simple ceremony. She did not expect that there would be a disciple reception. Just thinking about it was a little unbelievable. However, when she thought about how Lai Xian did not even dare to breathe loudly in the end, Su Mei felt that it was reasonable. Yes, I will listen to master, Su Mei said obediently. Lin Fei was also quite concerned about Su Mei, his eldest disciple. Therefore, he was prepared to hold a small disciple reception after the 8 grandmasters had arrived. After all, this was the first time he was accepting a disciple on earth. Furthermore, it was a female disciple. A ceremony was still necessary. Lin Fei was not an old-fashioned person. There were still some rules that needed to be followed. He personally drove Su Mei back to the neighborhood. After leaving the neighborhood, he did not directly return to the Longting Villa. The villa had the Evil Sky Formation and the Wandering Mountain, so there was no need to worry too much. He drove to Xiaolan's residence. After all, he had not been here for a few days. Lin Fei missed Xiaolan a little. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Fei heard a burst of laughter coming from the living room. After closing the door and entering, Lin Fei saw Xiaolan and another female friend talking and laughing. He had to admit that the best friend of a best friend was indeed very beautiful. Hubby, why are you here? Xiaolan saw Lin Fei coming over and immediately got up and went into Lin Fei's arms. To see you, of course. Lin Fei said with a smile. Is this your best friend? Old classmate, do you really not recognize me? This beautiful woman with a pair of black glasses stood up and said with a smile. Old classmate. Lin Fei really did not have much of an impression of this old classmate. Xiaolan giggled and said, I told you you've changed too much. A real girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It would be strange if my hubby could recognize you. When he was in class, Lin Fei was the most unremarkable, so naturally he was quite unfamiliar with his classmates. There were not many that he could remember, and after such a long time, he had almost forgotten all about them. Wait, let me think about it. If an immortal expert like Lin Fei really wanted to recognize someone, he would not forget. Therefore, it only took less than a minute for a blurry figure in his mind to overlap with the person in front of him. You're the most inconspicuous girl in the class, Su Xiaowan. Lin Fei did not recognize this Su Xiaowan. After all, Su Xiaowan's appearance was the most ordinary kind, but this great beauty in front of him could instantly reach 80 points. You really guessed it. Su Xiaowan reached out and said, You're really amazing. There are really not many people in our class who can recognize me at a glance. You're also amazing. You've secretly won Xiaolan's heart. Xiaolan originally wanted to introduce her, but she did not expect her husband to recognize her at once. Hubby, you're really amazing. Not everyone can recognize our Su Xiaowan. Many people at our last class reunion were dumbfounded. They thought she had walked into the wrong room. A lot of people laughed to death. Xiaolan chuckled. They are ordinary people, but they don't know who I am. Chapter 3997. In the office of the Yin Huang battle team's base. Tai Zhan was looking through some information while drinking tea. The information was about Lin Fei. It was a pity that up until now, they had not found out what secrets there were in the Longting Villa. The progress was too slow. Although he suspected that it was because of the formation, Tai Zhan did not dare to arrange for people to sneak into the Longting Mountain Villa. After all, the relationship between the two of them could be considered to be in a honeymoon state. If they recklessly barged in and destroyed their relationship, then it would not be worth it. He understood this principle. He put down the teacup and found the door open. Xiaoro, why are you here again? Is Kai Shan up to something again? Kai Shan was constantly challenging warriors in the East Sea. Tai Zhan could not stop him, so he could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him. This was the first thing Lin Ro thought of when she entered. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was for Lin Fei to make a move, or that person from the Lai family to make a move. Lin Ro shook her head. No, it's that Lin Fei that you asked me to pay special attention to. Lin Fei? What's wrong with him? Tai Zhan could not help but feel a headache at the mention of Lin Fei's name. In Tai Zhan's eyes, Lin Fei was a troublemaker and a very unstable factor. But he could not solve this factor with violence. Especially after this incident, Tai Zhan did not dare to do it again. Moreover, Tai Zhan did not want the auction in 2 months to be affected in any way. After all, Tai Zhan had seen the effects of the upgrade pill. If he could get it, it would be a great boost to the overall strength of the Yin Huang battle team. So in Tai Zhan's eyes, as long as Lin Fei did not cause too much of a ruckus, it would not be a problem. Just now, we received a piece of news that Lin Fei bumped into the low-profile Lai family again. He even trampled on the Lai family's pride, Lai Xian, to the ground. After that, Lai Wuxia came and paid 10 million as an apology. Other than that, we also received news that Lin Fei actually took in a disciple, and it was a female designer from the studio, Su Mei, Lin Ro reported unhurriedly. When Tai Zhan heard the name Lin Fei, he subconsciously felt that things were not good. Can't this guy just calm down for a few days? Iron Battle finally heard the news he was most unwilling to hear. Lin Fei had actually gone against the Lai family. At first, Tai Zhan had been worried that Lin Fei would run into the Lai clan. He had not expected them to run into each other so soon. Furthermore, Lin Fei had trampled the Lai clan's third young master, Lai Xian, into the ground. This was not giving the Lai clan any face at all. With the temper of that person from the Lai clan, once he returned and found out about this, it was likely that he would start a huge battle. Tai Zhan heard another thing. You said that Lin Fei intends to take a disciple, and a female one at that. Yes, this female disciple is called Su Mei. She's a jewelry designer. Her identity is clean. Take a look. Lin Ro handed over a document that listed Su Mei's personal information. She's just an ordinary girl? How did she enter Lin Fei's eyes? Could there be something different about Su Mei? Tai Zhan frowned as he read it. We are also full of questions. In any case, from the information we've gathered, this Su Mei is very ordinary. There is indeed nothing special about her. However, she was chosen by Lin Fei and he wants to take her as his disciple. This is like reaching the heavens in a single step. Tai Zhan looked through the information countless times, but he could not figure out anything. His mind was filled with question marks. Oh right, Chief, I also received another piece of news. I guarantee that Chief will be happy, Lin Ro said mysteriously. You're still keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me what good news it is. If it's not good news, I'll punish you and send you on a long journey. Lin Ro stuck out her tongue. Chief, you definitely won't expect this. Just now, our Yin Huang battle team from the other provinces exchanged information. I saw a shocking piece of news. It said that Invincible God of the Shin clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, seemed to have met with some misfortune and almost died. Right now, the entire Shin clan is in a mess. Many experts have been invited over to treat him, but in the end, there was no effect. Chief, do you think this matter has something to do with that Lin Fei? Lin Ro was now more and more impressed with Lin Fei. Based on a woman's intuition, she subconsciously felt that this matter was caused by Lin Fei. What? Something happened to Invincible God? What happened? Tai Zhan stood up in shock. I heard that he's plagued by bad luck. Wherever he appears, all sorts of things will happen. It's something that no one can even imagine. He can choke to death eating an apple and he can even get appendicitis. Even a perfectly good house can collapse. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it's because Invincible God has done so many bad things that even God can't stand it anymore. Lin Ro laughed. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Tai Zhan suspected that he had heard wrongly. If something like that really happened, then the Shen clan would indeed start to fall into chaos. At least Invincible God had the support of many clans. Just as Lin Ro had said, Tai Zhan also suspected Lin Fei at the first instance. After all, Lin Fei was too mysterious. Immediately arrange for people to continue investigating and find out exactly what happened. Also, send Su Mei's information to the headquarters and see if they can find anything. Now, the entire Donghai seemed to be in turmoil, and the source of all this seemed to be Lin Fei. This made Tai Zhan very worried. He was just having a cup of tea and then something like that happened. Lin Fei, who was in Xiaolan's room, did not know the troubles of the Yan Huang battle squad's chief Tai Zhan. There was nothing more worrying than being unable to grab it and unable to touch it. Old classmate, you haven't seen me for a few years. You have to go to the class reunion this time, right? Su Xiaowan said with a smile. If you don't go, everyone will forget about you. Lin Fei listened and laughed. The beautiful lady has said it herself. If I don't go to the reunion, won't I embarrass all of you? I will definitely go to this reunion. There was nothing going on in the past few days and there was nothing going on in the villa. Lin Fei did not care much. As for Kai Shan, he was definitely still slowly accumulating knowledge and would not look for him. It was better to go out and see old friends and classmates. After all, Su Xiaowan had given Lin Fei a great surprise today. After knowing that it was a reunion, Lin Fei did not refuse. After all, Xiaolan had mentioned it last time. That's a deal. Don't worry, I will definitely go, Lin Fei said with a smile. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3998. There was a deafening rumble. A luxuriously decorated bungalow collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. Quick, save the young master. Quick, save the young master. In a huge manner in Nanua, a bungalow collapsed. For some unknown reason, it collapsed with a loud bang. Even the ground had caved in. After the bungalow collapsed, more than 10 figures rushed over. They dug out a body from the rubble at the first instant. This person seemed to be in a very sorry state and he even looked a little weak. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of familiarity and even helplessness. This person was none other than Invincible God. Ever since he was recuperating on the island that day, Invincible God was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to the various disasters that kept coming. As such, he was still in the midst of the disasters even now. From the beginning, Invincible God's panic to now, he was used to it. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Up till now, Invincible God had no idea what was going on. In any case, he was now an unlucky soul. Wherever one was, there would be a disaster. This was not something that had happened in a day or two. Fortunately, the situation seemed to have eased up recently. It did not happen all the time, which allowed Invincible God to heave a sigh of relief. Invincible God was carried to a spacious area. Far away from the various buildings and even the trees, even the people in the vicinity did not dare to come closer. This was because no one could guarantee that nothing would happen. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over. His face was filled with authority. Just by standing there casually, he exuded a strong aura of a superior. He was Invincible God's father, Shen Tianquan. Standing beside Shen Tianquan was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He had a sage-like demeanor and a unique aura. Brother Long, this is my son, Invincible God. Take a look and see what happened to him, Shen Tianquan said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was wearing a robe and had a smile on his face. Brother Shen, since I'm here, I'll definitely do my best. As a father, Shen Tianquan was also extremely worried. After all, his son's matter had left him feeling extremely helpless. Right now, he could only stay in this spacious bungalow for fear that something big would happen. Invincible God was no stranger to this situation. Ever since he had gotten into trouble, many people had been invited. However, when he saw the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe, Invincible God did not say anything. He recognized the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe as a master from a Taoist temple in Hangzhou. A true master. Not just anyone could invite him. Only the 3 great clans of the south had the ability to invite him over. Invincible God was also looking forward to it. Nephew, stand there and don't move. Let me take a good look at who did this to you. Long Qinxing stepped forward and walked along Invincible God. As he walked, he pinched Invincible God. His expression turned solemn as he walked in circles and pinched Invincible God countless times. Only then did Long Qinxing stop. He said meaningfully, Brother Shen, if I'm not wrong, your son should have fallen into someone's trap. However, this person's strength is amazing. He actually has such a method. Shen Tianquan naturally felt that his son had fallen into someone's trap as well. However, such methods were really unimaginable and hard to accept. Since when was there such an expert within the borders of China with such methods? If not for the fact that his son's physical body was strong, he would have been reduced to ashes after this series of events. I've never seen such methods before. Who did this? I'll definitely kill this person and let him know the consequences of offending the Shen family, Shen Tianquan roared, his killing intent cold. Long Qianxing said, this person has a deep foundation. I don't know who he is exactly, but there's a mysterious black energy on nephew Shen's body. This should be the cause of all these disasters. As long as we get rid of this mysterious black energy, everything will be resolved. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you to save my son from this pain. Shen Wudi heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, please help me. At the same time, many figures appeared in his mind. Finally, he locked onto one person. Apart from him, Shen Wudi couldn't remember anyone else who could have done this to him. Stand there and don't move. I'll help you get rid of these disasters. Long Qianxing extended his hand and took out talismans one after another. The talismans were made of gold and shone with a bright light. As Long Qianxing activated them, they turned into ancient characters and landed on Invincible God's body one by one. Shen Wudi didn't move. He allowed the talismans to land on his body, causing a dazzling starlight to explode. The starlight quickly entered Shen Wudi's body. The warm feeling made him feel very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, all the talismans were used up. Long Qianxing's face revealed a hint of fatigue. This was the first time he had used so many talismans. This time, the Shen family leader of the three major families had come looking for him personally. Long Qianxing naturally had to play nice. Therefore, he used all his power just to get rid of the things on Shen Wudi's body. Brother Shen, the problem with your nephew's body should be solved. This kind of disaster will never happen again. At most, there will be some small difficulties occasionally. However, these are not a problem. As long as you pay attention, they will disappear in 3 to 5 days. Long Qianxing's eyes were like torches. He checked again and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Wudi, how do you feel? Shen Tianquan asked. Shen Wudi nodded. I feel very comfortable now. The pressure has disappeared. Thank you, Master Long, for helping me. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to suffer like this. Long Qianxing smiled. It's good that your nephew is fine. Alright, did you offend anyone recently? Normal people really can't do something like this. I'd like to meet someone like that. Shen Tianquan was filled with murderous intent. He had arranged for people to investigate. His son's strength was at the top of the Grandmaster leaderboard. For something like this to happen, the person who did this must be very strong. Shen Wudi thought for a moment before saying, if I'm not wrong, this person should be Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor. That kid is very mysterious. Perhaps I was plotted against at that time. However, I definitely didn't expect him to have such a method. Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor? The Longting Manor that caused such a commotion? Long Qianxing's expression changed slightly and he said, if it's this person, then he's a bit mysterious. 7 gurus are trapped inside, and none of them has come out to say anything. He's not an ordinary person. Shen Tianquan said coldly. How dare this Lin Fei use such a method on my son? Our Shen family will have to make another trip to the East Sea to meet this guy. My son isn't that easy to bully. Chapter 3999. Hubby, what's wrong? On a road leading to the outskirts of Donghai, Lin Fei, who was driving, suddenly frowned and quickly disappeared. Xiaolan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw it and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something interesting, Lin Fei said casually. Today, Lin Fei was accompanying Xiaolan to the class reunion. At the same time, he could also see his old classmate whom he hadn't seen for many years. What's so interesting? Tell me, Xiaolan asked curiously. Lin Fei laughed and said, it'll be boring if I say it out loud. You should just take your selfie honestly. Xiaolan pouted and did not continue to ask. Instead, she happily took a selfie. Lin Fei was driving a Lamborghini Daniel today. It had stable performance and was very enjoyable to drive on such roads. At the same time, he didn't want to be too high profile. The Shen family of the 3 major families is quite resourceful. They actually found a master to dispel the power of my talisman. Interesting, very interesting. The power of the talisman that Lin Fei had left on Shen Wudi's body would dissipate over time. Looking at the time, it was not too long before it would dissipate. Therefore, Lin Fei did not find it all that strange that someone had dispelled it. After all, if the Shin family of the three major clans did not have the ability to do so, it would not be right. I hope this kid can remember the pain this time. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as bad luck. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. He left a talisman behind to teach Shin Wudi a lesson. But if he didn't listen, Lin Fei wouldn't be merciful. So what if it was the three major families? After driving for about half an hour, finally they arrived at the seaside of a county under Donghai. There was a holiday villa here called Glory Villa. It wasn't a low star. It was said to have cost a few $100 million to build. It was an all-in-one villa for recuperation, leisure, and meetings. The villa was built by the sea and even had a private beach. It was unique, so many people came to the villa. Lin Fei parked the car in the parking lot. There were already many cars parked there. Xiaolan, over here. Not long after Lin Fei and Xiaolan got off the car, a voice rang out. Not far away, a figure waved at them. So it was Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan had arrived a day earlier than them. Smiling, he ran over and pulled Xiaolan to the side to whisper to her. You're right. Lin Fei's old classmate is really rich now. He can even drive a Lamborghini. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. At first, Su Xiaowan did not believe Xiaolan's words. However, after seeing the Lamborghini, Su Xiaowan knew that it was true. She could not help but feel envious. This was a luxury car worth 4 to 5 million. To be able to afford such a car, who didn't have some wealth? Xiaolan whispered, How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? My husband is really rich now. Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan had been good friends for many years and could be regarded as best friends. However, one was in Donghai while the other was in Hangzhou, so they rarely met. This time, Su Xiaowan was going to have a class reunion, so she rushed over from Hangzhou. Lin Yunfei was not very interested in the whispers between Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan, so he did not listen to them. After all, with his strength, it was easy for him to listen to their whispers. However, it sounded like there was no privacy, so he usually took the initiative to listen to the voices around him. After chatting with Xiaolan for a while, Su Xiaowan walked over. Lin Fei, they're all in the hall. Let's go over. I believe they will be surprised to see you. Su Xiaowan had arrived the day before, so she was already very familiar with the place. She walked into the hall with Lin Fei and Xiaolan. There were already a lot of people gathered in the hall. They were in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 30 people attending the class reunion. Look, the two beauties of our class are here. Xiaolan has become prettier. By the way, who is the person walking with Xiaolan? I have never heard that Xiaolan has a boyfriend. When Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan walked in, the men who were chatting stopped and subconsciously looked at the two of them. However, everyone's eyes soon fell on the young man walking with Xiaolan. This young man looked very strange, but after looking at him for a long time, they felt a trace of familiarity. However, they could not remember who this person was. When Lin Fei saw these old classmates, their figures quickly overlapped with the figures in his memory. After not seeing them for 5 years, everyone had changed a lot. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't even recognize a few of them. The changes were simply too great. Of course, compared to Su Xiaowan, they were still somewhat inferior. You are Lin Fei. At this time, a fat man took the initiative to run over. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Damn fatty Chenhai, you didn't lose weight. It seems that you have become fatter. Lin Fei recognized the fat man at a glance. It was his deskmate Chenhai. It had only been 5 years, but Chenhai's body was more majestic than before. He was like a meatball. Chenhai slapped Lin Fei on the shoulder. You've disappeared for 5 years. I thought you were sold to Africa to mine. Lin Fei laughed. You've been gone for 5 years. Chenhai was also very happy to see Lin Fei. Although he had heard that an old classmate would come, he did not expect it to be Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. With my body, it's useless to sell me to Africa to mine. But your life seems to be getting better and better. Look at you, you have become a ball. You should lose weight immediately. Chenhai smiled bitterly. Lose weight? It's difficult to lose weight with my body. I think it's better to eat more. After Chenhai shouted the name Lin Fei, everyone finally recognized him. It turned out that this person was their old classmate, Lin Fei. There had been no news of this old classmate for 5 years. Many people thought that something had happened to Lin Fei. After a short moment of surprise, several classmates took the initiative to come up and say hello. That was because these students were all Lin Fei's friends from back then. Lin Fei was in a good mood to see these old classmates, especially his deskmate, Chenhai. After all, when they were deskmates, this guy had helped him a lot. Chenhai was also a rich second generation, but he was not arrogant and domineering like other rich second generations. In college, he was the kind of person who kept a very low profile. There were even several times when Lin Fei's food expenses were not enough, and it was Qinhai who secretly transferred money to his meal card. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this. Now that he could see him again, Lin Fei felt very good. Chapter 4000. The whole old classmate meeting did not happen. It was as melodramatic as Lin Fei had imagined. Overall, Lin Fei felt nostalgic, especially when a few of his old friends came together. This reunion was going Dutch, so there weren't any rich people paying. Everyone was smiling brightly. Everyone would stay in this splendid mountain villa for 3 days and 2 nights. After chatting for a while in the lobby, when everyone had arrived, they went to register and put their luggage in their rooms. Lin Fei and Xiaolan got the same room. This naturally made many old classmates envious. Xiaolan was such a beauty. Many people envied Lin Fei's godly speed. There were 3 tables of people in the afternoon. As an old classmate who hadn't been back for 5 years, Lin Fei naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. The easiest thing for men to do was to drink. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiaolan. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiaolan. They could only vent their feelings by drinking. Lin Fei was also very happy today. It seemed like only 5 years had passed, but to Lin Fei it was more than a few 100 million years. Now that they could still sit together and drink, it was a great enjoyment for Lin Fei. Therefore, no matter who came over to drink, Lin Fei would drink to his heart's content. With his current body, it could be said that he wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. With one drink, more than 10 classmates in the class collapsed. Originally they wanted to embarrass Lin Fei a little, but in the end they all chose to surrender. If they continued to drink like this, they wouldn't be able to do anything at night. Old Lin, when did you learn to drink like this? This is the level of the god of wine. You won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Qinhai also drank a lot in the afternoon. His whole face was red and he gave Lin Fei a thumbs up. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Don't you know that there are days and days when you drink? It's rare to see everyone here today, so my tolerance for alcohol has improved. But you boy, you've drunk quite a lot today. I've never seen you drink before. Are you in a bad mood today?" Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal. While they were drinking, he noticed that Qinhai's mood was different. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could. His desk mate, Qinhai, had something on his mind. This could not be hidden from Lin Fei. Qinhai smiled and said, "Same as you. I'm in a good mood today, so I can drink too. But compared to you, I can't hold my liquor." As he spoke, Qinhai patted his big belly. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't continue to ask. After lunch, it was time for the afternoon activities. Some of them were swimming and some of them were fishing. Everyone was having a great time. In the evening, they had a seafood banquet, which included the fish that everyone had caught. Not only could they fish here, but they could also cook for them, which was very popular with everyone. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qinhai secretly smiled and said to everyone, "Since it's rare for us to come to the splendid mountain villa, we should go and have a look. I heard that there are a lot of fun things here. Don't you want to go?" Since everyone had drunk a lot during the day, their tolerance for alcohol was much lower at night. Everyone behaved themselves. Otherwise they would have drunk more today. With Lin Fei's presence, they didn't dare to drink anymore. They were afraid of drinking too much. Look at Qinhai. He didn't do anything for most of the day. Anyway, it was just them sleeping. They were listless the whole afternoon. It took them a lot of effort to recover at night. Hearing Qinhai's words, everyone's spirits were lifted. "I also heard that the splendid mountain villa is quite interesting," a male classmate said. Yes, I heard that you need a membership card to go there." "Qinhai, do you have a membership card?" The splendid mountain villa was so famous. Of course, it couldn't be what they saw on the surface. Qinhai didn't drink much that night, but he was still a little tipsy. He patted his chest and said, "Hee, tonight I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. Girls, you can forget about it." As soon as Qinhai said that, the girls looked at him with disdain. In fact, these girls had already planned to go to the splendid mountain villa for a spa. After all, the spa here was quite famous. The price was not expensive, so they could afford it. Soon, a group of men followed Qinhai to broaden their horizons. As for the girls, they all went to the spa. Qinhai was quite familiar with the splendid mountain villa. He led them to a tall house at the end of the villa. The house was guarded by a security guard. After Qinhai swiped his membership card, the security guard brought everyone in. There were not many restrictions on the number of people a membership card could bring in. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only about 10 people. "Wow, is this the most mysterious place in the splendid mountain villa? Wow, there is such a place. No wonder so many people like to come to the splendid mountain villa. When they came in, they saw a huge hall. In this hall there were countless gambling tables, big and small. There were also many people inside. It was very lively. Everyone came to their senses. It turned out that there was a casino in the splendid mountain villa. This place is very safe. I heard that the owner of the splendid mountain villa has a very powerful background. You can gamble here and try your luck. Of course, if you are tired, you can go upstairs. They have all kinds of massage that men like the most. I guarantee you will enjoy it. The price is very reasonable. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I don't tell ordinary people about this place. All the men in the room laughed. Chenhai, you're a good friend. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to come to this kind of place. With a smile on his face, Chenhai took the initiative to bring everyone to the place to exchange chips. Everyone was here to broaden their horizons. Basically, they exchanged chips of 1 or 2,000. It was not a lot. It was a small amount until they lost everything. After they left, Chenhai took out 50,000 chips and handed them to Lin Fei. We have been desk mates for a long time. It's rare for me to invite you here. Take these chips and have fun. Don't be shy with me. Otherwise I will be angry. Although 50,000 chips was not a lot in Lin Fei's eyes, it still gave him a warm feeling. Although they had not seen each other for only 5 years, Chenhai was still the same desk mate and friend. There was no change at all. Actually, you don't have to give me this. I have never been too interested in gambling, Lin Fei said with a smile. Chenhai patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Even if you are not interested, you still have to play. A man should have a few hobbies. Or is it that you are under the control of Xiaolan? That won't do. As a man, you can't be a henpecked husband. Do you understand? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really had no interest in gambling. Chapter 4001. Chenhai stuffed 50,000 chips into Lin Fei's hand. Chenhai appreciated the gesture. I see you've drunk a lot. Be rational when you play later. Don't be so extravagant. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have in this place, it won't be enough for you to play, Lin Fei reminded him. Chenhai laughed. Don't worry, I'm a person who knows how to control myself. I'm just a small person. I think my luck will be pretty good today. When the time comes, I'll invite you up to welcome you. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Chenhai exchanged the chips and left. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where he went. The casino was very big. Lin Fei wasn't worried that something would happen to Chenhai. After all, this was the glorious resort villa. Accidents were rare. Lin Fei played a few rounds casually. To him, any game in this casino was like a child's game. As long as Lin Fei wanted to win, it didn't matter how many masters there were. It had to be said that the casino in the glorious resort villa had a lot of masters. During this period, Lin Fei saw several masters. They were more than enough to deal with ordinary people. However, these masters didn't make any moves. It seemed that they were just there to watch over the place. They had a conscience. Otherwise, no matter how many people went, it would be a waste of money. Lin Fei walked around casually. When he saw something interesting, he would place a bet. He didn't use any tricks. It was purely luck. But it had to be said that Lin Fei's luck was pretty bad today. He lost whatever he bet on. However, Lin Fei just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. The casino was always the most profitable place. No one would ever lose money. Lin Fei walked here and there. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Still not back yet? According to what he said, he would be back in half an hour at most. But there was still no sign of him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Lin Fei, it's great that you're here. Go and talk to Chenhai. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He's been betting like crazy. He's already lost 3 million. At this time, 3 students ran over and found Lin Fei. What? I lost 3 million. Lin Fei's face sank. It had only been half an hour and he had lost 3 million. It was definitely not a small amount. That's right. We can't persuade him. It's better if you go and persuade him. Maybe he will listen to you. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. I'll go take a look. You guys lead the way. Chenhai was also one of Lin Fei's few friends, so no matter what happened, he had to go and take a look and help out. Lin Fei knew that Chenhai had something on his mind, but it was his privacy, so Lin Fei didn't ask too much. Under the guidance of his classmate, Lin Fei soon saw Chenhai. Chenhai was surrounded by a lot of people. Chenhai, I told you you're not good at anything. You're not good as a person and your playing style is not good either. I really don't know why I fell for you back then. My current boyfriend is better. He's beaten you 16 times. I really want to thank you for giving my husband so much money. Chenhai said. A woman's sarcastic voice appeared. I don't believe it today. Let's play again. Qin Hai fished out a card from his wallet. Play this. Qin Hai had no more chips in front of him. At this time, a hand reached in and grabbed Qin Hai's card. I told you not to play so big. Why didn't you listen to me? I still think you're going to be lucky today. Qin Hai raised his head and saw Lin Fei walking in. He reached out his hand to grab the card back. Lin Fei, don't worry about me. Qin Hai's eyes were red. On the way to the casino, Lin Fei had learned some things from his classmates. Qin Hai was playing with a man and a woman at a gambling table. One of his classmates said that the woman was Qin Hai's ex-girlfriend. They had been dating for 3 years. It seemed that they were about to get married. However, the woman broke up with Qin Hai for some unknown reason. Qin Hai's gluttony had reached such an extent. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. However, Qin Hai's situation was very likely related to this woman. This was what Lin Fei knew. When he saw the man and the woman, Lin Fei knew it was true. He gently placed a palm on Qin Hai's shoulder. Qin Fei suddenly sobered up. He was not drunk anymore. You've lost so much. Just forget it. There's no need to play anymore. This time, Qin Hai didn't have such a big reaction. He was just a little unwilling. He didn't know what happened to him. He lost 3 million without even knowing it. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it still made Qin Hai's heart ache. Qin Hai, didn't you want to play with us? Why don't you have the guts to continue? Sitting on the lap of the man opposite him was a beautiful woman with heavy makeup. She said mockingly, or do you want to leave because you don't have the money? That will make me look down on you even more. Qin Hai was angry. Who said I don't have the money? Lin Fei looked at the man and the woman opposite him. The man was handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was not a handsome guy. The woman was not bad-looking either. She had big wavy hair. Her score was above 80. There was a hint of flirtatiousness between her eyebrows. It was hard to resist her. Since you've won the money, it's over. Why do you want to continue? Lin Fei said lightly. Qin Hai, is this your friend? I don't think he's that good. The woman opposite him laughed. Don't talk about my friend like that. It's just 3 million. It's not like I can't afford to lose. You don't have to talk about my friend like that. Qin Hai stood up. The woman laughed. I said it. What can you do to me? Anyway, you're a coward. I regret being with you in the first place. My current husband is better than you. He's better than you in everything. The company is better than you and he's better looking and handsome than you. Now he's even better at gambling than you. How can you compare to my boyfriend? The woman said and kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. The handsome man also laughed. Don't force yourself if you can't afford to play. After all, gambling doesn't depend on luck. It depends on your brain. Do you understand? Qin Hai's eyes were about to turn red. Qin Zilin, I really don't know why I fell for a woman like you. Qin Hai, you only know how to talk big. You're a coward. Qin Zilin rolled her eyes. If you're not satisfied, then keep playing. Lin Fei put a hand on Qin Hai's shoulder and laughed. What's the point of bullying my friend? Look at you, you're smart. Why don't we play a game? You? You're dressed for a few $100s. We're betting hundreds of thousands or even millions. Do you have money? Qin Zilin rolled her eyes. My boyfriend doesn't play with people who don't have money. Lin Fei smiled at Qin Hai. Do you want this woman to kneel in front of you? Qin Hai clenched his teeth. Yes. Then do you trust me? Qin Hai nodded. I trust you. Chapter 4002. In the casino's surveillance room. Many people were looking at the scene in front of the gambling table and they all laughed. A middle-aged man wearing glasses laughed. Another idiot came out of nowhere. I guess young Master Luo is going to rip him off again. By the way, how many times have we done this month? The technician next to him laughed. I think it's the 5th time. If we count this one, it'll be the 6th. Speaking of which, Qin Zilin is the best. I know. Every time I see Qin Zilin I feel hot. She's really wild. The technicians in the casino's surveillance room all knew Luo Jun and Qin Zilin. They were not surprised at all by what was happening. From their point of view, the two men were just ordinary people. There was nothing special about them. If they dared to play with young Master Luo like this, they would definitely lose everything. As for whether they would dare to cause trouble here after this, it was not a question. This was the splendid resort villa. Not everyone dared to cause trouble here. Many second-generation nouveau riche had been taught a lesson. In the end, even their families had to come to the splendid resort to apologize and send a generous gift to resolve the matter. You think you can play with my boyfriend? Qin Zilin said disdainfully. Qin Hai, your friend is quite interesting. It sounds like he thinks he's the king of gambling. If he's the king of gambling, my boyfriend is the god of gambling. Qin Hai did not know why he agreed to Lin Fei's request. He only felt that Lin Fei's words were full of power. He felt that Lin Fei would definitely be able to do it. So, he let go of everything and believed in Lin Fei. I believe in my friend. Do you have the guts to play with me? It's as simple as that. My friend, you're quite arrogant. I've met a lot of people, but I've never met someone like you. But I can give you a chance. The young handsome Luo Jun laughed, but there was a trace of disdain in the depths of his eyes. But you have to pay me 5 million first. Without 5 million, I won't play with you. Isn't it just 5 million? I'll pay, Qin Hai said coldly. Qin Hai said coldly, just use my card. I remember there's still 5 million left on this card. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, there's no need to swipe 5 million from your card. You know, you gave me 50,000 yuan in chips. Now I still have 40,000 yuan in chips. I'll go out for a walk and I'll be able to gather 5 million yuan in no time. However, I think 5 million yuan is too small. Why don't I add some more chips? Let's bet that after you two lose, you'll kneel in front of my friend and kowtow and beg for mercy until my friend forgives you. As for me losing, it's simple. I'll add a zero to the 5 million yuan and give you 50 million yuan. I just don't know if you have the guts to play. When Lin Fei's words came out, it was unknown how many people were shocked. What a huge bet. Do you think you have a lot of money? Do you think you have a lot? Qin Zilin knew that Qin Hai was having a gathering here today. She believed that Qin Hai could take out 5 million yuan, but she didn't believe that Qin Hai's friends could easily take out 50 million yuan. After all, 50 million yuan was not 50 yuan or 500 yuan. Luo Jun also found it interesting. If you can take out 50 million yuan, then I don't mind playing a game with you. As for kneeling and apologizing, that's easy. Take out 50 million yuan and you'll be qualified to play with me. As long as I lose, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. Luo Jun didn't believe that Qin Hai could take out 50 million yuan. As for losing to him, that was even more impossible. He was a gambling master after all. Usually he could win a lot of money with just a few tricks. But the person in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, was not a gambling master. Everyone could talk big, so Luo Jun naturally had nothing to worry about. 50 million yuan. I can get it right now, Qin Hai said, gritting his teeth. Lin Fei smiled and stopped him. Fatty, you don't have to do that. I'll get it for you. Now that your desk mate is rich, 50 million yuan is a piece of cake. Lin Fei smiled and took out a checkbook from his pocket. He quickly wrote 50 million on it and placed it on the gambling table. This is a cash check for 50 million yuan. You can ask someone to check it at any time. I believe that there are professionals in such a big casino. The students behind Qin Hai and Lin Fei were also dumbfounded by what they had just heard. Could it be that his old classmate had really struck it rich? They couldn't believe that Qin Hai could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Qin Zilin and the handsome Luo Jun were also slightly surprised. They didn't expect Qin Hai's friend to be such a big fat sheep. He could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Just take out a random check. Who knows if it's real or fake? I'll help you check it. Qin Zilin reached out and took the check. Then she called the number on it and inquired about it. Soon, a trace of surprise appeared on her pretty face. The check was put back on the gambling table. I didn't expect you to really take out 50 million yuan. Qin Zilin felt that she had underestimated this person. 50 million yuan. Qin Hai heard this and looked at Lin Fei in shock. Old Lin, when did you get rich? You're a local tycoon. 50 million yuan. Even I don't have as much as you. Qin Hai was sincerely happy for Lin Fei. After all, he was prepared to help Lin Fei. In the beginning, Qin Hai thought that Lin Fei's clothes were too simple, which made him think that Lin Fei must not have been doing well for the past 5 years, which was why he did not attend the class reunion. So, he decided to find a time when there was no one around to have a good chat with him, to help his old classmate and deskmate. However, he did not expect this guy to directly take out 50 million yuan, which made Qin Hai shocked and a little worried. Old Qin, let's just forget about it. This is 50 million yuan. If you lose it, Lin Fei said, I've always believed in luck. In the face of luck, no matter how smart you are, it's useless. Just wait and watch the show. Luo Jun had a faint smile on his face. My friend, you're really rich. You can write a 50 million yuan check just like that. Then I'll play a good game with you. I don't know what you like to play, but I respect your opinion. Lin Fei smiled. Anyway, I rely on luck. It's all the same. You can play whatever you like. I like to rely on luck to beat my opponent's best gambling method. Luo Jun's eyes twitched. He had never seen such an arrogant guy. He actually wanted to rely on luck. There must be something wrong with his brain. Let's play a simple game of who's bigger and who's bigger. 3 games, 2 wins. What do you think? Don't you like to rely on luck? Let's compete then. Luo Jun was smart. When the surrounding people heard this, they were dumbfounded. Then they got excited. It seemed like it was really a game of luck. They had not seen such a big bet many times. Because this kind of free gambling bet was usually around hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was very rare to see a bet of 50 million. Chapter 4003. What's the background of this young man? He looks ordinary, but he wrote a 50 million cash check? I heard that a cash check requires a net worth of at least a few hundred million. Could it be that this guy has a net worth of a few hundred million? So what if he has a net worth of a few hundred million? Doesn't he know how powerful Luo Jun is? When he fights with Luo Jun, he'll know what regret is. Of all the games he could have played, why did he have to play big and small? There were already a lot of people around the gambling table. Some with good eyesight had already recognized who this handsome guy was. They also knew how powerful this handsome guy was, so no one was optimistic about the young man. He could have played with anyone, but he had to play with Luo Jun. He was a famous gambler here. God knows how many people had lost to him. It was said that Luo Jun's brain development was extremely good. Ever since he was a child, he was very good at calculating in the game of Go, so much so that he had a great talent in gambling. It could be said that he was self-taught. Usually, people rarely saw Luo Jun come here to play because no one would play with him. But this time, someone actually bet 50 million on Luo Jun kneeling on the ground with this woman. This kind of thing had never happened before. However, in everyone's opinion, this 50 million was destined to be wasted. Since it involved a bet of 50 million yuan, the dealer was also changed to a new person. She was also a sexy and beautiful dealer. Her shuffling skills were very good, dazzling the crowd. The beautiful dealer placed the cards in her hand on the gambling table and stretched out her hand. Both of you please draw your cards. Luo Jun laughed. For the first round, I'll let you draw first, lest you say that I'm bullying you. When he was shuffling the cards just now, the handsome Luo Jun had almost memorized all the cards. No matter what card his opponent drew, he was sure that he would win. Chenhai, you have to let your friend seize the opportunity. My boyfriend usually doesn't let others win, lest he loses too badly. Chen Zilin sat on Luo Jun's lap and said with good intentions, but the expression on her face was full of sarcasm. Lin Fei laughed. Fatty, you go and draw a card first. Don't you think it's more interesting to defeat this handsome guy with your own hands? I'll do it. Chenhai was surprised and shook his head. No, you do it. Lin Fei said, don't be like this. Can't you be more courageous? This is not like the Chenhai I knew. Isn't he just going to draw a card? I'm a person who believes in luck the most. I think we'll be lucky today. We'll kill whatever comes our way. Even if the god of gamblers comes, it'll be the same. Lin Fei gently patted Chenhai on the shoulder. Don't you want this woman to kneel in front of you? What could be more exciting than personally defeating your opponent? Hearing this, Chenhai's eyes were filled with hatred. All kinds of scenes kept appearing in his mind. His face also showed a trace of ferocity. Fine, I'll do it. Chen Huan didn't even look at it. He just randomly picked one out and threw it on the table. After the cards were opened, sighs could be heard from the surroundings. Chenhai, your luck is really bad. You didn't want to draw, but you actually drew Jianghu. Chen Zilin was laughing so hard that she was almost rocking back and forth. Because Chenhai had flipped over a 4. This could be considered the smallest card. Chenhai was also stunned. He was very annoyed. Old Lin, I don't think my luck is good. I'm going to lose this time. Lin Fei said carelessly. I told you we're relying on luck. What if this guy draws a 3? The people around were also surprised. Best of 3. The first round was a 4. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent randomly drew a card, he would definitely win. Baby, you do it. Let Chenhai know that luck is not a reliable thing. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying them, Luo Jun said with a smile. Chenhai, open your eyes wide. My random poker card is bigger than yours. Chen Zilin happily stretched out her hand. Her cardamom-colored fingernails casually picked up a poker card and threw it on the table. The card flipped over and landed on the table. Chen Zilin was smiling. Suddenly the crowd was silent. Then there was a loud burst of laughter. This kind of thing actually happened? What the hell? I can't believe it's a 3. What a joke. That guy is such a jinx. I can't believe we're watching such a good show. No one would believe it. We can win by drawing a random card, but it's a 3. Is this really luck? Chenhai was about to close his eyes and accept the fact that he would lose the first round. But when he heard the voice, he opened his eyes and laughed out loud. Chen Zilin, to think that you would have such a day. Looks like your luck isn't that great either. You actually flipped out a 3. Sorry, my 4 is just a bit bigger than yours, so I win, ha ha ha. Qinhai was exhilarated. Even if it was only a little bigger than his opponent, it was still bigger than his opponent. How is this possible? This is impossible. Qin Zilin could not accept this scene. The 3 was now very glaring. Luo Jun was stunned. He had casually swept the table just now. He barely remembered that the card should be a 7 of diamonds. How could it suddenly become a 3? Luo Jun's expression changed quickly. He smiled and comforted, "Baby, it's okay. Best of 3. This is only the first round." Qinhai felt much better after hearing the comforting words. You just won 1 round. What's so great about it? When my boyfriend makes his move, let's see how you lose. Qin Zilin could only fight for his face like this. Luo Jun stared at Lin Fei's man from the beginning to the end. He did not feel that his opponent had done anything, so he could only think that his opponent was lucky. It's good enough that you won 1 round. Now it's interesting. Luo Jun smiled. I won't go easy on you in the next round. The dealer began to shuffle the cards again. In addition, he also changed the deck. You went easy on me just now. Now it's my turn to go easy on you. Let me see how good you are at eating with your brain. Lin Fei laughed. Luo Jun laughed. As you wish. Luo Jun's slender fingers did not look like a man's. He quickly flipped over a card on the table. Sorry, this is a king of diamonds. My eyesight has always been good. Luo Jun flipped it gently. He did not look at the card, but he knew what it was. After this card was flipped over, the crowd burst into laughter again. Qinhai was the first to laugh. You really know how to show off. It's obviously a 3 of diamonds, but you said it was an ace of diamonds. Your eyes are really bad. I think you should go get a pair of glasses. I happen to know someone who sells glasses. He can even give you a 50% discount. A 3 of diamonds? Luo Jun looked down. The card in his hand was really a 3 of diamonds. Impossible. Luo Jun stood up. Chapter 4004. P.S. There was a mistake last night. It was the ace of diamonds, not the king of diamonds. I made a mistake. Luo Jun stood up and stared at the 3 of diamonds on the table. He clearly remembered that it was the ace of diamonds. But now it was the 3 of diamonds. He couldn't accept this. It can't be the 3 of diamonds. You cheated. You must have cheated. I remember it very clearly. Luo Jun was very confident in his memory. There was no way he could remember it wrongly. This card had to be an ace of diamonds, but he couldn't figure out how the other party had done it because from the beginning to the end, he hadn't noticed the other party make any movements, but he had actually drawn a 3 of diamonds, and he had even shamelessly boasted that it was an ace of diamonds in front of everyone. This was simply too embarrassing. Lin Fei raised his hands. Look carefully. My hands were not off the table from the beginning to the end. Do you think I could have done anything? Or do you think everyone here is so gullible? It's your own memory that's not good. Why did you insist on saying it was the ace of diamonds? I think you must have done too much last night. You can't even concentrate. Sometimes your brain can't think straight. I advise you to eat more supplements. I remember that brain platinum is quite good. You can have a few bottles. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. Qinhai also laughed. Yes. The effect of brain platinum is quite good. It also has anti-aging properties. After drinking it, your head won't feel dizzy and your legs won't hurt anymore. I think it's very suitable for you. Luo Jun also knew how powerless his words were. After all, the other party was sitting so far away from the beginning. The poker cards were placed in the center. No one could have done anything to them. And the dealer was a resident here. Luo Jun didn't believe that the dealer could have done anything. So was his luck really too bad, or was there something wrong with his memory? Luo Jun felt a little confused. A 3 of diamonds. If there were no accidents, he would lose 2 rounds in a row. Luo Jun found it hard to accept. He was a celebrity here. If he really knelt in front of these 2 people, then his reputation would be ruined. He would never come to this glorious resort villa again. You have nothing to say now? Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, Fatty, hurry up and draw a card. The opponent has a 3 of diamonds. I think with your luck, you should be able to beat him easily. Qinhai laughed heartily. That's for sure. I can easily beat him in a random draw. Without saying anything, Qinhaijin casually drew a poker card and threw it out. However, after throwing it out, even he himself was dumbfounded. He actually drew a 2 of diamonds. The 2 of diamonds was the smallest tile. Ha, God is helping me. I didn't expect your luck to be worse than mine. You actually drew a 2 of spades. Luo Jun, who originally thought he would lose, finally laughed out loud. Even the heavens were helping him. The surrounding people also burst into hisses. This fatty's luck is really bad. Yeah, the other guy drew a 3 and he got a 2. Looks like his luck is really not that good. The third round is going to be interesting. This Luo Jun has an undeserved reputation. I can't believe he remembered the wrong cards. I really don't know what he's doing. Fortunately, he still has one last chance. Chen Hai looked at the 2 of spades that was thrown out. He was at a loss. He looked at Lin Fei awkwardly. You see, I told you my luck is really not that good. It was supposed to be a sure win, but I actually drew a 2 of spades. Lin Fei patted Chen Hai on the shoulder. It's normal to have good luck and bad luck. But don't you think it's quite exciting? Exciting, of course it's exciting. Chen Hai laughed. This is the most exciting game I've ever played in my life. Lin Fei said, then you should play the third round. Use your luck to teach Luo Jun a lesson. Let him know that luck can sweep everything. Can I? Chen Hai hesitated. Why don't you go? I'm afraid that I'll draw another 2 of spades. If that happens, I'll lose for sure. Lin Fei laughed. I think I'll pass. People are already saying that I cheated. It's better if you do it later, lest you say that I cheated after you win. Luo Jun's face twitched. After all, he really thought that Chen Hai cheated. But there were so many people here and they were so far away. If someone really cheated and could do it to this extent, then that person was even worse than the god of gamblers. Luo Jun absolutely did not believe that there was such a person in the world. You've already won against Chen Zilin once. If you win again, then you can make them kneel in front of you. I guarantee that if they lose, they will definitely kneel in front of you. You can even do whatever you want. Don't you look forward to it? Lin Fei said in a confident tone. Don't you want to give them a hard blow? I've already given you a chance. Look at them, they rely on their brains to make a living, and they can only draw a 3 of diamonds. What's there to be afraid of? Their friends behind them also chimed in. Yeah, fatty, you have to do it. It's all about luck anyway. Who's afraid of who? I think you'll be able to kill them all. I believe you can. You shouldn't go easy on this kind of woman. Chen Hai's attitude also began to change. Others thought that Luo Jun was very strong, but Chen Hai did not think so. Even the king of diamonds could be turned into a 3 of diamonds. This seemed to be no different from relying on his own luck. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Lin, I'll listen to you. I'll go for the third round. It's all about luck. Who's afraid of who? Luo Jun's face twitched again. That round was like walking on a single log bridge. It made Luo Jun's heart tremble. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Now that Chen Hai dared to look down on him, Luo Jun couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Hai, just give up. I won't let this happen again in the third round, Luo Jun said fiercely. Upstairs in the monitoring room, the bespectacled technical advisor was the first to act. Check this guy right now. See if he cheated. Also, look at the fatty next to him. The technical advisor knew Luo Jun's ability. It was impossible for him to make any mistakes when it came to memorizing cards. However, the ace of diamonds had turned into a 3 of diamonds. This was not a small matter. He immediately suspected that someone had cheated. He knew that Luo Jun would never make such a small mistake. Besides, this kind of card game was child's play. There were no restrictions. Basically, as long as he remembered which card it was, there would be no problem. Supervisor, I haven't found anything yet. These 2 are newbies. They're too ordinary. They're not from the gambling world at all. Neither of them cheated. The guy who took out $50 million had his hands and feet off the gambling table. There's no suspicion of cheating. Everyone in the room was a veteran. They immediately took out the video and checked it. They slowed it down and replayed it frame by frame. They didn't find any problems. They also checked the identities of the 2. There was no problem. How is this possible? Is it really luck? Am I wrong? 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4005. Brother Jun, you will definitely win the third round. Chen Hai's luck is not as good as yours. Chen Zilin chuckled. Luo Jun nodded. That's true. Who do you think I am? I was just careless just now and he took advantage of me. But in the end I still won. I won't give him any more chances in the third round. I will definitely win this round. What happened in the second round made Luo Jun very unhappy, so he had to win back everything in the third round. Only by doing so could he let everyone know how powerful Luo Jun was. He even had to correct one point. He used his brain and not his luck. He was not on the same level as these people. This was something he had to make clear. For a gambling master, once luck was involved, how could he be called a gambling master? The beautiful dealer also began to shuffle the cards for the third time. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time, the dealer shuffled the cards more carefully. The whole process was smooth and it was even faster than before. The crowd was dazzled. As her hand slid down, another crescent moon appeared. Since both of you have won a round, the winner of the second round will draw first in the third round. Do you have any objections? The beautiful dealer said to Luo Jun. Luo Jun smiled. Of course, I respect your opinion. The beautiful dealer then said to Chen Hai, what about you? Chen Hai was ready to risk it all. He smiled and said, if he draws first, then let him draw first. Anyway, I rely on luck. Maybe his brain won't be as good as my luck later. However, in the eyes of many people, the winning chance of the third round had quietly shifted to Luo Jun. Everyone knew that Luo Jun's skill would never make any mistakes again. They would rather believe that the last round was a mistake. In the third round, Luo Jun would definitely go all out. By then, the fat man would lose without a doubt. It was difficult to cheat under such circumstances, because the distance between the cards of both sides was too far. Luo Jun naturally knew that this was the advantage given to him by the beautiful dealer. For a gambling master, drawing first was equivalent to grasping a 90% chance of winning. As for the remaining 10%, it was basically negligible, especially when the opponent was Chen Hai, a guy who did not know how to gamble. Luo Jun would not quietly eat Chen Hai's 3 million worth of chips. Chen Hai, open your eyes wide and watch. This time I will make sure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will show you that luck is useless in front of true brains. Luo Jun once again stretched out his slender finger and gently swiped it. With a light flick of his fingernail, one of the poker cards fell down gently. A conspicuous ace of hearts on the table appeared in everyone's eyes, instantly causing a burst of cheers. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. What a great move to find the cards from 1,000 miles away. This time, Fatty Chin will definitely lose. This is the Ace of Hearts. Young Master Luo has basically locked the victory unless that kid can draw an Ace of Spades. But it's impossible for him to draw an Ace of Spades. Luo Jun flipped over the Ace of Hearts and felt a little regretful in his heart. In fact, he wanted to pull out the Ace of Spades. After all, the Ace of Spades was the biggest card. As long as the Ace of Spades was taken out, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Unfortunately, the shuffling was too fast. He couldn't keep up with it, but he managed to remember it. Ace of Hearts, Ace of Clubs. Although the Ace of Hearts was not as big as the Ace of Spades for this third round, it had basically locked the outcome of the battle. Did you see that? This is strength. I will gladly accept your friend's 50 million yuan. Chen Zilin sneered at Chen Hai. My man is amazing. The Ace of Hearts. Didn't you say that you were lucky? Then why don't you draw the Ace of Spades and let everyone see what is called invincible luck? Chen Hai was indeed shocked. Originally he wanted to defeat Luo Jun with luck. But when the Ace of Hearts came out, he was suddenly dumbfounded and became less confident. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei next to him and found that Lin Fei had always been calm. It seemed that the appearance of the Ace of Hearts had not changed at all. At this time Lin Fei glanced at Chen Hai with a smile. He has already drawn a card. What are you waiting for? Go and give him a slap and teach him a lesson. Let him know what it means to be invincible luck. Chen Hai was not confident at first, but somehow in the face of his old classmate Lin Fei's smile, he felt a sense of calmness as if he was sure to win this time. Chen Haijun believed in this feeling. Forget it. I will draw first. Since things had come to this, Chen Hai didn't say anything more. He casually glanced at the poker cards on the table, grabbed one and closed his eyes. It was really a very casual card. Luo Jun smiled. He knew he had won. He remembered this card. It was a 6 of spades. The poker card was thrown onto the gambling table. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what the fat man drew, he would lose. What a pity. That's 50 million yuan. This is the biggest bet of the glorious resort villa for a long time. Chen Hai, just admit defeat. From the moment you drew the card, I knew you had lost. Luo Jun said disdainfully. The poker card rolled out and finally revealed itself. The smear of black on the card became extremely dazzling. Next to him, Chen Zilin's face paled. She screamed, Ace of Spades. This is the Ace of Spades. How is this possible? This is impossible. It was unknown how many people were dumbfounded by this scream. All eyes were on the card. Oh my God, it's the Ace of Spades. This is really invincible luck. Who knows where this fat man came from? How can he draw the Ace of Spades? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Those who thought that Chen Hai would lose for sure were now dumbfounded. The flipped cards became glaring at this moment. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and they felt a burning sensation. Chen Hai was also stunned. Then he danced with joy. Ah, I drew the Ace of Spades. I won. I won. Old Lin, I won. Qin Hai laughed. B*tch kneel down. From beginning to end, Lin Fei only had a faint smile on his face. I told you that you would win because our luck is invincible. Luo Jun's face turned pale. You must have cheated. That card was obviously the 6 of spades. How did it become the ace of spades? In the blink of an eye, Luo Jun, who thought he had won, fell from the clouds. It was normal to lose once. But this time it was too abnormal. Even Luo Jun could not keep up with the ace of spades. He felt that all these years of learning had been in vain. Chapter 4006. Just when everyone thought that Luo Jun was going to win the game, reality played a huge joke on them. Luo Jun had lost. He had lost completely. No one could believe that luck could really beat Luo Jun, who was good at gambling. You cheated, you must have cheated. My boyfriend is so good, there's no way he would lose. Qin Zilin jumped up in panic. Just a moment ago, Qin Zilin was still fantasizing about buying a house, a few new bags, and even a supercar after winning 50 million. But now, in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. She even had to kneel in front of Qin Hai. Qin Zilin couldn't accept this. She jumped up on the spot. Qin Hai laughed. A loss is a loss. What's there to quibble about? You said that I cheated, then show me the evidence. If you don't have any evidence, then you'll have to kneel down in front of me. Qin Hai was more excited than ever. Lin Fei laughed. Didn't you hear what my friend said? Since you've lost, then you'll have to fulfill your request. My 50 million is not that easy to get. Luo Jun knew better than anyone that he had lost this time. But he couldn't figure out how he had lost. After all, it was an ace of spades. In his heart, he didn't believe that Qin Hai had the ability to draw an ace of spades so casually. He had drawn an ace of spades, and this was under the condition that he had a good memory. But what kind of person Qin Hai was, he knew better than anyone else. He was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person draw an ace of spades? But it was another problem for Luo Jun to figure out how Qin Hai had cheated. No matter what, he had lost this time. He had lost completely. Originally, he wanted to win the game, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a joke again. He even vaguely felt that he had won the last game purely because Qin Hai had gone easy on him. Qin Hai had wanted him to fall from the clouds and smash him hard on the ground. This idea was really ridiculous. How else could it be explained? Could it be that luck was really invincible? Luo Jun wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Qin Hai, you win. I lost this game. You can take the 5 million and even the 3 million I won just now. What do you think? Luo Jun said, suppressing his irritation. It was impossible to make Luo Jun kneel down, so he would rather not have these chips and 5 million in his hands. After all, it was only 8 million in total. It was really nothing to him. If he lost, then he lost. But if he knelt down, then it would be a completely different matter. He would soon become a big joke in the circle, and he wouldn't be able to raise his head for a long time. He was a master in the gambling world, but he actually suffered a big setback in such a small scene, and was even forced to kneel down. How could he continue to stay in the circle? Qin Hai shook his head and said, the 3 million you lost was originally yours. I don't want your 3 million. Of course, I want the 5 million you lost. However, I still want you to kneel in front of me. Of course, you can be cheap, but I don't mind advertising for you. Of course, I want you to kneel. Just take the 8 million. Luo Jun looked at Qin Hai. Kneel down. I'll make you kneel down. Otherwise, I'll really cause a ruckus today. It was rare for Qin Hai to vent his anger, but after hearing Luo Jun's words, Qin Hai was not willing to accept it. He wanted Luo Jun and Qin Zilin to kneel in front of him, only then would he be able to vent his anger. Qin Hai stopped dreaming. I, Qin Zilin, will never kneel in front of you for the rest of my life. Qin Zilin said. She took Luo Jun's hand and prepared to leave. Let's go. Don't talk to these two lunatics. Who knows if they cheated or not? Qin Zilin knew how powerful Luo Jun was. She didn't believe that he would lose in such a small game. Qin Hai must have cheated. Otherwise, how could all this happen? Lin Fei saw it all. He said calmly, if you lose, you should know that you have lost. You can't say that we didn't pay up because we lost 50 million. I took out 50 million in good faith. Now that you have lost, you want to renege on your debt? You think 8 million is a lot? I think you should just kneel in front of me. Do you really want to go too far? Luo Jun sneered. If I don't kneel, what can you do to me? Don't say that I didn't give you face. Take the 8 million and get out of here. Luo Jun was also confident. He could lose 8 million yuan, but it was impossible for him to kneel down. He was not afraid that Qin Hai and this guy would make trouble. If they dared to make trouble, they would not be able to leave the glorious resort villa today. Lin Fei smiled and said, Are you sure you won't kneel? I won't kneel. What can you do to me? I don't even suspect that you cheated. I'm just being polite to you. Lin Fei laughed. All right then, I'll fulfill your wish. Now kneel. It was a sentence that was neither light nor heavy. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, it was different for Luo Jun and Qin Zilin. There was a loud bang in their heads. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. Then they exploded. Their legs went completely soft and they knelt on the ground with a thud. This kneel was solid and solid. Everyone could hear it clearly. It was definitely an old pain. The two of them grinned. When the people next to them saw this, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. He actually knelt down. This is unbelievable. He obviously didn't want to kneel. Could it be that he thought it through? The crowd did not know why Luo Jun knelt down. However, they would never forget such a scene for the rest of their lives. They quickly took out their phones and took a video. When they had nothing to do, they could take it out and brag about it. B****, how dare you ask me to kneel? Luo Jun roared. His mind was blank. He struggled to stand up. But when he tried to stand up, he felt a terrifying force pressing down on his body. He couldn't move. Just like that, he knelt on the ground. What did you do to us? Why can't I stand up? Luo Jun was panicking. He wanted to stand up but he couldn't. He had never encountered such a situation before. Luo Jun finally realized that this friend of Qin Hai was not a simple person. Qin Zilin, who was next to him, also screamed, I don't want to kneel. I want to stand up. I don't want to kneel. But no matter how much Qin Zilin screamed, it was useless. A wave of pressure pressed down on them. Qin Hai was at a loss. But he immediately became excited. Qin Zilin, to think that this day would come for you. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kneel? Why are you kneeling now? You women. Lin Fei smiled and said, I see that you're quite unhappy with this Qin Zilin. Since you're unhappy, go and give them a few tight slaps. A man can't be a coward.